Okay. Yeah. All right. We're live. All right. Hi, everybody watching, or who will be
Hello.
watching. I'm Professor McCoy, and I have some guests on. You will see along the side. Different format tonight. We are watching, talking about, agreeing with, disagreeing with, critiquing, and probably more disagreeing with, but we'll see. A video essay by Noah Caldwell-Gervais on Star Wars and the Knights of the Old Republic and Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. You guys want to introduce yourselves briefly?
You go first.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So I am Larry. I'm a friend of Vince. We've known each other for about 2 years now, I guess. Huge Star Wars nerd and huge KOTOR nerd. So I can probably quote the entire first game by heart. So I'm sure I'm going to have some pretty interesting insights on this.
Oh, this will be fun. So I'm Eddie. I've known Vince about the
Hi,
same
Eddie.
length that Larry has. Yes. I'm the one who originally found this video because I also love to find contrary points to my worldview. So a big Star Wars nerd, not like Larry or Vince, but I know my stuff mostly. I represent the psychological part of this little showdown.
You certainly know Joseph Campbell a lot better than I do. You've actually read
A
it.
little bit. I couldn't. Well, I began reading it. I lost. I misplaced it again.
Well, you read more of it than I have. I've only read secondary source material. So,
funny enough, my first exposure to Joseph Campbell and the hero's tale, hero's journey, actually came through Star Wars. Somebody was explaining how the New Hope, Hope was complete break, and I'd never heard this concept.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. No.
So this was
I believe my first exposure to it was when I read a book called Star Wars and Philosophy, part of a pop culture and philosophy book series, where there was an essay or two about the hero's journey and the sort of hero's cycle from bringing together Campbell and Young and all that.
Well, yeah. Interestingly enough, too, apparently at some point after at least A New Hope was released, George Lucas actually had Joseph Campbell out to Skywalker Ranch, and they watched the movie together and they talked about all the theories. It's a really cool little point in pop culture history.
Yeah, that is the involvement of the hero's journey and Campbell in general, and all of the thought he brings to bear, the inspiration that it brings, and all that is kind of ties in well with I'm just gonna call him Noah because I don't know whether to say Caldwell or Gervais or Caldwell-Gervais. So Noah.
He like calls himself by his full name, but in the comments, people always just call him Noah.
I'll go with Noah. Because I instinctively go with last name just for scholarly reasons, but I'll just go with Noah. That's fine.
Not painting himself into a corner there.
Yeah. In any case, that's part of his kind of core thesis in this video that we're gonna be watching and talking about is that it's not that Campbell's hero's journey. If I really had to summarize this overly much, it isn't so much descriptive as prescriptive, and that what we really should be looking at the hero's journey for is what it has inspired. Things like Star Wars, and he argues things like the Old Republic, both one or Knights of the Old Republic, both 1 and 2. You'll also notice if you look at the time bar along the bottom, this video is 2 hours long, and it is 1 and 2. We're gonna be doing the first half of that, talking about the first game, because we only have about 3 hours, and I'm already going 1.5 times speed. If we need to slow that down, you guys just let me know, and we'll see. Or if we can speed it up, I don't know. He does speak relatively quickly though, so I don't know how much more I'd want to speed it up. But otherwise, this is his channel. His information is also, this video is linked below if you want to check this out independently, or if you wind up wanting to watch the second half of it, that sort of thing. I encourage you to. It is a good video, despite the fact that we've just said that there's parts of it that are
questionable at best.
Yeah, let's go with that. All right. So
a lot of his stuff kind of goes back and forth between, oh, that's a really good idea, to, oh my god, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Please just be quiet. So it'll be fun.
Yeah.
I am going into this completely blind, so I have no opinion on the matters yet, but we'll see how long that lasts.
You will develop them, and I can't wait to see it. So let's get going. Oh, hello. You can do it.
We are
On the dust jacket of Joseph Campbell's The Hero with a Thousand Faces, there's a quote of praise from George Lucas. Lucas said, "In the 3 decades since I discovered The Hero with a Thousand Faces, it has continued to fascinate and inspire me. Joseph Campbell peers through the centuries and shows us that we are all connected by a basic need to hear stories and understand ourselves. As a book, it is wonderful to read. As illumination into the human condition, it is a revelation." End quote. Now, George's people have done since A Hero with a Thousand Faces was published all the way back in 1949, laundering it into a more generalized, useful structure than Joseph Campbell originally laid down. The Hero with a Thousand Faces is the document that first articulated the idea of the monomyth, that all human stories follow a symbolic structure based on the principles of the unconscious proposed by Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. The monomyth was, for many decades, one of the most powerful, pervasive lenses of analysis for any kind of fiction in the United States.
What was that?
Well, Jung mostly.
Yeah, I figured you might have something to say about that.
Yeah, so according to Jordan Peterson, which I tend to agree with this, biggest difference between Freud and Jung is that Freud was fundamentally had a negative view on life and the human condition in general, whereas Jung exalted the positive aspects of human psychology. And like the way Jordan Peterson describes it, as Jung was concerned with the hero victorious, whereas Freud was obsessed with kind of the hero defeated, or eatable complexes, things that are negative to mankind. So most of Campbell's work, at least from my understanding, it emphasizes the more positive aspects because it's a journey. So
yeah, and I think that instinctively seems right to me. I've read Freud, I've read a little bit of Jung, and from what I know about Campbell, it's far more like Jung than like Freud. And that does seem like the right kind of distinction to draw.
Yeah, and like even in video games in general, you see more influences from Jung than from Freud, especially when things talk about psychology and the unconscious, which this story absolutely does.
True. Oh yes. Oh, absolutely. Because by the way, in case you don't know this, hadn't figured it out yet, we're going to be massively spoiling every tiny little piece of Knights of the Old Republic 1 and probably large aspects of 2. And I will probably even bring up aspects of the Old Republic, the MMO, as well.
And I can't emphasize this enough. If you haven't played 1, at least, don't watch this. Go play that. Experience that the whole way through. Take notes and then come back and watch this.
Dude, in my stream playthrough just now, I was trying so hard not to spoil the big major twist, which really hamstrung some of my philosophical discussions, but it was worth it because that is such a good twist. So by the way, spoiler warning, you get like 3 seconds until I say the big one. So like 3, 2, 1. The main character is Revan, and that's kind of important.
He's also the bad guy.
But no, he used to be the bad guy. But then he got his memory wiped, and now he's the good guy, which is again really speaks to the subconscious. So we'll get to more of that.
Yeah, we'll think about it.
Oh hell yeah! All right, let's move on.
United States, and else is for any kind of fiction in the United States and elsewhere. Chances are high that you were taught it in high school like I was. It's still taught in some curriculums. The hero's journey, as it's also called, is a generalized formula that Joseph Campbell claimed was truly universal, that all myths and stories can be broken down into its basic steps. The version I knew of the hero's journey that I learned in high school was a modernized, simplified version that only had like 8 steps and very little casual racism. The version that Campbell 9 in his Ultra essay is a full 17 steps, some of them very strange and slightly contradictory, and it is very much a product of its time. Although Campbell seems to have a genuine interest in multicultural expression of truth.
What isn't the product of its time?
So
that's probably a bad question. I was going to say great question, but no, I don't think there's an answer to that question. So let's categorize it as a bad one.
I will say I actually was unaware of the larger. I was only aware of the 8 or 9 steps of the more, I guess, modernized, as it were, hero's journey. I can't imagine what the other. Yeah, like and that seems pretty comprehensive. So I did not even realize there was a larger.
And I'm vaguely familiar with the 17 steps, the big one. And you might maybe lend some more insight to this, but I have no clue.
My brains.
Even having listened
there's
to
a lot of
this
really
essay
weird
before.
esoteric things too, because you got your standard plot line of conflict, hero rejects conflict says fuck you, hero goes on quest, hero fails, hero's in the underworld, hero makes a decision or has some character development, hero rises, hero defeats bad, everything resolves itself. But there's a lot of like
the big ones that I can think of. The big ones that usually get cut out that stick out to me are the divine gift, that the hero is given a gift of some kind of power or wisdom, and is I forget if it's typically or necessarily from a woman or a feminine figure.
Yeah. Oh, it's the encounter with the feminine archetype.
The Lady of the
So
Lake,
like
basically.
for
Arthurian
example,
legends.
Arthurian legend is the Lady in the Lake. In Greek mythology, best example I can think of is Perseus with the with what's the girl's name and the clue that lets him go through the maze, or alternatively also whoever kills Medusa. I think that was
Perseus.
actually Perseus.
Yeah.
When Perseus goes to kill Medusa, he has, I think it's Hermes who delivers them, but I'm pretty sure his gifts come from Athena, like the cap, the mirror, the sword, and the mirror shield.
Yeah.
So even that's proof that in
okay.
ancient times these stories
in Hesiod's version, I think at least that's how it is. There are different versions of all these myths as well, which complicates matters further. But I was going to say I have no clue at all what he was talking about when he said casual racism. I can see where he would say casual sexism, because to a modern reader, anything gendered is sexist, but I don't know what he's talking about for racism, and I don't remember if he actually brings it up specifically. We'll have to see, I guess, but and if he doesn't, that's something for us to remember, because I kind of want to try and pinpoint what he could possibly mean by
My guess, and this is pure shot in the dark, and I just want to see if it's fulfilling or not, is I wonder if he's going to argue that the entire hero's journey really focuses on Euro and Hellenistic centric storytelling, and maybe doesn't take into place other stories from other places.
bit.
So it's
bit.
and it is placed as a very universal storytelling, feature. So
Yeah, it could
I'm
be.
guessing.
Well,
but
the thing about that is you got to remember the Jungian influence. Jung,
Mhm.
he looked at stories from all over the world when he was compiling his theory of psychology,
Yeah.
and through that analysis, he found certain aspects and traits that were recurrent across culturally, cross temporal bounds, cross geographic bounds, cross every kind of human
This doesn't.
barrier
I know there's at least
that
one.
there could possibly be.
There's at least one ancient Chinese myth that Campbell cites, and I don't remember which it was. It might have been the Monkey King.
I think so.
I'm not sure, but there's at least one
sounds
major Chinese myth that he cites. So I don't know. Maybe it's not. But there is
even if
the other alternative that I could think of.
story
Maybe
beats are completely different, the idea is still there.
Yeah, right. And I think the other alternative maybe could be something like how the hero has to leave his world of comfort, and go to the alien or the unknown. So maybe Noah is seeing a kind of like Orientalism there, of seeing the other as the foreign and as alien, as dangerous, barbarian, yada yada yada, that whole thing. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, that might be where
know.
he jumps in. I don't know. I'm interested to see if he even brings it up again, or just kind of casually drops that and moves on.
Because that is the kind of thing that he would casually drop, I think. But we'll see. We'll see.
Multicultural expression of true victory, and it is very much a product of its time. Although Campbell seems to have a genuine interest in multicultural expression of truth and beauty, he filters it all through the lens of the monomyth. He filters it all through himself and his unifying thesis, so that the multitude of cultures and traditions he discusses lose their cultural individuality and become bearers of his message much more than their own. As scholars...
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of abstraction, though.
That is the point.
Yeah.
That's the point of Jung, too. Like I just said.
It's bridge building.
It's
a universal argument.
The idea of the monomyth is exactly that. It is a recurrent myth that happens in the human unconscious as a species, which is it doesn't matter what your culture is or how it manifests itself.
Yeah. Let me give you an example.
It's always there. It's the same basic idea.
Yeah. So if I were to say this morning there were 4 apples in the refrigerator, then I ate one. How many apples are still in the refrigerator? And you were to say, well, 4 minus 1 equals 3. And then I accuse you of ignoring the details of the situation and erasing apple nature.
Funny enough, I would actually argue the exact opposite of what he's arguing, is that by stating that there's a universal through line, despite race, despite culture, despite anything, destroys a lot of racist arguments. That there's a definitive difference, as opposed to forming something where it's like, well, this is obviously just whitewashing.
Yeah, it's similar to what you find in C.S. Lewis when he talks about the Tao and stuff like that. Not the Tao like Chinese philosophy, but the Tao meaning the universal moral intuition kind of thing. It's the same kind of taking the other seriously and making the assumption that we have something in common, which is probably a fair assumption, but it's not a racist assumption for damn sure.
Right. Right.
All right, anyway.
In academia has pivoted towards putting the artistic output of other cultures into their own context and emphasizing to say, there is less enthusiasm for grand unifying theories. There is less enthusiasm for the monomyth. And I largely agree with this. The monomyth is not a useful lens through which to view the entire world. It is, however, one of the most powerful tools you can possibly use to deconstruct American popular culture after World War II, after A Hero with a Thousand Faces was published. Because the hero's journey, as useful as it is in a classroom context as baby's first fictional structure when you're learning how stories are even arranged in the first place, was much more prophecy than it was theory. Does it describe an incredible range of stories, past and present? Absolutely. How many of these stories conform to all 17 steps of the monomyth as originally outlined? Much fewer. Unless, of course, the hero...
That's unfair. That's not the point.
Why
The
might
point
that be
is
unfair?
They follow the same structure.
Mhm.
I think that's unfair because what he's doing is he's honing in on the fact that they don't follow it as a checklist, as a
Mhm.
specific set of criteria. Whereas what Campbell was doing was laying out these ideas are recurrent in stories.
Mhm.
Not
Mhm.
all of them, not all the time, but
Yeah, and also I would add that there's a certain inconsistency here in his reasoning.
same.
I mean, like think
I
about
would.
it. Well, I mean, I'm gonna spoil this a little bit as far as his goes, but I think it should kind of be obvious that KOTOR 1 and KOTOR 2, as much as they are instantiations of the hero's journey of Campbell's archetypes, neither of them follow all 17 steps perfectly in order, like
I
he's demanding.
I think
argue
he
the
brings
first
this up
game
later.
completely divorces from it. I don't think
Mhm.
there's much overlay between the hero's journey and one at all. And I'm sure we'll break into those parallels. I'd also want
Yeah.
to point out that he said that it was very big for post the 1940s American culture, right?
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys know this. I'm a big movie nerd. Like
Mhm.
I'm all about movies. And one of the most popular styles in the 1930s, which is, you know, if someone wants to check Google when World War II was before that, one of the most popular things was the noir film genre, right?
Mhm.
And that genre follows the hero's journey beat by beat. I would argue that the reluctant hero and the feminine archetype that
Yeah.
we see in modern pop culture comes from those pulpy 30s noir movies, right? Where you have like the grizzled dude who doesn't want to do it, and you have the woman that speaks to his more you know, gentler side and more noble side, right? All of that comes from well before when Campbell published this. He just pointed at it, right? What he's saying is, well, it follows its sense then, when in reality we just have a name for it now, where we always did that, especially in America. You can go back as far as you want in American storytelling, and we've had
Mhm.
this trend. We just have something to classify it with now.
Yeah.
It would be like saying that ever since, you know, somebody made the name, you know, canine familiaris, we've just named everything dogs after
Yeah.
that. Well, they've
I
always
mean,
been dogs. It's
I
just
think maybe he is onto something, that there's something distinctly American about the hero's journey. Maybe. Or at least it's an American. I mean, that's his lens,
Well,
right? So it's his interpretation of
right.
all of these. So it's gonna have some cultural flavor to it. It's basically impossible to extract all of that, even though he is
Well,
explicitly
I
trying to
think Star
extract as much as he
Wars.
can.
Yeah, I think Star Wars as a setting. See, I don't know. I want to say I think Star Wars as a setting is innately American, but it's not true because it's it's
I
like take a New Hope. New Hope is a Western and a bunch of Japanese samurai stories and the hero's
Uh,
journey and a bunch of other
so
stuff
I'm gonna say
all
something
melded into one.
maybe a little
No, it's hard to
controversial
say.
here, but
mhm.
Star Wars is what happens if you were to take Kurosawa in a time machine and feed him nothing but PBR and hamburgers, right? It is the Americanized version of the famous Kurosawa samurai films, right? That's all it
Yeah,
is. So it is
We all
uniquely
boil down to
American.
weebs.
yeah,
It is
and
Star Wars is absolutely American, and
All
I
wannabe
will
argue.
weebs.
I will go after you there, Eddie. That the first thing you said when you said, "Oh, it's not just American," because it's a big mix of westerns, and then I immediately think, well, what is more American, more quintessentially American media than the western? I mean, okay, fine, spaghetti westerns, European, blah 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 blah. Who cares? It's
Kurosawa
Americana.
known for his love of the western.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
didn't those two genres feed off of each other?
Mm-hmm. I mean, they still do to an extent. It just now it's niche. Yeah. Anyway,
yeah, makes sense.
One thing I want to recommend here to you guys another time, and to the viewer maybe, is there's a YouTube channel called Professor Geek. He does what I do, but from a literary perspective, and well, no, just does what I do from a literary perspective, and also talks a lot about comic books. But he has a series of videos on the hero's journey and archetypes, and one of them is looking at Campbell's hero's journey and then specifically applying it to the American context and looking at what changes. And yeah, things change, believe it or not. So it's not. I think that he would certainly argue, and I think I probably follow him on this to the degree that I understand the topic, that it's not strictly American because there is an American version of it that's specifically and strictly American. Anyway, I'll link that somewhere afterwards, probably in the Discord and in the description when we're done. Anyway.
Unless, of course, absolutely. How many of these stories conform to all 17 steps of the monomyth as originally outlined? Much fewer. The hero's journey isn't being retroactively applied. When the hero's journey is used as a template, it becomes something we in America deeply value and respect, an industrial process for creating a saleable product. The monomyth, all 17 goddamn steps, is a tried and true book or a game can amass symbolic weight in mythic subtext without necessarily having to put a huge amount of effort into the subtleties of its storytelling. George Lucas took the hero with 1,000 faces and condensed them all into just one, Mark Hamill's. The 3 phases of the hero's journey, the departure, the initiation, the return, explicitly manifest themselves as Star Wars episodes 4, 5, and 6. It's long been said that Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 are the best Star Wars games ever made, and I agree wholeheartedly with that, but they are very different games, with very different strengths. Knights of the Old Republic 1 follows Joseph Campbell's monomyth beat for beat, exactly like the core trilogy does. It's this repetition of...
I'm sorry, yeah, so, no. And 1 is so much further away from the hero's journey than 2 is, by massive steps. And something I want to do real fast, Vince, if you're okay with it, is just read through the 8 steps so that everyone's kind of...
Yeah, good idea. Good idea. I mean, he does at some point, but it's also kind of mixed in with a bunch of other stuff. So
right. So I just kind of want to knock them out real fast. I'm just pulling them up right in here. Thanks. So we have. Are you serious? It's. Let's do this. Sorry, I'm trying to find, and then my daughter is also apparently
not having it.
What? She's very chatty at the moment. That's not it. If somebody else can get it faster, feel free to jump in.
Maybe.
And here we go.
I got it. All right.
So we have step 1 is leaving the ordinary world, and I'm going to go ahead and just reference this through A New Hope because, like I said, that's how so people can kind of follow. So leaving the ordinary world is when Luke, when Luke takes his steps away from his homestead, not Tatooine, but when he physically leaves kind of that homestead and gets really into the experience of the Jawas and the sand. Oh, sorry, my wife just came home. All right, I'm very sorry. I know there's a ton of background noise. I'm very, very sorry, guys. Give me 1 second.
So, but yeah, that's so to clarify, that's when he leaves the familiar. The familiar is not just Tatooine. That's a planet,
right?
It's the homestead. Because there's that shot of
it's the homestead. It's the home.
There's that iconic shot
looking
even
off into the horizon, yearning for something more.
Yeah, so
it's the most iconic shot in Star Wars.
I'm honestly, Well, and then I think probably the maybe I don't know 3rd or 4th most iconic shot in A New Hope at least is Ben and Luke overlooking Mos Eisley as the unknown, as the other, as the outside, as the most wretched high scum and villainy.
Exactly. So
and the weird neat part about this, as far as following the hero's journey goes, is that takes place 20 or 30 minutes into the film.
Exactly. We've already done a lot of establishment.
There's a lot of establishment of home.
Right.
It shows how important that is.
That's going to be your call. That's going to be leaving the familiar. Next is going to be your call to adventure. I would argue there's 2 calls to adventure. Actually, there's the initial call to adventure when he finds the
The holodisc.
the holodisc, and it's a very simple journey, right? His
Yeah.
quest at that point is a very straightforward: go over the hill to where Ben Kenobi lives, right?
Mhm.
But then when he gets to Ben, obviously he's like, yo, you need
The
to come with
encounter with the
me,
old man.
right? The
And then
the
that's the
important
reception.
right. So the important part is that call to adventure, but then the other very important part is the refusal of the call,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yes.
There has to be a refusal of the call, right?
Mhm.
There
Or
is
trying to get away from it.
right. So then you're gonna have that's when
Refusal of the
obviously
call
he's
is
like,
Campbell's
nope.
term, right?
That's what I
Yes.
have here.
I think
Yeah.
that's right.
I am certain. That I'm almost certain that's what it's called.
Mhm.
So after that, you have the crossing of the threshold, right? That's going to be the thing that pushes you past whatever that requirement is. So in episode 4, since that's what we're comparing to, that's when he gets back to the homestead and finds Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru dead, right? That's what
Mhm.
causes him to reverse his initial refusal and accept the fact that he's the hero. Well, I wouldn't say accept the fact that he's hero, but accept the fact he's going on the journey. Next, you're going to have the Road of Trials, right? So that's going to be everything that happens in Mos Eisley. That's meeting with Han Solo, all of the kind of getting comfortable with the strange.
Mhm.
There is the Belly of the Whale. I'm sure everyone immediately, okay, the Death Star, right? That's
Yeah.
going to be your Belly of the Whale.
Belly,
yeah.
Literal Dianoga, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You don't
That
get
tries to
much
eat him.
more,
Pinocchio.
much more than that. At that point, you're going to have your. I don't think this list is complete because there's a couple of things that I'm missing off of this list that I'm looking at. So then you're going to have the meeting with the goddess, right? So that's going to be Leia, right? Meeting with Leia. There is the loss
Another
of
interesting tie into Young and the anima.
right. Then there's the loss of the.
In the first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well, I was just gonna say because in the first movie, Leia is the sought after, idealized, sexualized feminine.
Right. Right. And then you have
Anyway.
the loss of the hero figure, or excuse me, the mentor figure, which is obviously the death of Ben Kenobi. There is the apotheosis. The apotheosis is for Luke is that moment that he realizes that he can destroy the Death Star, right? It's when he's stepped up. That's going to be your big climax, right? At this point, he's lost Ben. He doesn't know that he can do it, but he's able to through the magic, the supernatural aid that was mentioned, earlier with that crossing the threshold. He's able to succeed. And then there's the return of the return of the threshold, which is where you then kind of go home. I argue that A New Hope maybe doesn't have that part. There is sort of an implication of
The medal
peace. I
ceremony.
guess you could argue that as the return.
Yeah.
That's going to be your big step. So let's go ahead and compare that real fast because I don't want to get just completely.
Let's hold
break it
off on
down
that
here.
because he does. He goes through,
Oh, does
and
he
we can
compare
point
it?
out.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can point out step by step where he gets it grievously wrong, and where he gets close. Because there are some points where he gets solid points here, but
yeah,
with that opening on Taurus, he's got to try so hard to say anything about the familiar.
But at no point, and I'm sure he will, and at no point does I'm just going to call him Revan, the player character, Revan. At no point does he ever deny the quest. I guess you could argue there is one dialogue option that you can select on the Endar Spire where you say, "Forget Bastila, I'm out of here," and your temporary buddy, pour one out. He goes, no, it's super important we rescue her. But that's the only point where you ever deny the call to adventure.
You can do something similar on Terrace, if I recall. You can tell Karth that they're chasing Bastila, not us. So let's worry about getting us off. And then basically what winds up happening is, Karth being Karth, he's like, well, okay, I guess we have to figure out a way to do this anyway, and it winds up bringing you to Bastila anyway. So by refusing the call, it's not like it leads you to the threshold. Yeah, it really is. It's one of those. It's one of those early early onesies. Or I guess, oh my god, that game's older than I thought. Early naughties. Turn of the century. Let's call it a turn of the century game.
Oof.
Oh god.
One of those turn of the century game mechanical false choices.
Good, great.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Wait a minute. Are you the same age as KOTOR?
I am.
No, not
I'm
you,
I'm a
Eddie.
99
Oh.
baby.
Oh, okay. Okay. You are older than
I'm a
KOTOR, but not
99
by
baby.
much.
I got
Oh,
Knights of the Republic
just
for my
barely.
10th birthday.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I got this and I got Jedi Fallen Order. That was a good birthday. Or not Fallen Order,
Or-
excuse me.
Oh my god, yes.
Force
Jedi
Unleashed?
Knight.
Did you get
Oh, Jedi Knight.
Jedi
Okay,
Academy?
yeah.
Yeah, not Fallen Order, excuse me. Yeah, Jedi Knight.
I was just playing Jedi Academy, yeah.
All right.
All right, but yeah,
and
let's
actually,
go ahead and because I'm
funny thing
Oh,
about
go
that,
ahead.
this guy that's on screen right now, that character model is, I'm not 100% certain, but one of the character models in this scene, the one with all the Jedi who are getting killed by Sith and they're fighting the Sith on the Starforge, I'm pretty sure one of those is the character model for Kyle Katarn. Anyway, I noted that on our stream. I was like, wow, that looks a lot like Kyle Katarn.
It's interesting. I never caught that.
Yeah, I mean, the studios worked together at that point, so it was all LucasArts.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's point out where he has to stretch to the point of pulling something.
It's this repetition by that reverence. Knights of the Old Republic thing, strand by strand. And so I'll hold my own instructions until that time.
No, it doesn't.
My purpose here is not to try to
It's gonna hold.
Knights of the Republic 2. I'm sorry, I'm trying, but KOTOR 2 follows the hero's journey beats it like a drum. Like it is the hero's journey. The idea that it breaks away, but one somehow follows it is just ludicrous. Like I don't know how he's going to defend this position.
I think he's going on the popular conception that 1 is the traditional story, 2 is the deconstruction because of its
2 is. I'm sorry, I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, but no, 2 is not.
So
a deconstruction
I'm curious how you're going to defend that, Larry.
It's a philosophical deconstruction, but it's not a structural deconstruction at all.
No,
so I think what you're pointing out is that it takes the very traditional hero's journey, but it takes that journey in a weird way to an atypical destination for a Star Wars piece of media.
So full disclosure, just for all the viewers,
we need to move a little bit.
I played Knights of the Republic 1 and it blew my 10-year-old mind. When Knights of the Republic 2 came out, I saved all summer. I bought it, and that was the first time in my life that I realized the sequel could be bad and I could be disappointed by media.
Oh no!
So just so everyone's aware of my opinions of the sequel, it was the first time I was ever let down.
Oh no!
by a sequel.
No,
so I have softened on it over the years. But
I like KOTOR 2, but I like KOTOR 1 more.
Yes.
And I'll talk about that a lot over the next several weeks as I play KOTOR 2 and yell at Kreia.
I'm sorry, I don't want to get too far in the weeds here, please.
Next time. When I'm done with KOTOR 2, I want to watch the second half of this. So if we want to go back to it, sure. I mean, I am biting off way more than we can reasonably chew here. We're going through like 40-something minutes of this, and I expected 3 hours, and we're 4 minutes in. Let's go.
Exactly like the core trilogy does. It's this repetition of structure, all the rhymes and references it creates without explicit ties to the original movies, that gives it such an incredibly Star Wars feel. It's like playing through an alternate version of Star Wars created just for you. Which it is. Knights of the Old Republic treats the monomyth with care equal to an ancient Jedi text, because it is the ancient Jedi text. The hero with 1,000 faces is demonstrably the foundational work for the entire Star Wars franchise. Knights of the Old Republic 2, however, is a critical deconstruction of the Star Wars formula and of the Star Wars universe. It takes the core assumptions of the franchise and hits them on the head with folding chair after folding chair, Fight Night style. There are reasons that the monomyth is no longer regarded as academically sound, even while it's continued to be an assembly line process for an insatiable pop culture market. Knights of the Old Republic 2 teases out every one of these critical frustrations and weaves them into a counter-narrative designed as an interactive spear to be chucked into the monomyth's still beating heart. As such, this video is bisected along the same lines. I know there's a lot of viewers who already have strong...
So are we going to comment on that, or?
I would rather not, just because I really want to hear what his plot points are for his 8 points for the first one.
I think that's reasonable because as well, like this gets way into the weeds in KOTOR 2, which is that second half over here. So I think that we'd probably be best served to focus on his argument for that KOTOR 1 is a perfect, almost slavish copy of the monomyth. and
Yeah.
leave the KOTOR 2 discussion for, I don't know,
I would,
4
yeah,
to 6
I'm
months.
Viewers who
dying to
already
hear.
have opinions about Joseph Campbell, and to those folks, I just want to say, hold on for a bit. Knights of the Old Republic 1 treats the hero's journey with absolutely straightforward devotion, and the entire game is defined by that reverence. Knights of the Old Republic 2 unweaves the entire thing, strand by strand, and so I'll hold my own deconstructions until that time as well. The purpose here is not to try to outsmart Star Wars, or even take it down a peg, and especially not to throw shade at anyone for enjoying Star Wars. I love the franchise myself. The question in my mind instead was to ask, what makes Star Wars so enjoyably formulaic? And now I've discovered the formula, as it was written 71 years ago in 1949. As a book, it is interesting to read. As illumination into the triumphs and limitations of one of the world's most inescapable pop culture empires, it is a revelation. In describing his thousand-faced hero, Campbell said, quote, "Wherever he sets his hand, there is a cry, if not from the housetops, then more miserably within every heart, a cry for the redeeming hero, the carrier of the shining blade, whose blow, whose touch, whose existence will liberate the land." End quote. This is just page 11. As we move through the book, there will be many instances of it seeming like George Lucas read something, thought, cool, I'll do that, and then created pop culture history in doing so. It's just in this one quote particularly, I can almost feel him writing, "Redeeming hero, shining blade," on a slightly stained post-it note, and from there was born the Jedi Knight. The thing that struck me the most in turning to the 1949 book is how George Lucas did not stop at the surface level. It's not just the imagery that Lucas borrowed, it's Campbell spends time in his introduction defending the surface simplicity of myth, and a defense that applies better even to Star Wars than the fairy tales he was originally discussing. Quote, "Modern literature is devoted, in great measure, to a courageous, open-eyed observation of the sickeningly broken figurations that abound before us, around us, and within. And there is no make-believe about heaven, future bliss, and compensation to alleviate the bitter majesty, but only darkness, utter darkness, the void of unfulfillment, to receive and eat back the lives that have been tossed forth from the womb only to fail. In comparison with all this, our little stories of achievement seem pitiful. Too well we know that the bitterness of failure, loss, disillusionment, and ironic unfulfillment galls the blood of even the envied of the world. Hence, we are not disposed to assign comedy the high rank of tragedy. Comedy as satire is acceptable, as fun it is a pleasant haven of escape, but the fairy tale of happiness ever after cannot be taken seriously. It belongs to the never-never land of childhood. Sober, modern judgment is founded on a total misunderstanding of the realities depicted in the fairy tale, the myth, and the divine comedies of redemption. These, in the ancient world, were regarded as of a higher rank than tragedy."
Hold on, I'm losing track. Is he quoting Campbell here? Is this an extended quote, or is he summarizing, or what's he
I
summarizing
think this
here?
is him.
I think
this
I'm pretty sure he's summarizing
Um,
Campbell's
he's
defense of Star Wars, because it talks about, he was talking about how Campbell feels that his journey applies actually closer to modern pop culture, Star Wars
Mhm.
in this case, than it does to the stories of myth and old, because a lot of those had a happy ending, which I would
see,
disagree with. But
Yeah, no.
see, I thought what he was doing was he was delineating the difference between the childhood, the innocent childhood's hero's journey that ends in a good that is fairy-like and ephemeral versus the adult deconstruction, which is serious and heavy-hitting.
but by serious and heavy hitting, all he means is nobody gets to be happy, right? That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
we've
Yeah, serious.
decided means is grown
Because
up.
when you're an adult, you're supposed to be
He's
nihilistic.
channeling Jack Snyder here, and I don't like it.
No.
I was just viciously arguing with somebody about this on Facebook, who shall remain mercifully nameless, who was praising to the high heavens the depictions of the fatherly relationships of Superman in the Man of Steel. Both Jor-El and Jonathan Kent. You know, Jonathan Kent, the guy who says, well, maybe you should have let a bus full of children drown. That might have been fine. And then commits suicide and tells his son not to save him. That too. Yeah, that stuff. That father figure. And I pointed this out. I was like, wait a minute, no. That's not Superman. And this really, really, I think, insightful point is that for a character to be relatable, they have to be reachable. Like they have to provide a standard that can be reached, that isn't alien, isn't foreign, isn't weird to the audience. And for a millennial audience, a good father figure and healthy coping strategies seem imaginary and
So
fantastical.
I actually disagree with that. When you look at Superman, both Golden Age and Silver Age Superman, and a little bit into the Bronze Age, right? He was a paragon, quite literally, of truth, justice, and the American way. I mean,
Yeah.
he was about as close to American Jesus as you could get in a lot of the comics, right? And you weren't supposed to relate to Superman on the side that he was perfect. You were supposed to relate to him in the sense of, all right, he's holding himself back so he doesn't wipe out a city, but I should hold myself back in a comparable way, right? It's the relation is
It's
not
scaled down,
I
but
understand.
comparable. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So the idea that we need to have heroes who are as broken or as drunk or
Yeah.
bad influences as we have now, I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
And
modern
I've
modern
argued that.
DC turns Batman into the Punisher and Superman into Batman. And Shazam, who is supposed to be the before New 52 or not New 52. Yeah, New 52 was basically he made Superman look like the Punisher by comparison, but now
Yeah.
he's all like there was a plot point where he sneaks into a strip club because he has an adult body now.
Right.
Come
And
on, man.
and that's something that I really think bleeds over when he's talked about in Star Wars, how the hero's journey is the foundation for the entire franchise. Absolutely, hands down agree. I think
Mhm.
it's very hard, with notable exceptions, to find a Star Wars story that isn't a beat by beat hero's journey. But the problem is at the end, and I've said this before, right? The end of the original trilogy is a very optimistic ending, right?
Yes.
The Empire is crushed, the Jedi Order has been rebuilt, Anakin Skywalker's been redeemed. It's a good day. We see celebrations across the galaxy, right? That's where it ends. The problem is we've become so nihilistic as a society that we have to have that hero's journey again, but it has
Mhm.
to be dark and gritty and pardon my language, it has to be shitty, right? And that's
Yep.
where we get this. That's the universe the sequel trilogy exists in, and that's why it feels so jarring compared to the original trilogy. Is it's this darkened version of the hero's journey because we have to be grown up and serious, and things have to be bad, and it's like, well, why, right? Why can't we have good guy beats bad guy with, by being the objective good guy? I don't need gray heroes. There's nothing gray about Superman. Well, okay, there's nothing gray about good Superman. Let me put it like that.
Right.
That I don't feel like I'm missing anything.
Yeah.
You know,
And I
I,
think
I think
like if you
there's
look at
room for great superheroes,
oh
but
yeah,
it
yeah,
has
yeah.
to be done right, and it has to
And
be done
it needs to be in the
specifically and for a
context.
specific purpose, and it has to loop around and become good again.
Yeah, and
Like
it also
you
needs to
can
be
have
in the
moments of dark,
context of the other kinds of heroic figures, the paragon
right?
figures and the
Exactly.
cathartic figures.
Like
They have to exist together.
originally Batman fulfilled this role in DC. Everyone else was light, maybe not light and sunny, but everybody else was oriented towards
I
positivity.
think
And meanwhile, Batman has this horrible upbringing. And
Well,
he is,
he
the
was
redeemer.
still
The
he had a tortured past, but he was still optimistic as a character, right? He was the
yes.
right.
investigator.
It's just his methods were a
So
lot
I would
more
actually
dark,
argue
and
one of the
his
best.
setting was
Mhm.
much more evocative of the squalor of
Dark and
mankind.
difficult. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would argue one of the
Setting
best
especially.
examples of a gray hero that didn't just need to be a trash person, right? Would be the Spectre, right?
Mhm.
For
Yeah.
those who don't know, the
Oh
Spectre
yeah.
is God's wrath, basically made like incarnate, and it fused with a human, and he deals justice. The problem is his justice isn't always what meets the crime.
Our justice.
A
Yeah.
perfect example of one of Spectre's takedowns, I guess, in one of his comics, the ones that always kind of stuck with me, was a woman killed her husband over money. So he formed like I don't know, explain it, like a money tornado around her and cut her to bits, like with the money. Like the one thing that she wanted, that she was willing to kill over, it killed her, right?
Poetic
And
justice, yeah.
it's exactly, he was
But
very
with a
much, the Spectre was
dark
very much
spin.
on. Right, right. So the Spectre was very big on poetic justice. Um, he was still a good character, right? But the problem is the justice took forefront over what was right. What was fair became more important than what's right with him. I think
Mm.
that's the perfect example of a gray hero where it's maybe not right, but you get it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's devolved into just really, frankly, horrible people.
Yeah.
That we are supposed to just accept as heroes because they have the power. And we are getting way off track here. I'm sorry that we've gotten into the superhero stuff as opposed to
Yeah,
the
so let's
Star
get back
Wars.
to what he was saying, and let's try and keeping all this in mind, because I think that all of these are good comparisons, and I think
Mhm.
superhero media is kind of the other place where we find the hero's journey most typified.
Yes.
I mean, especially current year kind of thing. Because you found it in all of the big deal all of the big deal media trends.
Every
too.
origin story is a hero's journey. Absolutely.
Pretty much, yeah.
And I think that's kind of what he's getting at when he said earlier that we have taken this text and turned it into an industrialized process, because it really is a damn good way to set up a fictional universe, to set up a hero, to make it's like, and this is the reason that he wrote it to begin with. It's a very good template for heroism.
I have a counterpoint to that, but I don't want to get into it. And I think we'd be better served jumping back into the essay.
Hit in that, and that might come up again.
Tragedy of a deeper judgment is founded on a total misunderstanding of the realities depicted in the fairy tale, the myth, and the divine comedies of redemption. These, in the ancient world, were regarded as of a higher rank than tragedy, or truth, of a more difficult realization, of a sounder structure, and of a revelation more complete. The happy ending of the fairy tale, the myth, and the divine comedy of the soul is to be read not as a contradiction, but as a transcendence of the universal tragedy of man. End quote. Video games are an especially unique entertainment medium because of how they allow interactive participation in such an act of transcendence, both creative directions. On the one hand, you can have open-eyed observation of the sickeningly broken configurations around us with titles like Kentucky Route Zero. On the other hand, you can have cathartically, mythically symbolic experiences like you find in the classic BioWare style of RPG. Campbell argues that this mythic use of unconscious symbols scratches an entirely different kind of itch from contemporary high art's focus on emotional individuality. BioWare has added its own flourishes and bonus steps to create an in-house version of the hero's journey that it's used over and over across 2 decades of games, but never is it so explicitly clear as it is in Knights of the Old Republic.
No. Okay. The opposite of that. So, God, I was just talking about this in the chat with you guys before we started, but man, okay. Knights of the Old Republic is an early template, is an early attempt at putting a BioWare spin on a classic hero's journey. It still had a lot of the traditional aspects of it and hadn't fully morphed into what it would eventually become, which is kind of its own thing. And it's more like what I've talked about in my previous live streams as something like the feminine archetype of the heroine's journey, which is more about bringing the team together and keeping them together and organizing them as a cohesive unit so that we, rather than I, can do the thing and save the world. And there's other aspects to this as well that I've talked about too. But again, BioWare's excellent at it, but it didn't hit it here. It didn't quite do it. They had elements of it. Elements of what would come later in the Mass Effect series, and especially, oh my god, Dragon Age Origins is the perfect example of this.
Yeah, we said it earlier in the chat, but if you take a game like KOTOR and you removed every single companion, right? You just took them from the game, right? Revan was the only person that survived. Terrace never got any friends, right? You still have the same story. You still have.
You would need.
Do you think he still finds his way to the light side without friends?
I think you would need Bastila at least to keep the story the same.
Yeah, so I would argue with that. I think Bastila is important. I think Jolie is more important to the story than is given credit. But I think the other characters are more.
I think he's important to Revan's character development more than the story.
Yes, that's a much better way to put it. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, we need a party of at least 3. So
but yeah, I think Revan. I agree. Revan needs Bastila, right? Because she's your there by the grace of God.
She's your emotional.
Go I care. Well, it's not even a love interest thing. It's the fact that
the feminine archetype
which
is another aspect of the hero's journey that gets it's an aspect of the hero's journey that gets really
it gets gutted a lot.
Not just gutted, but changed around and moved in different places as well, because it's all the way throughout instead of one step in the process.
Bastila is the confirmation to Revan that redemption is possible.
Yeah.
So she gets a very hyper compressed arc that is the exact same as Revan's.
Yep.
It just happens in like 45 minutes as opposed to an entire 8 to 10 hour game.
Or 6 hours when I'm playing it.
Right. So she gets a hyper compressed, and what it confirms to the player, I think, more importantly than anything, it confirms that redemption is in fact possible, that you are on the right route. Alternatively, if you fail the speech checks and you have to kill her, I think it kind of shows how unique Revan is. I think it plays both ways, right? So not everyone can stare into the abyss that is the dark side and then walk back. That's if she dies, I think that's what it emphasizes. And if it succeeds, it reinforces that, you can be redeemed. So yeah, she is a vital character. I think she's a really good litmus test for Revan throughout the game. So I'm always someone in BioWare games who will take the 2 vanilla starting characters and then throw them in my ship or camp and then never talk to them again my first playthrough. I'm really bad about that. But actually bringing Bastila along in KOTOR, I think is a huge boon. I think you get some really interesting... Yeah, I honestly think that some of the best dialogue, some of the best interactions, and some of the best experiences you'll have in KOTOR is with Bastila in your party. Just watching her evolve from where she is when you save her in Terrace to where she sacrifices herself on the Leviathan is a massive jump. But what I'm trying to get
I also
into...
think that she kind of the what you were talking about earlier with the confirmation that redemption is possible. I think it also is your relationship with Bastila, it confirms too that in Star Wars, like in normal everyday life, it is love that makes that redemption possible. Because you have to be in love with her to be able to save her, right?
I think so.
If I understand correctly.
I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't believe so, because I know a female Revan can still save Bastila.
Really?
I believe it makes it easier, but I don't believe it is required. And
Okay.
I've only played male Revan, so I can only speak on the male side, and I'm like 90% sure, 80% sure that I have saved her without romancing her, but I can't.
Because I think first of all, I know the canon version of the game.
You
when that mattered,
yeah,
is male Revan, romance Bastila, save her light side,
make Force babies. Yes.
Yeah, because they show up later, a lot later, like hundreds of years later.
They do.
Yeah. And by the way, I totally thought Satele Shan and Theron Shan were siblings, not mother and son. But
I thought they were brother and sister.
Yeah,
but what the point I was getting into is the rest of the characters are not necessary to the story.
That's true. I think you're right. But the other thing I was going to say as well is something to notice about Noah's playthrough is that he does almost exactly the opposite of that in every way.
He does the inverse, and it fucking pisses me off because he does female Revan and he does male Outcast. And it's like,
not just that.
You're doing it on purpose.
It's not
and
just
I
that.
hate you.
Look at the powers. It's a dark side playthrough.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, dark side playthrough honestly doesn't make a ton of.
Now I don't know if he's actually doing dark side choices, but he has almost exclusively dark side powers. I've been just watching the gameplay footage this whole time. I hadn't done that before. I hadn't really paid too much attention, but it's almost exclusively dark side powers.
I wonder if I know I watched his BioShock playthrough. I wonder if he harvested little girls.
So I do want to caveat my previous statement that none of the other characters are required. That's not true. If you want to have a good playthrough, HK47 is mandatory. I argue he actually is the main character of the original game.
Okay.
What?
Best destroy buddy. And I will fight anybody on that.
I will agree with that last point, but I will. Okay, I will definitely agree that he is one of the best written. He's probably the best written character in the game, the series. And that's mostly because he is over the top, and he's very intentionally over the top. Ironically, looking at who's on screen, he's probably the second.
Canderous is refreshing because he's very straightforward, right? He doesn't have layers. He doesn't have some tragic backstory you have to. He's just a Mandalorian who likes ganking people, and that's it. He's now really understand Canderous.
And you'll note those two that we just mentioned as the two best written, what I think at least are the two best written characters in KOTOR, are also the only two recurring companions. Nope, sorry, T7, but he's a tin can and doesn't have words.
Who cares about
little robot guy?
Yeah, he doesn't have words, so he doesn't have lines, so he's not.
He just loves you unconditionally.
Yes, he's a robot dog.
All right, let's get it because we've been doing this for
in many ways.
A hot
it is a bonus step to create an in-house version of the hero's journey that is used over and over across 2 decades of games, but never is it so explicitly clear as it is in Knights of the Old Republic. In many ways, it sets the template for modern BioWare, using a template already laid down in 1949 as a foundation. Where the original Star Wars trilogy separated the 3 phases of the monomyth into separate movies, Knights of the Old Republic uses internal chapters to divide and organize the journey instead. Phase 1, the departure, encompasses the space between awakening above Terrace and to meet the Jedi Council. Knights of the Old Republic is clever in how it arranges some of its elements for maximum impact later on, while obeying all of Campbell's rules. For example, and this is your only and last reminder that this is a full spoilers video, you are not exactly beginning at the beginning. Your protagonist has a whole other life behind them which you aren't yet aware of. Yet the first step, the fire an absolute blank slate, just a fresh direction. Quote, a blunder, apparently the merest chance, reveals an unsuspected world, and the individual is drawn into a relationship with forces that are not rightly understood. The familiar life horizon has been outgrown. The old concepts, ideals, and emotional patterns no longer fit. The time for the passing of a threshold is at hand. End quote. You may have been one way in the past. Now is the time to be someone new, or at least to have that opportunity, and that opportunity is the call to be answered. The trick of it is, everyone fucking hates Terrace. The #1 most popular mod for Knights of the Old Republic is the one that lets you skip the entire sequence of quests, characters, and monomyth steps that you get in Terrace. I've often wondered, why Terrace?
All right, I'm going to complain for a second, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that everything up to Dantooine is a call to adventure, and the leaving the norm it's preposterous, right? The
Yeah.
entire point up until Dantooine, the entire point is that you have no idea what's going on, right?
Yeah,
The
it's
game
entirely in
literally
medias res,
starts.
and it's very important that it is, because you have roughly the same memories as the player character, as Revan, because he
But
lost his memory.
even more so, you have no norm, right? There is no leaving the norm. There is no leaving the
Mhm.
comfortable, because the game starts on a starship that's getting blown up, and you have no idea what's going on, and then you land on an occupied world, right, where you're literally walking past the enemy regularly. So
I
I
mean, yeah,
would
an occupied world note that is basically made of racism and horrible diseases. So,
right.
yeah,
So the idea
there
that this
couldn't
is
be a more hostile opening.
right. So this is not an everyday um, normal, right? So if you had started as like Joe Blow, and then all of a sudden you get pulled into Dantooine, all right, that's one thing. But the game hits, and this is something I love about it. It hits the ground running, right? There is no slack. And I know some people don't like
Mhm.
Terrace. I think you're wrong. I think Terrace is
I
a
hate
beautiful
Terrace,
way.
but for different reasons.
I
Different reasons.
think
I'll
that
get to it when
Terrace.
he's done, but I hate
Yeah,
Terrace for
I
different
like
reasons
Terrace
entirely.
because it establishes the status quo of the galaxy that you've just found yourself in, but that doesn't make it the norm, right? Your character is not comfortable. They're not trying to return, because
Yeah,
that's an
yeah.
important part of the hero's journey, right? Is that you don't want to leave your comfort zone.
Mhm.
At no point is Revan, up until Dantooine, comfortable, right?
And then you
Don't
are
you
in
think that
Dantooine
could be
suddenly.
what he means though by the denial of the call, because he's uncomfortable because he doesn't know what he's doing. He just wants to get on with his life. He just wants to get off of Terrace,
He
and then
doesn't deny the call, though.
No, he goes through with it. Yeah, he goes through every step of it. Yeah.
At no point does Revan ever go, man, like, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure if we should be doing this. Like, there's a perfect spot for a denial of call. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, because we're talking about Terrace. But on Dantooine, when you have these dreams and the Jedi Council's like, yo, there's some super spooky ruins that we haven't touched ever. You should go look at those. That would have been the perfect spot for Revan to be like, man, I don't know if that's a good idea to go digging around in tombs. But you don't. You don't.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like, there, in that conversation, if I recall, there's even a point in the dialogue where it seems like there would be a dialogue option to say no, but instead it's just like 3 different flavors of yes.
So what happens is you can actually say something along the lines of like, is it wise to go search? Not say no, just kind of start questioning. But the second you click that
could be
dialogue,
considered that could be considered denial of denial.
nobody's not denying it. Though.
Anything
You're just getting...
anything that goes against the call to adventure, whether it's just a question or actual action, I would define as a denial of the call.
I
That's
don't know. 'Cause
really
you're really
broad.
just
I think that's too
asking
broad.
Yeah, it is
for-
really broad, but it kind of has to be broad because once the action of the story takes place, like you're
I would
in
say-
the call.
I would say that that's actually one of the perfect examples of a video game showing that it's a video game.
That's
Is when
true.
you're
Yes.
like, so can you tell me more about these ruins? And then I'm blanking on his name. Mattel, one of the homestead owners comes running in, and he's
Yeah.
like, "I demand justice." And the Jedi Council's like, "Damn, maybe go look into that too. I don't know. We're not your boss." Side quest. And it's just this very jarring, like, this is important, fate of the
I think-
galaxy, but maybe go look into this dispute. I don't
You know,
know.
I'm trying
But here's
to
the side
think of a good example of, because another story that really draws heavily from this is of course Harry Potter, and I'm trying to think of an example of the denial of the call from Harry Potter, and I guess the only thing I can come up with is when Harry first meets Hagrid, and he's like, "I'm a what?" And Hagrid's like, "You're a wizard, Harry." And Harry's like, "I'm a what?" And then he just stares for a second.
I would say that there's a pretty large chunk, and keep in mind that my experience with Harry Potter is very narrow, where Harry's like, I don't belong in this world, right? This is not who I am. I don't belong. This is not
Yeah,
what
it
I want.
doesn't. I
And
think
then
you're right, but it doesn't follow the hero's journey like in the right order, because all of those
No.
moments are after he's already crossed the threshold.
Yeah.
right.
And that's
Yeah.
the thing, to be the denial of the call.
And,
It
and
has
I
there
mean,
are also
honestly,
a lot
I
of
don't
like
see a problem with that. I mean, for the most part,
it's
the
after
hero's
the
journey is an
reveal, but
overall framework.
before the immersion.
Yeah.
with Harry Potter though, isn't there a lot, at least in the first one, isn't there a lot of like little tidbits being dropped on the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry's like, yeah, I shouldn't look into that, and then he kind of gets like
Pulled into it.
pushed into it,
Yeah,
right? So I
yeah,
would call
that's
that
true.
more of a there's really no point where Revan goes like, yeah, I shouldn't. In fact, they even comment on that. There's even a comment on that in the game, and I'm interested to see if he mentions this, right? Where
Mhm.
Malik is basically mocking you for being the
You ever wondered
Jedi
why
Council's
you never questioned anything?
exactly.
Why you
Malik
constantly
himself
pursued
is
this
like
path of power, or something like that. I don't
exactly.
smoke
Malik's
enough
like,
to have the
my
voice.
dude. Malik's like, my dude, you're a dog running through hoops without ever questioning why you want to run through these hoops, right? It's
Yeah. That was
if
that
anything,
was a phenomenal moment. That was like BioShock before BioShock.
yeah,
It was great.
yeah. Like it gets very self-aware. Again, very much like nod towards the fact that it's a video game. We as player,
Uh-huh.
we know there's a hero. We know there's adventure, right? And we know it's going to happen, so we don't question it. We just do the
Let's do
plot
it,
point,
man.
right?
Yeah, it's the next plot
So
point. Yeah,
but
next
Malik like
quest.
points it out. Like there's so little question of it that Malik is even like, nah. But no, I do like Terrace, so I did also want to mention that.
I'll
All right, I'm gonna go ahead
I'll
and
elaborate later as to why I don't like Terrace, but later.
okay.
Wondered why Terrace lasts so goddamn long. It feels like an almost interminable spinning of the wheels before the grand adventure really begins. So what purpose does it serve? Only one, that I can figure. Holding part 1 of the hero's journey separate from part 2 long enough to establish the fundamentals of the setting, how the Old Republic differs from the classic flavor Star Wars. The Old Republic is basically the same. There is the Republic and the Empire. They've got similar aesthetics to what they had in the movies, but the specifics of the politics are slightly different. The Sith Empire is a fresh idea, sort of, created when 2 Jedi went off to fight the Mandalorians and came back changed for the worse, forged by war and some ancient discoveries into tools of the dark side. Revan has supposedly been killed, and Malik has taken it in personally. It's a strong setup, but Terrace takes solidly 4 to 8 hours if you're trying to really engage with it. It's nearly a quarter of the game. It is very frustrating because almost anywhere else in the Star Wars universe would be more fulfilling and more interesting to participate in than...
I mean, hold on. I can check, because it took me way more than that, but that's because I was, like, stopping every 6 steps to have a half an hour conversation.
I can
Realistically,
tell
it shouldn't
you
be that long.
it takes an hour. And
Yeah.
that's if you're talking to people, you're doing side quests, you're
Mhm.
going to the store, you're doing stuff. It takes an hour. I've done God knows how many
Well,
playthroughs.
I was also
It-
reading out every bit of dialogue aloud and translating for the aliens. So that added time.
yeah,
But,
so it's an hour.
Yeah.
It's certainly not a quarter of the game.
Yeah.
If you spend a quarter of the game on Terrace, you've done something
I agree.
terribly wrong.
Yeah. No, I think maybe you could. I think there's a reasonable way you could. And it's if you do the leveling thing where you just don't use any levels after your second one. So you're
I do that,
underpowered the
and
entire
it's
time.
I
I
still
could see
clear
that
it out
taking
in
longer.
an hour.
But anyway, yeah, no, the other thing I wanted to mention about this is that he makes way too lightly of the status quo differences.
Yes.
There's a Republic and there's an Empire. They even have similar aesthetics to they did in the movies. Yeah, okay, listen, first of all, one, this game came out before Episode 3. The aesthetics of the Republic weren't even fully established yet. Then also, the Republic and the Empire never existed at the same time as one another.
So something that I think he glazes over,
this
and
is
I'm
way,
sure
way
he's the kind
different.
of person. I'm sure he's the kind of person that glosses over it for the sequels. A great metric of is this a good story that I've always found is if I take myself out of the hero's position and I were to just plot myself into Joe Blow on the street, could I reasonably understand how they live their life, right? Could I
Mhm.
understand how the average person exists and interacts with this universe? With KOTOR, yes, right?
Yeah.
But that takes time because we need to explain who the Republic is, why they're weakened, but they're still in charge, where the Sith Empire came from, why they're in charge of terrorists. There's a civil war that's been going on for 3 years that we have to explain. There was the Mandalorian before that. There was the Exar Kun War before that. All
Mhm.
of that plays into where we currently are right now, and
Yeah.
they have to assume the player doesn't know any of this,
Right.
right?
And
So
the and like the thing
there's a
about it too
lot of
is that
lore.
and the thing about it too is that it is way different from either the original trilogy or the prequels, because what we see here is a proper symmetric war between rival factions that have different origins. Whereas the original trilogy is an inverted world where the tyrants are in charge and we're following the rebels. It's a revolution. It's not even a civil war. It's called a galactic civil war. It's a revolution. In the prequels, ironically, we're dealing more with a civil war.
A civil war.
Yeah. We're
it
dealing
is.
with some systems who want to secede, but then also have their own political goals. So either they're going to secede or they're going to make reforms. No one's quite decided yet. Everybody's being manipulated a little bit. So, but it's also still very asymmetrical. It's not like it's two established sovereigns
To establish
at war.
societies
Whereas
clashing over territory.
this period is maybe less so than the Great Galactic War 300 years later in the Old Republic. That's even more so two separate sovereigns going at each other. But this is very different from anything that we see in either of the up to this point movie trilogies.
But the KOTOR, on top of anything,
but you're right, it does a
more than
great job
anything,
of showing us.
yes, it is a mystery, right? It's a mystery story. You're unraveling a mystery, and so many of the breadcrumbs that are gonna lead you there, and really that hook that gets you interested in what's going on happens on Terrace, right?
Yeah.
There's so many plot leads that are casually dropped on Terrace that won't be picked up for hours later, but they're worth it when they get picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the stuff about the world building, a lot of stuff about the Sith Empire and the structure of the Sith Empire and the history of Revan and Malak and all that gets just sort of sprinkled on in there. And you think it's just backstory of, oh, well, these were the big bad guys, and this is the backstory of the hero's sidekick, and yada. But really, it's all essential.
But Karth doesn't want to talk about it.
Of course not. Anyway, back to fighting Rakghouls, I guess.
Two city map.
Yeah, I guess back to fighting. And I actually know the exact spot where he's fighting them. So
Yep.
if you come out the front gate and go slightly left, go slightly left and go back. Yep.
Long series of two large basements. The second step of the hero's journey, it's a hedge against stories who resist the template. Step 2, refusal of the call. The chapter tries to show the characters who stand on the threshold of change and dither experience psychic trauma on account of that dithering. It diminishes and injures them in some fundamental way. Quoting Campbell, refusal of the summons converts the adventure into its negative. Walled in boredom, hard work, or culture, the subject loses affirmative action and becomes a victim to be saved. His flowering world becomes a wasteland of dried stones, and his life feels meaningless. End quote. For Star Wars, this would be like if Luke agreed to stay on the moisture farm because he had promised to do the work. Perhaps those are strong words to throw at Terrace, but the Terrace levels are so agonizingly slow to truly develop the setting that walled in boredom is certainly how it feels. Spending an hour arranging a swoop bike race feels absolutely meaningless. Terrace just plays it too safe when it comes to introducing the setting. It's too familiar, too simple, and doesn't give any kind of indication of how finite this part of the experience will be. Hitting monsters with swords for money and running fetch quests could be anything, anywhere, in an even more generic way than Star Wars space fantasy already is. Entirely. You'd have to be willing to miss some key steps of the monomyth to do it, though. Page 57 says, quote, the first...
Hold on. Before we get to Bastila and his next pseudo point, based on what all of us just said, I think that that's the entire point, is that, yeah, you're hitting monsters with swords for however long it takes. Well, yeah, but you're doing it in this world that you're having to discover as an outsider.
Right.
So it has to be mundane. It has to be kind of
It's right before you truly discover what the fantasy world's really all about.
There's a reason.
It's on the threshold.
Yeah, there's a reason why both KOTOR 1 and 2 don't just hand you a lightsaber out of the gate. Right? There's a very important reason for that. It's because
2
they
takes
want
entirely
you
too
to
long,
feel that power.
2
takes too long. 2 takes way too long. But they want you to feel that that power, right? If they just hand you a lightsaber and that's your baseline.
Well, and I think too, it's a have you earned the mantle of the hero yet too?
Yeah. Thematically, yes,
absolutely.
Too.
And that's very much it. But then he also complains, and I do want to kind of get real for a second. He complains about fetch quests on Terrace, and there are some pretty silly side quests on Terrace. But we also need to accept that this was a video game from 2001. Like
Yes.
you have to have side quests, you have to have fetch quests, you have to have the bring me a permacrete detonator and run it all the way downstairs. You
I
know,
mean, that's
you're
the thing
gonna
though.
have that.
You don't have to, because there were games at the time that didn't, and they were worse for it.
Yes.
The side quests that were in this game made it all that much better because it developed the world. Now it did it kind of clumsily, sure, fine, but it did.
If they had railroaded you straight through Terrace from the Endar Spire straight through Terrace straight into Dantooine, it would have felt very forced and it would have felt unnecessary. It would have felt
sounds forced.
frivolous.
Or if it was really just a tutorial zone, a nice comfort zone like he says it would be, just have the Endar Spire crash land in the wrong part of Dantooine, and you have to adventure through the wilderness to get there. Or something.
Exactly.
They could have just done that,
There's
but they
a million
didn't, and
ways.
there's good reasons they didn't.
Right. No, I absolutely believe that Terrace is necessary to the story.
Mhm.
I believe it's necessary to the characters.
Mhm.
It's not. Yeah, it's not just a tutorial island. It's a lot more than that.
Mhm.
Now I know people get frustrated for Terrace because of how it turns out, so it all feels pointless. But I think that's part of the importance of it, right?
That's why I hate Terrace.
See,
That's the
that's it right there. Is I
It's that.
know
It's
people
that.
get
I
frustrated.
agree with everything you have said, and that part I just can't stand. Anyway.
I also think there's a bit of a bait and switch the first time you play KOTOR. At least this happened to me. Now, conceded this through the eyes of a 10-year-old who
Mhm.
wasn't that smart,
10-year-old old enough
but
now.
10-year-old Larry. But I'd played enough video games where the main plot was spoon fed to you within 20 seconds, right? Oh, this is the problem. Here's how we're going to resolve it, right? So you wake up off what was very clearly the tutorial ship, and they go, "Oh, Basila's super important, and she's missing." My 10-year-old Blade went, "Okay, well, I'm going to spend the rest of the game looking for this Basila chick."
That's
Right?
the main quest, right?
Right, that's the main quest. So when I found her, it blew my mind that I thought that was the story. So what's the story at this point? I found and then I get to Dantooine, and they're like, there's an entire extra story. This was just like
Just the
the
beginning.
first
Oh my
wave,
god.
right? Blew my freaking mind. So I think if you look at it with a very intentional bait and switch of how stories were being written and presented in video games at the turn of the century. I think it's also very interesting that that's how they chose to go with this. That they didn't just spoon feed you the star maps, square one.
Yeah.
Well, I think this kind of goes back to what you're saying too about the point of Terrace being that you're disoriented. Revan doesn't know what he's doing because it draws you into the setting. Versus if you just skip it, then it assumes that you have prior knowledge when you might not.
Yeah. No, it's I think it's important. And I think anybody that was going to go into this fresh face, you absolutely need to play Terrace. I can't imagine
Oh yeah, I agree.
playing this without Terrace. Now, on my 500th playthrough, could I maybe jump past it if I wanted to, but I don't because I actually
maybe rush through it a little bit, rush through parts of it.
I have skipped some side quests on Terrace at this point. But
there are side quests I can barely bring myself to do just because I know how little it matters, like long run kind of thing, because everything gets nuked and glassed. So that's a thing for me. Like, the only quest that does not involve a companion you take with you that matters at all is the Promised Land quest, and even that turns out horribly for everyone involved when they find the Promised Land and find it in an irradiated wasteland and all die slowly and horribly.
It's not great. No. But that's also that bait and switch, right? That was sort of that hint that things weren't all that they appeared. This whole game, and I would argue this, and I'll probably argue this as we go on, but I think every single planet, every story on every planet is to a varying degree a bait and switch, right? You kind of show up expecting one thing, and then you're thrown a curveball, and you're just thrown 6 different curveballs. Some good, some Kashyyyk. And then I think after you're...
I mean, yeah.
I have my complaints with the Kashyyyk story that I'm sure
Is it the screaming monkeys? Because I complained about that.
Oh, those make me... I still hear those in my nightmares. Without getting too, again, into the weeds, I know we're getting way ahead of ourselves, but my problem with Kashyyyk is I feel like they wrote out Kashyyyk for the light side. and then the last 30 seconds went, oh no, wait, we need a dark side option too. And then you just have Zalbar being like, wow, I don't know, my evil crazy brother who I paid this whole time, maybe he has some good points. You don't think that. That's not your character. You're not the kind of, he's not a charismatic character. He doesn't have valid arguments. He doesn't have anything you would listen to. You just, by you, I mean BioWare, just wanted to give me a dark side option for the planet, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's very painfully obvious that it was like, I don't know, unless you want to be a Sith, my dude. And I don't, the other planets, their dark side options are much more understandable, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's true. That's
I
true.
get, but
I mean, honestly, the only one that isn't as bait and switchy is, there are elements of it that are, but the overall plot is the Manon is not very bait and switchy. It's political intrigue between the Republic and the Empire
no,
in a
it's
neutral
pretty,
zone.
yeah,
That's kinda
it's pretty straightforward
I
on
mean, there's
what's
the
going
cool thing
on.
about the shark, I guess, but that's kind of a small twist, really.
It's not really a bait and switch though on what you expect to happen versus what
No,
happens.
more like a
But
chum and switch. I'm sorry,
Here
continue.
is with a protective figure, often a little old crone or an old man, who protects against the dragon forces he is about to pass. End quote. Episode 4, A New Hope, knew this guy as Ben Kenobi, but Knights of the Old Republic gives you more of a pure figure with the Jedi Bastila. Choosing to forgo the old wise one trope allows a fascinating pivot in the late game where you are more of a mentor to Bastila than she is to you. Early on, though, meeting her and gaining the powers of her battle meditation conforms to Step 3, Supernatural Aid. This is where Terrace really picks up and things get moving, because the length of the lead-up to Step 3 was really out of step with the template, and that dissonance was something very palpable to the player. Once the Jedi are involved, there is a direction, not just for the plot, but for your protagonist's core development. Becoming a Jedi is what the back of the box said I'd get to do. I am waiting for it. I am content now with how many bounties I've collected and how many sewers I've investigated without any promise of moving that forward, and now I wish for that to stop. Bastila doesn't bestow you with any supernatural gifts herself, but she begins to stir something in your character, the memory of who they were in the past. A much more... This isn't 100% on message for Step 3 of Campbell's...
I just want to pause super fast to just say that if you actually brought TM34 into the Sith embassy, I sympathy you. I empathize with you so much. You
I
have
did.
my condolences. Oh my,
I
poor
did.
soul. Oh my gosh. I always got
All
him
for
to
the
unlock
slicing.
the door.
Yep.
I got him to unlock the door and then immediately switch over to another character. And that is my entire extent of playing with TM34 in the first game, is the trip from the droid shop to the front door of the Sith embassy. A little pro tip: if you're watching this, you never figured out you could switch them out.
Yeah, you can.
You'll like life a lot better.
This isn't 100%
he was useful for
on message
unlocking
Step 3
doors
of
and stuff.
Campbell's hero's journey, but takes us instead to an interesting point Campbell made during the prologue, talking about how stories pull on the threads of parts of ourselves that we feel we could have been, but never were. Quote, if only a portion of that lost totality could be dredged up into the light of day, we should experience a marvelous expansion of our powers, a vivid renewal of life. We should tower in stature. Moreover, if we could dredge up something forgotten not only by ourselves, but by our whole generation or our entire civilization, we should become indeed the hero of the day, a personage of not only local but world historical moment. In a word, the first work of the hero is to retreat from the world scene of secondary effects to those causal zones of the psyche where the difficulties really reside, and there to clarify the difficulties, eradicate them in his own case, and break through to the undistorted direct experience and assimilation of what C.G. Jung has called the archetypal images. End quote. Campbell's fascination with Jung and Freud has left quite a mark on Star Wars, but I'm fascinated with this quote in the context specifically of being Revan in Knights of the Old Republic 1. You are already the villain of the story. It was Bastila who pulled you from the flames, the Jedi Council who erased your memories, and now it is you, the player, who determine from this point out whether Revan is the villain still, or if you can grow an entire tree of the self from just one of these unrealized branches. Revan feels so much like an archetypal image, a dream image, but Janus-faced, Sith and Jedi at once, the unifying vessel that can hold both ideas. In his section on the Road of Trials, which is the lengthy action portion of both KOTOR and the monomyth in general, Campbell wrote, quote, the hero, whether god or goddess, man or woman, the figure in a myth or the dreamer of a dream, discovers and assimilates his opposite, his own unsuspected self. One by one, resistances are broken. He must put aside his pride, his virtue, beauty, and life, and bow or submit to the absolutely intolerable. Then he finds that he and his opposite are not of differing species, but one flesh. End quote. Luke Skywalker didn't even...
I really like this point that he makes, and I think he really makes a good point of showing that Revan typifies the Campbell's hero. And I like his reference to Janus as well, the Roman two-faced god. Nice.
That was very
but that whole thing that fits, I think, really, really well. And this is the point where I have to say, like, hey, we've kind of been mean to him so far, not without reason.
Props.
But man, yeah, solid. Really solid.
He absolutely got this part right, hands down.
Yeah.
even conform to the Joseph Campbell ideal as well as Revan does. It's also an example of KOTOR's interactivity deepening the meaning of the monomyth format. The resolution of that duality isn't fixed. In fact, you can ignore the duality entirely and end the game as a Sith Lord reborn. Fictionally, Revan is both herself and her opposite, but from an interactive standpoint, it takes on a Schrodinger's cat kind of quality, where Revan is in a superposition of being both Jedi and Sith at once before you open the save file and make a determination of how. It's a wrinkle in the monomyth template that the Star Wars movies weren't quite capable of expressing in their own passive media format. Revan holds a tremendous storytelling appeal, a tremendous symbolic appeal, an appeal that actually...
The movies literally have Anakin Skywalker, who also was redeemed and was both Sith and Jedi. So I don't know what he means by that.
I mean, the movies also have the vision in the cave on Endor, or on Dagobah, where Luke sees himself falling to the dark side. Like, it's there. And the other thing I also...
It's just not there at the same... Like, I think what he's trying to say is, it's because of the structure of video games and how they are, how you play them. You are at the same time until you click, the
choice-based narrative structure of the game.
Until you click blue or red, until you click light or dark, you are both at the same time.
Yeah, it gives more of a tension between the two. You can actually tell that story a little more clearly. It takes a lot more work to tell that sort of thing in a, like he says, a passive narrative format.
Well,
so he's got a point.
I think that's why movies. I think that's why even the Star Wars movies, they had the original trilogy, which is actually in medias res when you really think about it in the grand text of the narrative that they ultimately tell.
It was called Episode 4.
I think that's why you see in movies a lot of times that they have an original series, and then they either do a sequel where it's the inverse, or they do a prequel where it's the inverse, to tell both sides sides of the story in that particular universe.
Or I mean, the original trilogy is a kind of inversion story. It's already inverted. It is it's a kind of like, quote, Return of the King style story where evil is in charge and good is furtive, is small. It's a thinking Old Testament Jeremiah type story.
Lucas actually said, and I find this hilarious. He actually said, this was before it was revealed that he had made his own treatment for a sequel trilogy that thankfully never saw the light of day. But he flat out said that the reason that he wrote the prequels the way they were is we had already seen small guy beats big, right? Now we wanted to see big beats small, so he wanted to have them mirror one another, which is but so that's already there, kind of that flip. But Anakin Skywalker, I think, is, even though we all knew from episode 1 how it plays out, right? Episode 2 and episode 3, Anakin Skywalker are the perfect example of a conflicted character like Revan, right?
Yeah.
We all knew he wasn't going to rise above it, but there was always that back of your mind question, well, maybe, can he beat who he is, right? And I think if you were to find somebody who's been
what's
living
going to
on
tip him over the edge,
right?
What's going to be that thing? Where is that moment when he has a choice and he makes the wrong one? Yeah.
Right. And I think if you found somebody who had simultaneously watched all media except for Star Wars and had been living on a desert island since like 1975, who was familiar with the standard plot that these things go, and you showed them the original trilogy, they'd be legitimately shocked when Anakin went to the dark side. Right? The idea that the hero
you showed
falls,
them the prequels.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm sorry. Yeah, so you showed them the prequels. I think they'd be legitimately shocked. That's why I said I think there's two big shocks in Star Wars, and it literally all depends on what order you watch the movies. If you watch 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, 6, the shock of Anakin going to the dark side on 3, that's the big plot twist. If you watch
Anakin's redemption,
right? Well, not redemption. Well, no, the fact that he failed.
Yeah. The overall story, depending on how you watch it, the overall story is either Anakin's redemption. It's either the story of the Skywalker's Anakin's redemption, or Luke. You go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah. So if you watched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think you would be shocked at episode 3 when Anakin turned to the dark side, because I think it would be unexpected that the hero failed, especially if you watch like the cartoons and stuff where they kind of really got the universe. I think you'd be surprised. The other obvious plot twist is if you did 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, and then that would be the case. You'd be shocked that it was his father.
I've heard people posit that the optimal way of watching it is 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, then 6. You watch Luke develop, and then after you after the revelation that Luke, I am your father. Like, no, I am your father. Then you go back and you watch Anakin's story. And then you see at the end if he's going to be you see how he became Darth Vader, and then at the end the big climax is will Luke redeem him or not?
So what you're talking about, funny enough, is actually called the Topher Grace Supercut, where Topher
Yeah.
Grace pushed all of the Star Wars together into one experience, and he said that it was his optimal viewing, and it goes 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. He completely cut out
That was
one.
machete.
Or
order.
one's boring. Go fuck yourself, Topher Grace.
But he did 4, 5, 2, 3, 6, and he said that
You
was the
need
best.
one. You need to
And
know what his origin is. It's like Terrace.
Yeah.
You need to know. You need to know. You need
Yeah, I
to have
tend
a
to agree
beginning.
there.
You need.
Now,
So-
I would
you
say
need,
if
you
they
need to know what
had
the bratty
if
kid
they
was.
if they had structured the prequels differently, and if they've had basically episode 2 take place as episode 1, and then have a middle episode that is the Clone Wars, they could
So
have
I've
structured
always
that
said-
well, but it would have been
yeah,
hard.
so I've always said, in my magical world where I get to wave a wand and recreate the prequels however I want, I would do episode 2 as episode 1, right? So you
Mhm.
have Anakin and the Jedi Knight, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Clone Wars kickoff. Episode 2 is about Anakin, middle of the Clone Wars, right? He's the hero of the Republic. He's doing some dark side stuff, kind of questioning some of the dogma of the Jedi,
Stabs
when it
Admiral
comes to the
Trench.
efficiency. Right. So when the dogma gets in the way of results, do we still listen to dogma? I think you should show Obi-Wan being concerned by this, but at the same time going, he's my best friend, so I trust him, as well as he's getting results, so I'm not going
Yeah.
to step in the way. Episode 3 is where we get the reveal, probably from Palpatine, is what I would say. Reveal from Palpatine that that Anakin's mother, have him taken as an infant, like a normal Jedi, right?
Mhm.
Reveal that his mother was a slave, and that the Jedi could have saved her, but they chose not to. That the Republic could have saved her and chose not to. So now all of a sudden he feels like the institution that he was already questioning lied
See,
to him,
I don't
took
agree
his
with
mother
that.
away.
I don't agree with that at all,
think it
because
could work.
it is the emotional attachment he has for his mother that causes his fall to the dark side to begin with. Fear leads to anger. Fear of loss leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Like you need to have. You need to have. And the reason that they took them from their parents was to cut off that emotional attachment at the root of development before they could properly.
But imagine,
That's also
imagine if you
assuming,
fought a
like,
war
that's also
for
assuming
3
though
years.
that sort of attachment is that's developmental rather than innate. Like if you look at somebody someone who's adopted, and they find out something happened to their birth parents, even if they had never known them before, that's still
there's
deeply
still
emotionally
there's still
impactful.
genetic link.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I think like with Anakin in particular, it needs to be that raw, visceral.
I think you would have a raw,
My
visceral
mom. That
reaction, though.
I think
It
if he
could.
would, but I don't think, because if he was indoctrinated early into the Jedi Order, like you're supposed to be, they would have succeeded in deadening it to the extent that it would.
No.
No, because what
Because-
you're arguing, because I don't think that Anakin is just this. He is obviously an innately emotional person, but I think a lot of Jedi are innately emotional people, and when they indoctrinate them as children, and I'm using the word indoctrinate because that's
Right, but
literally what it
imagine if
is.
any
But
In a
Jedi,
neutral sense,
not
yeah.
just
I don't.
Anakin. Imagine you, right, Eddie. You never knew your parents, but you always just assumed that they were okay, right? And then all of a sudden, you fight a war for 3 years, sacrifice, bleed, start questioning the dogma of the institution that you're fighting for, only to find out that that institution, both at the religious level of the Jedi and the governmental level of the Republic, right, knowingly left your mother as a slave on a planet where she died, and basically is used you as a tool and a weapon for 3 years while your own flesh and blood withered and died on some backwater planet, right? And then Palpatine goes, but I can stop that. We can end the Republic. We can bring an end to slavery.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Where's
look about it in the
where's
context.
Padme come in on this? Because he transfers his emotions for his mother onto Padme.
But
No,
he could
he does.
also,
He does.
yeah. But
Like,
you can also,
he
you
has
can also
feelings
just
about
have
his mother.
you can also just have the forbidden love relationship without the
Right.
edible nature, without the edible part of it. It's not
Right.
too necessary. But I think that, like, if you look at this in the context of KOTOR, right? That
Yeah, we should.
what you just said there, Larry, what you just said there, that temptation of, well, the Republic that you have served, this order that you've served but questioned. Look what they've done to you. They've used you as a tool. That whole thing. You're just quoting Malik.
It's exactly no. That's exactly what it is, right?
And
And
I
that's the
think it
thing is
works here because I think you're right. It could have worked in the movies too, but
I
Revan
don't think so.
it would take a
Revan
lot
is
of rewriting.
It needs
no.
and Anakin's emotional attachment is what it's and Luke's too is his greatest flaw and his greatest strength. And actually, you see this a lot in here. Like Percy Jackson's a really good example of that too. You see this a lot in these sorts of headstrong heroes. They're my bond is my word. I would sacrifice the whole world for my friends. And Anakin is what happens when you
Revan
can't.
is
Is when you do
unique though.
sacrifice the world.
Yeah, Revan's unique though, where he literally was used by a tool. And if you believe, if you're like a pro, like
Yeah.
light side canon Revan, right, you have to accept the fact that the people that you've trusted this entire trip have been using you as a gun that they've pointed at the head of their enemy.
I made a kind of a, I don't know if it was kind of a flippant remark at that point when we got to that dialogue tree. Maybe it was because I had to go through that dialogue tree like 3 or 4 times because something I think there was a glitch or something. But at one point I made an offhanded remark like, you just said that you wiped out Dantooine, so they're all dead now, so it's okay. Yeah, they used me, and they're probably terrible people, but they're atoms now, so it's okay.
What's funny is when you get to KOTOR 2, little foreshadowing here, you get very much of the same mentality of like, we use you as a weapon, but to a much lesser degree.
Yeah.
And the exile gets all weepy and moany about it, and Revan's just like, well, I understand. You had to do what you had to do.
I was really,
funny.
really evil, and I get it. You're good. You
right,
guys are
that's
good.
what I'm saying. Revan's just like, because that's the thing is you can have Revan just be like, damn, I would have done the same thing. Like, just totally accept the fact that he got played. Whereas the outcast was a literal threat to the entire galaxy. So they cut you off, and you're just like, no, that's not fair. I don't like
It's
it.
so hard. From the last time I played through KOTOR 2, and I'm going to be doing this again soon, but it is so hard to play an even remotely well-adjusted exile. Like, to do anything with the Jedi that you go and confront, to do anything with them other than swear your eternal vengeance and try and kill them immediately is just basically impossible. It is so hard to get through that conversation tree without saying that you want to kill them.
The first time that I played KOTOR 2, I accidentally got into a fight with the first Jedi I ran into, and I'm like, I don't want this, and I had to like restart. It was ridiculous.
Legit.
I'm sorry. Before we get too off track, do you want to go ahead and just start the essay again?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Actually does stem from the mythic duality written into the core of the character. Once Bastila is in the party, we can turn steps 4 and 5 into separate dungeon quest lines and just finish off Terrace that way. In A New Hope, the division between the two steps is more dramatic and but at least in KOTOR, the promise is that you can get off Terrace at some point before you uninstall the game out of irritation. Step 4 is called the Crossing of the First Threshold. It involves confronting the powers that be and stepping beyond what was known before. In A New Hope, this is the escape from Tatooine. In KOTOR, this is breaking into the Imperial base with your new droid pal to confront the Sith Governor, your first boss fight with a Force user. Campbell says, quote, one had better not challenge the Watcher of the established bounds, and yet it is only by advancing beyond those bounds, provoking the destructive other aspect of the same power, that the individual passes, either alive or in death, into a new zone of experience, end quote. This is followed immediately by Step 5, the Belly of the Whale, where the hero is consumed for a time by the hostile aspects of this new zone of experience. For Luke, this is his attempt to rescue Leia in his assault on Death Star. This is where the hero begins to define themselves. For KOTOR, it's the much more disappointing and tepid sequence of stealing the Ebon Hawk from Davik the Crime Lord. You end up with a ship at the end of it, which is positive, but again, with Paris as the sole focus of Part 1 of KOTOR's monomyth. Changed by heaven.
Go ahead.
No, that's not at all the belly of the beast.
Yeah, I love how we're at Step 5 on Terrace. 5 out of what? Is he using a? I assume this is the 8-step version, and he's on Step 5 on Terrace.
That's not even.
You said earlier that the meat of it is the trial of the road of trials. So yeah, I'd imagine
the very obvious belly of the beast, where you come into your own, is when you get pulled into the Leviathan, and you have to come into your own as Revan. You literally come into your own as Revan.
Yes, one would think. Yeah, I think you're probably right that.
Yeah, this does feel a bit too compressed.
Yeah, and then stretched on the back end.
He's completely what he's doing is he's ignoring. He's treating the bulk of the game as just one big step from nobody to somebody. When in reality, there's a whole bunch of little intricacies that happen that are peppered throughout that you can't just all lump together.
Mm-hmm. And part of the problem with that, structurally speaking, is that technically you can play the other planets in any order you damn well please. The problem with that is that they therefore can't follow a solid narrative structure because you could do them out of order. I mean,
right.
The natural order of it to me at least, seems Tatooine first, so you get HK because he's really awesome. Then Kashyyyk, because Jolee is your other companion. Then finally Manon, and that winds up culminating things and really giving you an insight into the bigger picture of the war. Then the Leviathan happens, and you're at your third act, your like end of the second act low point, and then at your low point, you go to the Imperial Academy, or the Sith Academy in Korriban, face your temptation, hopefully overcome it, and then emerge victorious, and then you're on a warpath through the end, and then there's that weird delay on Rakata Prime.
So that's I don't want to say canonical process, but when you look at like the Prima official strategy guides and you look at like anything that BioWare's put out, that's the order that they recommend that you just described.
What has occurred?
That doesn't. I don't remember this level.
That's a problem. No, it did a thing.
By the hostile aspects.
There we go. We're back. Sorry about that.
But yeah, what you described is quite literally the order that you're expected to do it in. Yeah, we're 18 minutes in, and it's taken us.
We can do this. Keep going.
The belly of the whale, where the hero is consumed for a time by the hostile aspects of this new zone of experience. For Luke, this is his attempt to rescue Leia and his assault on the Death Star. This is where the hero begins to define themselves. For KOTOR, it's the much more disappointing and tepid sequence of stealing the Ebon Hawk from Davik the Crime Lord. You end up with a ship at the end of it, which is positive, but again, we're limited in creative range by having chosen Terrace as the sole focus of Part 1 of KOTOR's monomyth. We're in a rundown city divided by class, stricken with predatory hostility. A crime lord must naturally float to the top as the challenge to pass through before the departure is complete. I've been working on trying to come up with some positive things to say about Terrace, and to try to go for bat for arranging the game. Little I can think of that's actually related to Terrace itself. The companion characters the game introduces, and the time spent getting to know them, is worthwhile, and the game uses them each to explore an element of Star Wars lore, or an element of the general Star Wars vibe. Carth Onasi, a pilot for the Republic, is your introduction to the basic political situation and the broad macro conflicts. Through him, you learn about the Empire, about the Republic, and his seething resentment for one of the game's more minor villains. Carth is defensive and irritable for a lot of his character arc, presenting you with an early test of a Jedi trait: patience. Will you allow him to throw temper tantrums over and over in hopes of coaxing him towards being less angry all of the time? This is an aspect of the Jedi Code you can interact with long before you get a lightsaber. Mission Bao and her Wookiee friend Zalbar round out the mood in some of Star Wars classic tropes. With Zalbar, you get a Chewbacca substitute with what turns out to be one of the most complex backstories in the game. With Mission, you get an impressionable street urchin who helps remind the player that this is still a family-friendly adventure. You won't encounter anything so upsetting that a teenage Twi'lek couldn't handle it. Themes at play in the game, but nothing even close to the unrelenting nihilism of the second Knights of the Old Republic game. In keeping with Star Wars tradition, in honor of Star Wars tradition, the appeal is meant to be utterly universalist. You can have a choice of gender, a choice of skin color, a choice of ethnicity from a surprisingly extensive list of faces for a 2003 RPG. Once free from the clutches of the Empire and of gravity, you and your new crew of compatriots are able to move fully into the meat of the game, the bulk of the actual journey part of the hero's journey. As much symbolic weight as we can ascribe to the transformative aspects of having completed the departure, the baser self knows instinctively that this is where the shit actually starts to get good. On page 81, Campbell starts off talking about Part 2, the initiation, by writing, quote, "Once having traversed the threshold, the hero moves in a dream landscape of curiously fluid, ambiguous forms, where he must survive a succession of trials. This is a favorite phase of the myth adventure. It has produced a world literature of miraculous tests and ordeals. The hero is covertly aided by the advice, amulets, and secret agents of the supernatural helper whom he met before his entrance into the region. Or it may be that he here discovers for the first time that there is a benign power everywhere supporting him in his superhuman passage." End quote. For Knights of the Old Republic, it is both at once. When you arrive on Dantooine, you'll be slowly put on the path to creating your lightsaber and being retrained from scratch in the ways of the Force and the Jedi Order, and in being introduced to the Force, become aware of its impact on the entire destiny of the plot. The initiation in KOTOR is structured as an incredibly fun, slightly free-form way, where once you run through some of the other steps of the hero's journey in the controlled environment of Dantooine, you're free to choose from 4 plot-related planets and keep churning out adventures within this exciting, comfortable step of the monomyth. The first step, the Road of Trials, for Knights of the Old Republic lasts practically all game long.
It is hilarious to me that he's talking about this nice, comfortable step along the hero's journey while he's wandering around Korriban.
Yeah.
No, the
There's
absolute
some argument there.
uncomfiest part of the game. I don't know about absolute uncomfiest, but very, very close.
It's not a great
But
place
it's
to be.
but it's the meaty part of the game.
It's the
So it's comfortable for the player in that you're finally playing the game TL.
well, yes, but not Korriban in particular. I mean, especially
He could-
especially
No,
if you
yeah,
play
this
Korriban
is
last.
just, you could have been on any of the 4 planets, but like
Yes,
still,
that's true.
I think that's what he was getting at.
Yeah, it's comfy in terms
It's just
of
not.
gameplay.
It's just funny.
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
It's just funny irony, especially given
stupid.
that, like I said, if you do that nice strategy guide order, Korriban is without a doubt that low point of the narrative
Dead last.
when you are tempted by the harshest of realities, and you're tempted to give in to your dark side, and you're also dealing with the loss of Bastila, who, if you're playing the canon version, You lost your girlfriend to the big bad guy who used to be your apprentice, who tried to kill you and almost succeeded and basically did succeed. But then your now girlfriend saved your life and then wiped your memory, and man, damn, this is getting complicated. It's all very confusing, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not very comfy. Anyway.
Until the star map is complete and the endgame begins to unfold. The other steps are held inside of that first step, like those Russian egg dolls. Throughout the whole experience, Knights of the Old Republic will explain concepts related to the Force and the Jedi Code that have often been glossed over shorter runtimes of the movies. Generally, only the expanded universe novels have had the time or the inclination to talk in such detail about the actual philosophy at play in the Star Wars universe. And those don't let you talk back, don't let you question or condemn aspects of what you're told, even if it is in the limited way by choosing options from a short list. For me, Dantooine and Korriban were some of the most formative experiences I had with the Star Wars franchise growing up. The masters of those respective academies taught me more about the Star Wars universe than any single piece of media since. Except, of course, the hero with 1,000 faces. Because a lot of the things that I assumed were kind of iconic and characteristic about the Jedi and the Sith are actually reflections of things that Campbell wrote in 1949, Campbell's own eccentricities, and the symbols that he insisted were universal instead of personal to his outlook. If you've ever heard a Jedi say something and thought,
But they are.
Well, he's going to argue about that.
But they are.
And thought to yourself, that is kind of a weird way to look at it, I will bet you actual of Campbell quote behind it. George Lucas himself had to modernize Campbell a bit to fit in with the culture of the late 70s. The original 49 text is steeped in gender essentialism, not only the idea that women can't go through the hero's journey the same way men can, but that certain symbols and mythological devices are inherently masculine or feminine and must be viewed through this frame. Step 2 of Part 2, the meeting with the goddess, uses the word goddess because even though the step can refer to any kind of encounter with constructive...
But they literally, they are. Sorry, dude.
Well, I mean, it's not even saying that, he's not even saying that Campbell argued that women can't go through the hero's journey. It's specifically that Campbell argues that women don't go through the same type of hero's journey that men do, and that's uncontroversial, or should be. It was uncontroversial until, like, the last half century, which to me is basically yesterday. I'm an historian. I'm an ancient historian. But then also, he's saying that, well, certain symbolisms are Campbell argues that certain symbolisms are innately gendered, and that's bad, but they are. Like they really,
you can't, male and feminine psychology are innately different. That
It's not even a
lots of
psychological
similarities,
thing.
sure, lots. Well, yeah, but like that's what it all
not even
boils.
just
Like
a
for me,
psychological thing.
for me, that's what it all boils down to is symbolism and how they relate to how the sexes differentiate, especially after taking an evolutionary psych course. Like it's been on my mind a lot lately, and like no, different symbols arise for feminine and masculine because they are feminine and masculine. They are different. Like it has to be that way. It's just one of those innate things. So to argue that it being gendered is a bad thing is kind of missing the entire point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he doesn't like that though, and I don't know if I completely agree that Lucas stripped away those aspects of the hero's journey.
I think he reconfigured them.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he did. And then I want to see where he goes with this, because I don't remember exactly. I want to see where he goes with this, with respect to KOTOR in particular, to see where he thinks that this kind of gets inverted or moved around or something. But I do think that there is a point about this, that the hero's journey is very different between men and women, and that's something that Campbell focused on the masculine hero's journey, not so much on the feminine hero's journey. Right. But like I've said before, there is a feminine
story
hero's journey
focused on too. And I think also too, like kind of putting like, I think that's why people of his particular persuasion are so miffed about, and I think that's also why modern storytelling is failing so spectacularly, is because you're trying to infuse feminine into the male and into the overarching male story in the wrong way.
Galadriel.
Like exactly, like with Galadriel and the Rings of Power. That's, or even to a lesser extent with Rey in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, there is nothing feminine about Rey. If Rey had been a male character, there would have been absolutely no difference.
I think BioWare has a unique issue, I guess, is their stories have to be a little bit more unisex. Yeah. Just because they can't guarantee
but they succeed with it. Like as Vince has gone on about numerous times, they succeed in making a feminine hero's journey. And the feminine hero's journey is bringing all the heroes together and keeping them there.
My go-to for this is Dragon Age Origins. It makes so much more sense, especially symbolically. It makes so much more sense if the Warden or the hero for Eldon is a woman than if he's a man. Just because of how he he or she goes about the quest. Whereas I think Larry, you actually may have convinced me that Mass Effect 1 is a much more traditional hero's journey. But
I
then
think
once
it
it gets to 2 and 3, it really flips.
2's a
And
whole
so does,
different
by the way,
animal.
so does the quality. Well, I was gonna say so does the quality of the voice acting, but that's not true. Mark Mir is excellent in 3, just like Jennifer Hale is. So
What I mean, though, when it comes to that, like they have this advantage of having to make the story a little more unisex. When you look at
Mhm.
something, and I don't know why I'm a diehard Xbox person, but if you look at like The Last of Us, right, the original Last of Us, that's a very masculine story, right? It is a
Yes.
story about being a protector and a defender, and like what that means to be like try to be a human in a savage world, very manly thing.
Mhm.
But they also knew, without a doubt, because there's only one player character, that you're going to play a man, right? That story does not
Yes.
work with a female protagonist. So
You
I
could
think
tell it,
when
like,
you
I
get
think though, and this addresses Noah's point, I think. You could write a very similar story with a female protagonist, but there would have to be
it would be fundamentally
differences in
different,
the
though.
details. There'd have to be a
Yeah.
lot of differences in the details. The overall plot could be very much similar, but the details would have to be very different. And I'm thinking like Terminator.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
really important
Yeah.
Yes.
that Sarah Connor is
It's his mom.
Woman.
his
The
mom.
mom to be. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's all about the mother protecting the child.
Well, I
Yeah.
would say Terminator 2 more than Terminator 1 because
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, Terminator 1 is protecting the unborn child. Terminator 2 is protecting the actually
the
born
potential
child.
of the child.
Well,
Right.
yeah, which it's kind of a toss up. Which if you consider which you would consider more
I
pressing.
mean, there's less
I
of
even
that
think that
question
like how
of
she operates in Terminator 1 is still distinctively feminine
yes.
Yeah.
in such a way that
Oh,
there would
yeah,
have
yeah,
to be
yeah.
significant differences if it were Sam Connors.
Right. Exactly.
And in Terminator 1, the hero dies. The male hero, he
Yeah.
dies.
Yeah.
But like the Last of Us would be a completely different story if it was. But
Mhm.
Bioware doesn't have that luxury, right? They have
Right.
to write a story that will resonate and make sense with both. And I think we all agree that their stories will lean one direction or the other, right?
Yeah.
But I think the fact that they have to write this as, and I think he's taking the idea of it was sexist and wrong and is just kind of supplanting that into the fact of, well, they didn't really have another option, right? You
Yeah,
have to
yeah.
write out certain emotions and certain themes.
Yeah. And I think that he's thinking of that as kind of, I don't know, maybe he's saying it as a good thing because given the character creation hurdle, you have to make a narrative like this that applies both ways. And that means that you have to sort of abstract away these specifically gendered elements. And I think maybe he's starting to argue that that's a good thing and that's improved
I think
the narrative.
he is. Yeah, I think that's what his overall kind of idea or point is.
All
Yeah.
right. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's see, but be ready. I'm ready to pause again
Yeah.
because this is meaty parts.
Encounter with a constructive force feminine and must be viewed through this frame. Step 2 of part 2, the meeting with the goddess, uses the word goddess because even though the step can refer to any kind of encounter with the constructive forces of the universe, forces that are constructive and therefore able to birth things into the world are, to Campbell, inherently feminine, therefore the goddess, etc., etc.
Feminine is what definitionally feminine is what.
Yes.
No, of course,
Well,
yes.
I
Feminine.
also like
That's
that.
what feminine means as distinct from female.
It's what feminine means.
Well, he's also heavily conflating the interaction with the goddess and the mentor figure, and he's just kind of checking both of those boxes with Bastila.
Right.
I see where he's going with it because, like, yeah, it can be any of. The important part is that it is an encounter with, like as he says, the constructive forces of the world. It's an encounter with not just the supernatural, but the forces behind the supernatural.
Mm-hmm. I would also say that
in
the
all
mentor
the story,
figure
in many of the stories that Joseph Campbell and Carl Jung drew from, it was almost always feminine.
Yeah.
So I would also argue KOTOR 1 completely opposed to KOTOR 2 doesn't have that mentor figure, right? I think they try to kind of like quasi check that box with Bastila being the mentor figure, but she doesn't ever really mentor you. She'll complain at you.
I think the closest you get in KOTOR 1 is the Jedi Council. And especially
I would
worth
argue
noting
Jolie.
because they maybe but you don't lose Jolee. You lose the
No,
Jedi
exactly.
Council.
He does not. Yeah, he does not check that box.
Like, you very specifically lose the Jedi Council to the point where I actually I found this out after the Leviathan. You can't even go back to Dantooine. I tried it.
Yeah, you can't even
Yeah, I
return.
can't.
It's gone. It's a crater.
Yeah. So, well, it's ruins that that our tabletop campaign is now living in. Like, I don't know, 4,000 years later. No big deal. Anyway, also apparently there was a Easter egg of it in Star Wars Resistance. Bad cartoon show.
I
don't know. I only know this because it was a screenshot.
Never watched it.
I didn't either. But yeah, I think that they kind of fit the mentor, and especially losing the mentor. But it's not
I think Master
the same.
Friend are kind of, but yeah, you don't have that attachment with them. They just kind of talk at you for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then you never see them again. Whereas
Unless you're turning in side quests.
Where with all of its faults, Kriya is very much checks the box of the mentor figure who guides you for good or for ill, and then leaves, and then you have to complete it without her, the remainder without her.
Yeah.
KOTOR 1 doesn't have its Obi-Wan Kenobi parallel. It's Ben Kenobi, and I'm okay with that. I don't think it needs one. I don't feel like that's a missing hole.
I can see why Basilar would be considered it, at least in the beginning, because you're still learning the ropes again.
You quickly surpass
the weirdest
her is the thing.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The weirdest thing for me is you quickly surpass her, and then you romance her, and then she becomes your emotional linchpin.
Mm-hmm.
What's hilarious is by the second planet, she's literally coming to you for counsel and advice to be trained. Yeah. By the second planet. So you have her for the last few minutes of Terrace. Mm-hmm. You've done one little adventure with her. You're now a little bit through a second adventure, and she's like, "Man, you're so much more light side than I am, and like you know so much more.
Yeah,
you help me out with this."
I wonder if that would be considered the loss of the mentor, surpassing the mentor.
Maybe
if you're really stretching
the surpassing of the mentor. Yeah, I could see that.
The surpassing of the mentor is a completely different archetype. That's a totally different symbolic thing.
And there's a massive difference between the mentor just being like, "Yep, nope, wow, it's been like 45 minutes and you're better than me, and I've taught you everything I know, and you've become more than I am." Right? That's a much more important arc.
I think in the hero's journey, especially, usually the mentor dies before they can fully pass on their knowledge.
Or
like at least in Star Wars, that's what happens.
Or both can happen in sequence. No.
Or both can happen.
Qui-Gon, at least according to Qui-Gon, he taught Obi-Wan everything that he knows and can teach him.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like Obi-Wan is willing to accept that by the end, or before they go back to Naboo. But then they do, and he dies, and it's still that's right. Qui-Gon dying is the loss of the mentor, not Qui-Gon passing on his knowledge and stepping back.
Well, so as long as Qui-Gon was still alive, there was a safety net. Plus, there's always that question of, did he really mean that, or was he just ready to move on to Anakin Skywalker? Right.
He's ready to move on to Anakin.
Right. So there's always that question. But the minute he dies, you're cut off from that mentor.
Yeah.
Right. It's a totally different animal.
Right.
Which even Lucas played fast and loose with. But
I think that's what defines it. When the mentor dies is when you have lost the mentor.
Well, I would feel like
you're right. Even Assassin's Creed does that. In Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, Mario dies, and Mario is like your mentor figure.
Yeah. I would say death is the most common way to lose your mentor in the hero story. But I think
you have to be completely cut off from them, and the only way to do that is death, either through
betrayal,
usually through sacrifice, sometimes through betrayal. Yeah,
it can be betrayal. I'm thinking one of the Assassin's Creeds did that.
Well, Kriya.
Brotherhood.
I mean,
was it Brotherhood?
No, Kriya too.
Well, Kriya, yeah, true. Yeah, she's cut off from you because she goes to destroy the Force. But
would you argue that if Anakin's story was a hero journey, that Anakin or Obi-Wan leaving him on Mustafar was his loss of the mentor?
What?
But he supplants it with Palpatine. So did he really lose the?
Mentor? Does Luke lose the mentor when Obi-Wan dies? Because the ghost is still there, and then Yoda comes up.
Well, then so Obi-Wan dies, that's the loss of the mentor. Obi-Wan comes back, that's the encounter with the supernatural.
Does Obi-Wan come back as a mentor?
That's out of order, though.
Obi-Wan teach him?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He comes back as a secondary mentor to Yoda.
Or does he just talk to Obi-Wan, but doesn't really inflict any more wisdom.
I don't
inflict
know.
strong words.
Definitely-
Because he gives
definitely
Luke more
imparts-
knowledge about his origins. So
Yes,
he
and
definitely
that is
imparts
imparting
some
wisdom.
kind of important. Yeah.
And how to see
But
the conflict with Vader in Episode 6. That's definitely him imparting.
At least
wisdom.
according to the
That's fair.
Jedi.
That's
Yeah.
no, that's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair.
And of course he didn't. You're right. I don't think he quite lost the mentor. So still a little
He
bit
just
playing fast and loose
supplanted-
with the hero's
But he
journey.
lost him. He lost him physically. He lost physical access. He lost the ability to go out on adventures
So,
and learn things on the fly.
he-
He gained
Episode
he gained a
4
spirit guardian. He lost
Yeah,
a teacher.
he lost like you were like, which one of you were saying this? One of you were saying safety net. He lost the safety net.
Yeah.
That was like,
He lost the backing of someone who can be there for him. Right. Even if he has the spirit guide type mentor, even if he has Yoda, Yoda's on Dagobah, Obi-Wan's a ghost. What's he going to do there when he's on Cloud City?
Well, Episode 4, I think, is a much more contained story. By its very
Yes.
nature, being the first one, it's a much more contained story.
It's trying to
And
be,
the
yeah.
loss of the mentor is much more felt.
Mhm.
And then you gotta remember, all he hears is just that Luke used the Force, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't. The fact that we now know that's a Force ghost really comes from Episode 5, much more than
Yes.
Episode. We've retroactively,
could perfectly
and that
well
was
be a
definitely
memory.
the intent. Right. It could have just been like a vibe or a memory, or even just Obi-Wan reaching out one last time through the Force. That was not him continuing to give mentorship.
Yeah,
That was
that's
just
true.
like a point of
Remember the
courage,
teachings
right?
of your mentor.
Faith. Exactly. So I think in Episode 4, if you look at 4 as a self-contained story,
Yeah.
the
it's
hero's
absolutely
journey fits
Yeah,
much
I
better.
think
That's
that's
going to
true.
be his interaction with the mystical, right?
Yeah.
I think the interaction with the mystical in the last one in 4 is when he reaches out during the Death Star raid.
That is the
When Luke
that I
first
think is
uses
the
Force.
receiving the gift along with the lightsaber, and then the what is it? The bringing back of the elixir or whatever it is. That thing, the bringing the supernatural to bear, is
Mhm.
Yes.
turning off his targeting computer. That's
Yes.
that stage.
Right.
That's a separate.
I would
thing.
argue that's his. I would argue that the turning off his targeting computer would be his apotheosis. That was his
Yeah.
final death and rebirth as
Yeah.
and as
Jedi.
as a Jedi Knight, right?
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
as a
I mean-
Jedi in training, but whatever.
Well, Jedi in training. Get the death
Still.
of the farm boy, apotheosis of Luke, the Jedi trainee, son of Anakin Skywalker.
And also the death of not just the farm boy, but death of the the pilot, because he was like a bush pilot the whole time.
Yeah.
That's not what he is anymore. He's putting aside his reliance on technology and picking up his reliance on the mystical.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mhm.
That's fair. So yeah, I would definitely say the trench run is definitely his apotheosis.
Yeah.
And kind of his death of his old character, birth of the new
Yeah.
character.
Let's keep going.
Goddess, etc., etc. Being with the goddess uses the word goddess because even though the step can refer to any kind of encounter with the constructive forces of the universe, forces that are constructive and therefore able to birth things into the world are, to Campbell, inherently feminine, therefore the goddess, etc., etc. These ideas are generally Campbell's most militantly Freudian, and I have to say I don't relate emotionally or academically to much of any of it. It's part of what high school teachers generally always gloss over and move past.
I don't
in the
like
hero's
it.
journey. Campbell says, quote, "Woman, in the picture
Yeah,
language of
doesn't
mythology,
conform to my
represents the totality of
worldview."
what can be known," end quote. And like, that means very little to me, and I don't
It
find it a
pisses
very
me off
actionable
so much.
concept. Slightly sexist and difficult to relate to, even when George Lucas was writing the very first Star Wars movie, which is why, in keeping with the push towards utopian universalism in the 1970s, the goddess has been rendered asexual and brought into the greatest possible lengths as a nebulous concept called the Force. Campbell's slightly puritanical gender essentialism would
But I thought the Force
I
was
was gonna
female.
I thought he was implying that the interaction with the goddess was
Leia.
Leia, and he was like rendered asexual. I was like, boo, he's never seen Episode 5 or Episode 6. Excuse me. Ooh, someone's never seen Episode 6 if he thinks
Or 5.
Leia's asexual.
Or 5.
Yeah, or 5 for that matter, or
Oh
4
my
for
God.
that matter.
Yeah, 4.
No, I was saying I was saying maybe Kathleen Kennedy is onto something and the Force is female, but I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, symbolically it has a significant feminine aspect, but setting that aside. Anyway,
still go on to color the teachings of the Jedi Code, however. The man just doesn't think too highly of matters of the flesh, leading us to the step least likely to be included in your high school textbook, Step 3, Woman as the Temptress. Campbell writes, though I wish he wouldn't, quote, "The mystical marriage with the queen goddess of the world represents the hero's total mastery of life, for the woman is life, the hero its knower and master. And the testings of the hero, which were preliminary to deed, were symbolical of those crises of realization, by means of which his consciousness came to be amplified and made capable of enduring the full possession of the mother destroyer, his inevitable bride. With that, he knows that he and the father are one. He is in the father's place." Thus phrased in extremist terms, the problem may sound remote from the affairs of normal human creatures. Nevertheless, every failure to cope with a life situation must be laid, in the end, to a restriction of consciousness. Generally, we refuse to admit within ourselves, or within our friends, the fullness of that pushing, self-protective, malodorous, carnivorous, lecherous fever which is the very nature of the organic cell. Rather, we tend to perfume, whitewash, and reinterpret, meanwhile imagining all the flies in the ointment, all the hairs in the soup, are the faults of some unpleasant someone else. End quote. If you listen to that, and your thought is, I don't really want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, congratulations, you're now in the shoes of someone required by curriculum to explain Joseph Campbell to modern teenagers. More pressing and relevant, however, is the way we can trace the Jedi preference for monastic disattachment to Campbell's disdain.
But
Anyway, but at the same time, Cersei and Odysseus. That is.
Yeah, like that's an actually important part of the hero's journey. Like it really is.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's.
You may not like it, but this is what peak heroism looks like.
It's getting to a point where you're, and then you reach a point of bliss where you could put down your burdens and live a life of relative luxury with a woman who's crazy with you, and just go off into the sunset and die. But that's not. But the hero must reject that.
Right. If we want to keep it in the strain of Star Wars, which I find fun because we're talking about Star Wars.
Yep.
I think Obi-Wan and Satine is a perfect example of that, right? He could have left the Order and settled down, but his duty and his calling to the adventure, for lack of a better word, was greater than his own personal urges. The reason it's important for the hero
and here's
to
the thing too, is
deny
like
the woman.
Strictly speaking, there would have been nothing wrong with that. He just would no longer be the hero.
Right.
Like there's nothing about that, about settling down and being and succumbing to the temptations of the flesh, yada yada yada. All that stuff, succumbing to the temptations of, I would probably say something more like comfort.
So
that sort of thing. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that is not the path of the hero.
I think that's this guy's fundamental problem is he sees the temptation of the woman, right, as being like an excuse, right, as a bad thing, whereas all it is it's if you imagine the story as a highway, right, it is your last exit before you jump on the climax, right, before there's no more
before you go on the road that has no that you can't go back from.
It's your last exit point.
It's your event
that
horizon.
point where our character has to go, am I fully committed to this adventure?
Yeah. And I mean, we're talking about video games, right?
That's what
it's the point of no return. It's the point of no return in a video game. Every video game has a point where you're almost to the last level and you still have a bunch of side quests to do and you're about to hit go. And then modern video games which are kinder to you will say, are you sure you want to go here? After this, there is no return to the previous yada yada blah 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 blah, whatever it is.
Right, exactly. Which is funny because
that's a temptation. There's a temptation to just go fishing in Lake Hyrule. Lake Hylia, whatever.
I don't think KOTOR 1 has that temptation to not. And if anything, it ramps up, right? The minute that exit, instead of getting that one chance to exit, the game goes, go faster, hit the gas.
Yes.
Right? It's
like there's absolutely no warning after Manon or whatever your third planet is. There's no warning whatsoever that right after this, you're stuck in the end game. None.
Right. There's no warning. And then even more so once you get the last star chart and you're like, we know where we're going. There's no warning that once you hit the brake or tap the unknown system, as soon as you go in, that's it. The game's done. You're just playing through the final bit. And you're actually encouraged to do it. Like people, your NPC allies are like, what are we waiting for? Let's go, right? We have to end the story. If people are looking for that point in A New Hope, well, what was the option to walk away? The option to walk away, and a lot of people don't realize it, the Temptress wasn't Leia.
It was after
Han.
The plans.
It was Han.
It was after they delivered the plans.
It was Han. Han was loading up, and he's like, "Kid, you can come with me." That was his temptation. Luke, at that point, had fulfilled his
obligation.
Job. He'd fulfilled his obligation
to Obi-Wan. Yeah. It's exactly.
He could have walked away. Right?
And he could have gone back to the life he found comfortable, which is flying spaceships,
being a
wandering around,
smuggler,
going on adventures.
It would have been a bit more adventurous. And honestly, I think that's what he wanted in the beginning too. Because remember, he wanted to go to Tashi Station. He wanted to get his thing. He wanted to be He wanted to leave
Always looking for
Tatooine to do
horizon. It was the twin
something else.
sons. It was the twin sons thing.
Yeah.
Right. So
That was his temptation.
It's present in, because I know a lot of folks be like, well, Luke never really like had that option. Like, so, well, he did, just not with a woman. Without
With the
that sounding
bros.
weird. With the bros, he wants to
Bros
bro out into the sunset.
Yeah, man.
But
He
yeah,
had
KOTOR,
he had the temptation to go crack open a cold one with the boys, which is the
Exactly.
same kind of temptation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And honestly, it's a bit more
Um,
prescient too.
It's a,
Well,
but
yeah.
the
Either one can
the
work.
temptation of the
Either
woman,
one,
however you want to phrase it, the way the
Mhm.
camel phrase temptation of the woman is not an inherently negative thing. I
Yeah.
think it's a mirror that's being held up at one last time to go, hey, this is your last chance to walk away. And the hero chooses not to. And I don't think it's blaming somebody else like he so phrased it here. I
He's
don't. I think it's a much
trying to
more.
frame it as feminine as bad.
Yes. Which I think
Although
is
I am
not what
curious,
cannibal means.
what do you think would be the equal and opposite feminine journey equivalent?
Ironically, it would be almost the opposite. It would be. So I think that there's a couple of alternatives that it could be. It is.
I think it'd be the Cersei part of the equation.
No. Because if I'm thinking about the feminine archetypal hero's journey, the heroine's journey, at least as I've described it, my mind goes to Dragon Age Origins. There is a point where you could perfectly well walk away, and it is when you find not Stroud, the Grey Warden. Who's the Grey Warden that you find in Denerim? Oh God, it's gonna kill me. You find the
Find
knight.
a Grey
Yes.
Warden in Denerim?
Yeah, you meet a Grey Warden from Orlais in Denerim.
Oh,
That
yeah,
guy.
he's down in the
The Orlesian guy, yeah, him. You find him in Denerim. That is the temptation. That is the equal temptation for the feminine, because the feminine archetypal heroine's journey is bringing the heroes to where they need to be to accomplish the task and carrying them through. The temptation for the heroine is a hero showing up
Settle down.
and
That makes
allowing someone else to take command and thinking, well, someone else can handle this. I don't need to. I can back down.
I can go
It's
back
the
to my
same-
pastoral life.
Yeah, it's the same kind of temptation. Or even, hey, like, think of it this way in Dragon Age Origins again. If you're playing a particularly a human female noble Grey Warden, you have this really cool option where you can just say, hey, there's another Grey Warden showing up who's perfectly willing to sacrifice himself to save the world. I can settle down with Alistair, who also no longer needs to sacrifice himself as queen.
Well,
I don't
until
need to
he
hold the
falls.
group together. It's not even I don't need to hold the group together. It's I can let the group disintegrate now that there is a hero figure. A singular hero figure who can do the hero thing.
And that won't work.
It turns out that it wouldn't, and that's why this is so symbolically apt. Is because of course it wouldn't. It can't. You need the group of heroes.
The party.
Yep.
So that's what I think is the importance of the implication, I should say, of the temptress is the fact that if you walk away, the hero walks away, the story falls apart, right?
Mhm,
You can't win because you're no longer playing. So
Yeah.
I think that's where the danger comes from. It's not necessarily
Right.
bad if you're willing to give up. If it's a minor thing and you want to walk away, I think that's fine. But when it's
Or if there's
freedom of the
someone
world
else-
from an archdemon,
It will never
Or
be
if
the
there
minor
is someone
thing
else
for
who
the hero.
can be victorious, right? If you're a hero, not the hero, fine. There's nothing specifically wrong about that. Like
It doesn't
there's
have to be
no
part of the party. There's different party compositions.
well, that's the same thing,
Yeah.
right? Luke wouldn't have been wrong to walk away. So I don't know if you noticed in the novelization of A New Hope, they talk about how all of the proton torpedoes that they were going to use were actually loaded into Gold Squadron with just a few left over. So they decided to just pass them out to Red Squadron as like a second thought.
Just in
Everybody
case.
only had like 1 or 2 proton torpedoes. Yeah, it's just like a backup that would never happen because the idea of an entire squadron of Y-wings being wiped out
and the
wasn't going
Y-wings
to
are the
happen.
heavy hitters. So yeah, of course.
Right. So the Luke was never under the idea that he was going to have to be the one that does the trench run, right?
Right.
It's not like Frodo in the ring, or Frodo.
Yeah,
so
Frodo
Frodo
in the ring.
in the
Oh
ring.
no,
Or,
Frodo
yeah,
in the
you're
ring is
right.
perfect.
You're
It's
right.
perfect.
Yeah.
It had to be
Because
Frodo.
it had to be him, right? Luke
Right.
was never ever under any illusions that he was going to do anything but fly security for the
He was
Wide
flying
Wings,
cover.
right?
Right. Yeah. That makes sense.
Right,
Exactly.
yeah,
So,
he
I
was
like
just helping out. He wasn't being the one to save the day.
so
He was just
him
But because he
walking
stood,
away,
because he stood up to the plate, he had then the opportunity to save the day.
given the opportunity.
exactly. So if he had walked away with Han, it's not like the plan would have been at risk,
Yeah.
right? Like you said, somebody
to-
else
to-
would have
to
been the
Luke-
hero.
Well, that's the thing, though. To
Mhm.
Luke's perspective, us as the audience know that
Well, yeah, I mean, from
either
We know he's the
in
protagonist.
hindsight, but yeah, but still, like I think
We know he's the
You're
protagonist,
right.
And that's
Yeah,
the thing
well, we know-
though as well with Obi-Wan. Like if Obi-Wan had left the Jedi Order with Satine, I don't actually know the time frame for this. Like I don't know if it was
it's purposely
it's super
vague, but it would
ambiguous.
have been.
But let's say hypothetically
Um,
it's as when he was a Padawan. He left the Jedi Order as a Padawan. That might have
it
been
was definitely
fine.
before Anakin.
Yeah, in that
So we
case,
know that
that might have been
definitely
fine.
before Anakin.
That might have been fine. Because then maybe, I don't know, maybe they
Like,
still would have found
maybe
Anakin
they'll-
because Will of the Force or something. But then what if Qui-Gon trains Anakin?
And it's just Qui-Gon by
It might have
himself.
been fine.
Okay, I want to
Sorry.
point out that things actually would have gone worse if Qui-Gon had trained
Oh,
Anakin, but that's my own.
You
Qui-Gon
seen
has
that
my
Star
own
Wars
theory.
theory video?
I like it better.
No, I
think it
haven't
was
seen any
better.
theory on it. It's just I know Qui-Gon played pretty fast and loose, and the only thing that kept Anakin in line for as long as it did was the fact of his.
No, I think
faith.
Qui-Gon would have been better
But-
for Obi-Wan because Qui-Gon was the
For
true
Anakin,
mentor
maybe.
figure. Obi-Wan.
Yeah,
Well, see, the
it's-
problem with Obi-Wan is
So-
even though he well, okay, let me finish. Even though the problem with Obi-Wan is even though he absorbed most of Qui-Gon's teachings, he didn't absorb all of Qui-Gon's teachings.
The-
He didn't absorb. He was too attached to the council and the will of the council and following all the procedures and protocols, and that's the difference between Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan.
I think
Qui-Gon
it
was
was
a
the-
maverick. Well,
the
that's why he wasn't on the council.
inflexibility of Obi-Wan was both needed structure for Anakin, but at the same time it was a weakness because it meant that he couldn't adapt to train Anakin the way that Anakin needed to be trained. So I think
I'm just going to say something. It's probably a little controversial here, but
Yeah.
Obi-Wan was always a terrible instructor. He was always a terrible master. Right?
Oh,
He was
yeah.
never a good. He was never a
okay.
good master, and
Well,
he needed
you're probably
Anakin
right.
needed Obi-Wan. Anakin needed Obi-Wan as an older brother. He
Yes.
needed Qui-Gon as
Yeah,
a master.
I've seen that.
He
I've
needed
seen that.
both of them.
Yes, absolutely.
I
yes.
think either one of them would have ended in failure because he needed both
I
the
don't
older
think so.
brother
You
companion
might be
and
right.
the father mentor.
I don't know.
You might be right.
I don't know. Maybe, but I
Without
think
Obi-Wan
Qui-Gon
to temper,
Qui-Gon would have been able to help him integrate his emotionality better.
no, because the
'Cause
problem
Obi-Wan-
is Qui-Gon was all about emotion, right? That's why he wasn't on the council. Is because he
Oh,
was
yeah,
just like,
he would've-
do what
he
you
would've-
want to do.
He would have let him. He would have helped him process it better instead of doing the Jedi thing of just shoving it all down or ideally preventing it from happening to begin with. Like we're going back to the whole Anakin's emotionality thing.
Anakin needs Qui-Gon like Revan needs Jolie.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that is an important element that was missing, and that's part of why he couldn't square the apparent circle of unconditional love, and he does the whole like calling that compassion trick. That whole thing, a little bit, yeah, but that whole trick. The reason he has to dance around that so hard and it causes so much conflict is because he didn't have a maverick like Qui-Gon. But he also didn't have the sort of solidity of Obi-Wan. I think if he had both, it would have been far
I think
better.
he needed both.
Yeah.
I think he needed that friend. Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's keep going. But yeah, I'll do it.
Preference for monastic disattachment to Campbell's disdain for, as he puts it, the lecherous fever of the organic cell. Often, Campbell elevates his distaste, or tries to, by focusing on a rapturous love of pure symbolism and spiritual expression. In his efforts to unite Christian, Buddhist, Islamic, and other traditions within the framework of the monomyth, it's always the symbolic purity of each he chose to incorporate into his thesis. This is what really surprised me in actually reading Hero with a Thousand Faces, because I thought the universalist blend of Eastern and Western traditions that encompasses the Jedi Code was always to do with George Lucas's ideals and morals, the kinks of his worldview. It turned out that the Jedi aren't in so much as they are just a line tracing of his work with doodles of little sword guys scrawled on top. Campbell wrote, quote, "A monastic, puritanical, world-negating ethical system then radically and immediately transfigures all the images of myth. No longer can the hero rest in innocence with the goddess of the flesh, for she is become the queen of sin." End quote. The hero must be clear of mind, free of attachments. Looking at you, Anakin Skywalker. Sort that Padme shit out. Campbell goes on to immediately cite a Hindu monk who once said, quote,
So I actually find it funny that it's very obvious to me he's clearly not read a lot of expanded universe stuff or has done a very deep dive into Star Wars. The concept of the celibate the celibate monastic Jedi was actually very recent into the Jedi Order. That we know. That for most of the Jedi timeline, married Jedi and Jedi that were in love were encouraged. So, so the idea that
to be
they
fair,
were
this right here, KOTOR, was another period where that was the norm, where celibate Jedi was the norm.
Well, so
but it was sandwiched between
yeah,
the Tales of the Jedi, Nomi Sunrider era, where most Jedi were married, and then on the other end of it, you had Satele Shan, who has a fling, I don't know, some kind of a relationship with a Republic commando. So, okay.
Right. So, yeah, so there's definitely been a lot of pro-romance. You got to remember, and this is interesting. I don't know if a lot of people know this. BioWare, when it approached Lucas in 2003 or in 2001, excuse me, and said that they wanted to make a Star Wars game. Lucas said you have two options. You can pick either one. You can either do Attack of the Clones era, or you can do so far back in time that it won't impact the current movies that are coming out. And they chose to pick obviously the Old Republic. Great idea.
Yeah.
But that means that a lot of the Attack of the Clones concepts, because right around 2003, a lot of those Attack of the Clones concepts,
they sort of found
a lot
their
of those
way in
filtered
here.
through.
Yeah.
Right. So there is a lot of stuff from the movies that don't quite fit the timeline of the rest of Star Wars. So it's very.
I mean, this
that's
does.
just very noticeable in what he's saying.
The whole Jedi celibacy thing, it historically speaking, it kind of comes and goes, and part of that is just because of the time periods that things were written in. But also, I think that there is a fundamental sort of philosophical outlook on things that there's arguments to be made for both. And my favorite argument about this is to point to the Corellian Jedi, the Green Jedi, who historically in every source material have always been married with families, committed first and foremost to their home system. They've been like, God and guns patriots, basically. Plus Irish.
Corellia Space Texas. I've said it before.
It's Space Ireland, Texas. It's right in between the both of them. And also notably, there has literally never been a Corellian Jedi who has fallen to the dark side on record. So I'm just saying, things work out okay. Anyway. Yeah.
Monk, who once said, to immediately cite a Hindu monk who once said, quote, "Some regard for his corpse-like body, he is impure, and suffers from his enemies as well as from birth, disease, and death. But when he thinks of himself as pure, as the essence of the good and the immovable, he becomes free. Throw far away this limitation of a body which is inert and filthy by nature. Think of it no longer. For a thing that has been vomited, as you should vomit forth your body, can excite only disgust when it is recalled again to mind." End quote. True Jedi, we remember, become Force ghosts, beings which arguably are the essence of the good and the immovable, made manifest, made free. In Knights of the Old Republic, all the Jedi characters in your party struggle with conforming to the Jedi expectation of being dispassionate, even-tempered, beyond the concerns of the ego and the self. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, uses Yoda and Dagobah Swamp as a replacement for the encounter with Goddess, where learning the ways of the Force from a flippant Muppet satisfies Campbell's requirement for a feminine divine. Empire Strikes Back actually does conform, however, to woman as the temptress, using Leia. Luke's great crisis is that he wants to save his sister, and in doing so, he loses his hand and nearly falls to the dark side.
That is so not true. He wants to save his friends, the word that he specifically uses.
That's a
plural.
Weird. Both of those sentences are odd. One that they claims the goddess is Dagobah. Because there's no
I can see it because
option.
it's the encounter with the divine forces of the world.
Yeah,
and that's to him.
That's true.
That's to him is the equivalent.
But like
Yeah,
the temptation,
I can see
though,
what he's going for.
the temptation,
I can see what he's going for.
The temptation to go to Cloud City, though. Am I remembering episode 5 correctly? I haven't seen it in a little while. I guess I should again, at least in a few months.
It's okay.
I know. Yeah. It is good. It's not my favorite, but it's very good. Am I mistaken in thinking that when he has the vision while he's meditating, he says Han first and then Leia?
He does.
Yeah.
No,
No,
you're
he does.
absolutely correct.
Okay,
does,
yeah,
he
there you
does,
go.
he does.
QED.
And then
Rose before house.
Sorry, Noah,
he
you're
flat
wrong.
out says, I have to go to Cloud City to save my friends.
Save my friends. Yeah.
Not
Friends?
Leia, not my
Plural.
sister.
Well, not not
He
my
didn't know it was
potential
his
love
sister
interest.
yeah,
at that point.
Well, he
But-
did just make the last time he saw her. They were
There was some
smacking lips.
sparks.
So
There were some weird
Oh,
sparks.
we
yeah.
don't need to talk about that.
No.
But
I think it's thematically relevant, but yeah, we don't need to talk about
so
that.
again, kind of for people who don't know,
Shut up,
I
Oedipus.
always love to tell. It wasn't until episode 6 that Leia was his sister.
Yeah, that wasn't established yet.
Luke,
no, it wasn't.
Luke
It
was
wasn't,
supposed to
no.
have a sister who was separate from Leia.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be separate. Funny enough, Mara Jade came from the scrapped concept for his
Wow, it
sister.
gets even weirder.
Oh my god,
It just gets so much weirder.
Like they wrote like
yeah, his
they
sister was
wrote a
supposed to be like an
character-
imperial assassin, wasn't she, or something like that?
Right,
hey, by the way,
right.
speaking
Yeah,
of Mara
yeah.
Jade, little side off, he does have a video on EU games.
Ooh.
Up to and including KOTOR, not KOTOR, up to and including Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So yeah, we can look at those too
But,
sometime if you want
I got it at some point.
But yeah, they took the concept of a sister, and then they realized adding a 4th character into this group, well, 5th if you count Chewbacca,
to.
into this group this
Yeah.
late in the game, like wouldn't
8th
work.
if
So
you
they
count the droids.
scrapped.
Kinda have
so they
to.
scrapped her idea, and when it came time to create Mara Jade, Timothy Zahn just took this entire scrapped character, changed the name, changed a couple of things, and then made it Mara Jade. So it's a little weird. It's a little weird when you really dig into it.
Well, yeah, it fits with Star Wars. It's Star Warsy.
Yes.
All about family.
Anyway,
Anyway, but yeah, no, it's I think so Noah's wrong. But let's see what else he's wrong about.
All because of so, he loses his hand and nearly falls to the dark side. All because of his personal attachment, his hubris. For Knights of the Old Republic, we have instead Juhani the Padawan. Rather than present the temptation to you as your own problem, we see another student failing to learn the lesson and falling to the dark side out of panic and self-hatred. Juhani thinks that she killed her master when she lashed out in anger, a delusion that her master has allowed her to keep in an effort to try to teach her to temper her emotions and her self-judgment. This isn't helping, so the council sends you, if you will be a steadfast companion in the light. Or you can just kill her, demonstrating the Sith ideal of strength and power being the key to all things. Juhani, by small example, clarifies your intentions and the moral battle to come. Once you've learned these lessons, it's up to you to choose whether to abide them or ignore them across 4 sprawling planet quest lines. Or, as Campbell more agreeably puts it, quote, the original departure into the land of trials represented only the beginning of the long and really perilous path of initiatory conquests and moments of illumination. Dragons have now to be slain, and surprising barriers passed, again, again, and again. Meanwhile, there will be a multitude of preliminary victories, unretainable ecstasies, and momentary glimpses of the wonderful land. End quote. Step 4, Atonement with the Father, is another one of those odd digressions that Campbell has towards unconscious gender symbolism, so both Knights of the Old Republic and Empire Strikes Back just kind of glossed over it to a more surface-level interaction with Step 4. In Empire Strikes Back, this is the moment in Cloud City Bespin when Luke is fighting with Darth Vader, and it comes out that Vader is Luke's true dad. In Knights of the Old Republic, this happens after your 3rd planet, and the Ebon Hawk is captured by a Sith flagship. Towards the end of the long interlude, Malak arrives to kill you. He brings with him the news that you are Revan, or were Revan, Malak the student, and now that Revan has died and been reborn, Malak fulfills the requirement of atonement with the Father. But what did Campbell actually mean by this step? In his
Yeah, there's no atonement at this point.
There's no atonement. There's no father. There's barely any with. It is
father figure in that it's the mentor and mentee reunited.
But it's
this
inverted.
really
Though.
feels
It's inverted.
like
this
extreme
is a stretch.
case.
This
This
is a
feels like
stretch.
an extreme case of exegesis where
the
he's trying to
problem-
read into.
Yeah, I think you're right. But the big problem with that for his thesis. Okay, so I wouldn't ordinarily have a problem with saying, hey, let's look at KOTOR from a hero's journey perspective and see what we can find that lines up. Even if you're making stretches there, you can say, yeah, this is kind of like the reunion with the father. We can give reasons for it. Fine, okay. I'd be kind of okay with that. But his point is that KOTOR 1 follows the hero's journey slavishly as a storytelling template.
Right.
This shows that to be almost
what's hilarious
comically wrong.
is KOTOR 2 actually has what I would argue a much stronger example of a atonement with the father. In
Master of-
basically every single
All of them, or all
well,
of them, I
most
guess.
of them.
But yeah,
I would say most of them. Yeah, where
Yeah.
you actually sit down and get atonement with your mentors, the people that shunned and abandoned you.
I think that it fits best with Atris, and especially
Yeah.
because KOTOR 2 is canonically the Exile's female. Flipping the genders for both of it's atonement with the mother, and you both have this matronly sort of
Yeah.
place within the
I
story.
forget who canonically trained the
It was
exile.
Atris.
I'm pretty was
It
it
was
Atris?
Atris.
Was she your master? Yeah, so I
Yes.
mean that makes
Mhm.
complete sense that that's the
It was
atonement point.
Atris who I think was trained by Kreia, if I remember correctly. It's been a little
And
while.
I thought Kreia trained Revan.
And Atris,
Trained
I think
Revan.
both. I think it was
Yeah.
both,
Did they?
but I could be wrong.
Did they?
You can have
I
more than
don't.
one Padawan, you guys.
Yeah,
Or
I
one
don't
after the
remember.
other as well.
Like
It may
I
have been
said,
Atris
I
first
thought
and then Revan or something. I'm not sure.
2, even as a kid, struck me as like that dude who got really high and thought he was dropping deep philosophical facts, and he wasn't.
It is when you're in high school and you first read Ayn Rand.
Yes.
Yes. No, that's a
Yes,
perfect
it is.
explanation of 2.
It really is.
That's everything
What
about
about the
2, but
normal
especially
people,
Kreia.
Ayn?
The way
Yes.
the way I described
Well,
it to my
I think
friend.
Kreia. I think Kreia is when is your first. It's when you first read Nietzsche and think he's some deep, like nihilistic thinker, and nothing matters, and we should kill God because existence itself is just a crime of the utmost magnitude. Wham wham, blather blather. I don't understand anything.
The whole kill God thing, I think that's much closer to Sartre than it is Nietzsche.
Well, it's a
But-
misconception of Nietzsche as well. I was trying to get at. It's when you
Well,
first
okay,
read it,
so
you don't
Sartre's
understand
reading
it.
of Nietzsche. Fine.
So-
Maybe I'll give you that. We'll talk about that when we get there. We'll talk about that when we get there. We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Go for
Anyway,
it.
yeah, no, this is not Reunion with the Father.
It's not a
No.
no.
In his own word, where a potential future self has come to destroy the present. Also, of course, a word-for-word representation of Campbell's proposed rivalry of the son versus the father for mastery of the universe. In Malik's revelation that all your protagonists and Revan
Dude,
are
read
one and
Freud.
the same, it calls your
He's
choices as
right.
player
Dude,
into
read-
question.
Hold on.
So the Freudian, like, remember earlier
Yeah.
I was talking about the difference between Freud and Jung being Freud's emphasis on the negative and Jung's emphasis on the positive.
Yeah.
Part of the whole Oedipal complex is the idea is that because when you're growing, the idea basically boils down to as you're growing up, you idolize your mother and you despise your father for having the relationship with the mother. So you are rivals with the father for the mother, and you either destroy the father for the mother and thus fulfill the Oedipal promise, or you let go of the attachment to the mother, go off and find some new girl to become attached to.
Mm-hmm. Which
But
is very Freud.
Yes, very Freud.
Very Freud.
what gets me though is he talks about how it's the father now destroying, whereas I think the reveal that you're Revan fundamentally shifts Malik's character, right? All of a sudden he
Yeah.
stops being this big bad and almost becomes more like a petulant child.
Brother.
I wouldn't even say brother, inferior, right? He all of a sudden he stops being this
Usurper.
big bad. Yeah,
Yeah,
and all of a sudden
usurper.
he becomes somebody that you've already defeated.
Yeah.
That you just
And
have
knowing
to
how it
smack
happened
down
as
again.
well. Like knowing how it happened as well, he seems very opportunistic. Which he is.
Right.
But we get
He is.
that insight at this point. That he
And
is
it's-
his strength is in his willingness to take the initiative rather than actually in his his strength, which is
And it's hilarious.
Which, by the way,
comics
is
have worked so hard to counter that. In the comics, they're always like Alex, because Alec was his name before he became Malik.
Oh.
But he was like, Alec was so strong and he's so powerful and he's a great swordsman. They try to like talk to him like, are we just pretending like he didn't just do that, like the cheesiest thing possible and fire on the bridge? Like,
Yeah.
is that?
No, like
Are we
that's
just
the
trying
thing
to
too.
correct that?
There's this weird ludonarrative dissonance there as well, because he goes down like a bitch in that fight in particular, in the one that they're just
Yeah, he
talking
does.
about here. Then you get to the final boss fight on the Starforge, and I probably could have beaten him conventionally. I admit I could have beaten him conventionally. I probably could. But I was already past midnight when I started that boss fight, and I needed to get to bed. So after
much
dying
fun.
3 times, I decided I was just going to finish off all the Jedi in cans that he uses to regenerate, and I was going to run around dropping mines behind me.
So
it worked.
the most fun thing to do to beat that match, and I'll tell you that right now, or beat that fight, is you save every single mine from the entire game. Don't sell them. Don't just every single mine you pick up, you save it. When you get to that fight, that narrow walkway that leads up to him, he will not engage you until you walk into the circle. So you mine that entire thing, and then the fight starts, and you run back to the door, and he'll try to run for you, blow up. He'll run back, heal, run towards you, blow up, run back, heal, run towards you, and he'll just blow himself up trying to run towards you. And it's the funniest thing. You just
Oh my
let him
God.
blow himself up. It's the most anticlimactic nonsense
Okay.
ever.
I wish I'd known that because it would have saved me some time, but it's fine. Like I said, I was already running out of time when I got to that fight. So I'm like, I have to exploit this. I really wish I could do it not legit, but no, I gotta exploit it.
But yeah, they definitely try to retroactively make him much more of a big bad than the game wanted him to be. Like I said, the game always kind of struck him as well, and the whole fact that he's burning all of this time and energy to kill you when you don't know who you are. You think he's chasing Bastila, right?
Right.
But you're just kind of unluckily involved. But the fact that he's diverting all of this energy to very behind the scenes, right? Assassins and behind bombing an entire city and doing all this
To kill Revan
shicey
in
stuff.
particular.
Right.
Little did you know.
For Bastila, for what you think is Bastila, never gives like a Darth Vader vibe, right? He's
No.
never a I'll do it myself kind of person. He sends
Absolutely not. Yeah,
God
he
knows
sends
how many assassins after
he sends
you.
what's his name? Not
Darth Brandon, and I
well,
refuse to correct
okay,
it.
yes, Darth Brandon as yes, and I was gonna say the guy with the hat and the goggles.
Calo Nord.
Calo Nord, yep. Sends him after you like 3 times.
Yeah. And then he sends a bunch of assassins. Lord Malik was most displeased.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
So
then
it's not
drop
like
him.
he's a I'll do it myself person.
Yeah. It's
You know
like
what
they
I mean?
tried to split the difference between the Emperor and Vader and failed at both.
Yes.
Now
So
he is a
he's
great
never
villain. He's a great villain, but it's not because he's a real match for you or he's unbelievably powerful. He's a great villain because of his connection to the protagonist, and he's a great villain because he is he's opportunistic and desperate.
Yep.
Which makes him dangerous in
he's a cornered
that
animal
particular way.
the entire time. And you don't realize it till afterwards. But he's a cornered animal the entire time.
Retroactively, though, he is the whole time, which is really fascinating. And that's a really cool little turn of the narrative. Another thing that twist does is that lets you see not just yourself differently, but everything that has gone on differently.
It fundamentally shifts his character, though, like I said, from more of an Emperor-style character to more of a terrified child who's trying
like
to
a Kylo Ren sort of character,
destroy you. Yeah, destroy you before it's too late. Kind of thing.
Yes, as a character who is never as powerful as it could have been, and resents a player character for being innately more powerful than him, and trying everything they can to delay the inevitable.
But I
think that's actually an excellent allegory.
Yeah,
we even see before he turns on Revan, right? But for the first time we see Malik is in the flashback on Dantooine with Revan and Malik when they're at the he still had his mouth, which I don't know if you know how he got it removed, but that's a funny story. But Revan took it off because he got uppity. And but they're standing there, and Revan is pacing and talking, and Malik's just like, well, I don't know if we should open the store because once we do, there's no going back. And Revan doesn't even seem to like acknowledge him, right? There's no recognition in Revan at all. He just continues pacing, and then as soon as Malik's like, I don't know if this is a good idea, Revan just opens the door and walks in. So it's clear that their dichotomy was never one of equals or anything. Right.
He's very obviously the apprentice the whole time.
This always struck me as if like you found out that you were Batman and the guy you're fighting is Robin.
Right.
Like, of course you're gonna win. Right? Like, of course you're gonna win. It's just it's so
it's a matter of time, it's a matter of how, and it's a matter of what he's gonna do in the meantime. What damage he's gonna do in the meantime.
That makes him dangerous.
And I will say that the fight on the Leviathan was a big misstep. What they should have done is either done full cutscene, right, where he does the reveal, right, and then Bastila saber throws, or they should have cranked his stats up through the roof so that he was like untouchable, right, and he's just beating the snot out of you. The fact that you can very realistically end that fight, and it goes to the cutscene, and you're like, no, I wasn't done yet.
Yes.
right? Like,
No, that's the thing. I was done. I got his health way below half. I got him down to like 10% of his max health in like one round of combat.
that's what I'm saying. He's such a pushover in that
Yeah.
fight, and it completely
Because
changes the tone.
at the time I had Master Force Speed and I had Master Flurry and I used like 3 Adrenals. So I just go like, okay, I'm gonna set up for my first couple of turns, and then like turn number 3, I just go and down all of his health goes, and then it goes to the cutscene.
Yeah.
He's like, aha, I have
Exactly.
beaten you. I'm like, wait, do you see your health
Yeah,
bar?
they definitely should have either not let you fight him at all, so that intimidation
He
is
addresses
still
that, I
there.
think. Does he? Maybe not. I don't remember if he addresses that.
That definitely should have
Yeah.
been. That was a big misstep. Letting
Yeah.
the player character fight him at the basic,
Mid
almost
strength.
weaker than end game fight strength. Bad call.
That was way
Bad
weaker
call.
than endgame fights.
Mid strength.
Yeah.
Well, you said yourself, it's the Leviathan, it's the belly, the beast, and naturally that's the middle point. So
Right.
you're at mid strength at that point.
But he feels like he's at end game, is what I meant.
Oh yeah,
Probably-
no, absolutely,
should
you're
be.
absolutely right. You shouldn't. The player shouldn't have been able to see how much.
Because that's the other
pushover
thing
he was
too.
early on.
Malik is a static villain. He doesn't develop or evolve throughout the narrative, really,
Right.
at all.
No, he doesn't. Does he?
Right.
People
Which is
develop
fine.
around him. Bastila certainly does.
Right,
Revan
and that's
absolutely
fine.
does.
He shouldn't. He's a stable point of the narrative, but and also what you learn changes how you see him.
So
But how he is stable.
I think a great comparison to the fight with Malik and the endgame fight is if you look at Mass Effect and you look at Vermeer, right?
Yes.
You fight Saren,
Yeah.
right? You beat him. First of all, it's not an easy fight, but you beat him.
You
but-
beat him, and it's actually hard.
Right. And then you fight him again at the end, and he's already said, this fight changed my outlook, and I have improved and upgraded since then.
Mhm.
Right. So he's clearly reacting to the experience
Yeah.
that he had, right? Which makes him feel very organic. It makes him feel very adaptive, right? Malik never really has that. I guess you could argue he set it up so the
I am
next
so
fight
more
he had
powerful on the
health.
Starforge because of the
Right,
dark side something.
guess
Okay, I
you
guess, but
argue that, but it's not the same. You know,
Yeah,
where
no.
Saren was very much,
he
I'm going to give myself a leg up.
yeah, Saren intentionally gives himself a leg up because he knows he's been beaten. Malik wipes the floor with you and then just moves the fight to somewhere where he has a further advantage. That's all.
Right.
Which
right,
is
exactly.
not the same thing at all.
No.
I'm going to actually drag this back like a minute or so, because I want to see again what he said. So let's see what we got. We're at 32, right? That worked for everyone?
Yeah, sounds right. That sounds right.
Bastard world. End
Yeah.
quote. It goes without saying that this is dated and gross in a lot of ways, but let's say it anyway, to be clear. This is your brain on Freud. He found the Oedipus story relevant, and so too then does Campbell, and both of them go on to make grand theories based on what are, in retrospect, kind of spuriously useless ideas about action inherently masculine and femininity being inherently passive. In trying to pull something useful out of the
I
wreckage
don't know
of that
about that,
block
but
what
it is still
atonement with
relevant.
the father means, generously, is a harrowing by which the consequences of your power are made clear, and the difficulties of who the hero is becoming come into focus. Before, Cloud did not truly understand what it meant to fall to the dark side. In discovering Vader as his father, we hit this mythic note where a potential future self has come to destroy the present self. It is also, of course, a word-for-word representation of Campbell's proposed rivalry of the son versus the father for mastery of the universe. In Malik's revelation that the player protagonist and Revan are one and the same, it calls your choices as a player into question. Did you obey the Jedi teachings because you believed in them, or because you were told to? In confronting the past Revan, a new future Revan also becomes possible. Even if you followed the light, you can turn now to the dark again in recognition of your past. In choosing to forego that, in choosing to bury Revan doubly and permanently, a more powerful threshold is crossed. In a more rational, reasonable
I
Mm-hmm.
agree,
paragraph, Campbell
actually.
said, quote,
Yeah, that's
the
actually a
problem
good
of the
point.
hero going to
Yeah.
meet the father is to open his soul beyond terror to such a degree that he will be ripe to understand how the sickening and insane tragedies of this vast and ruthless cosmos are completely validated in the majesty of being. The hero transcends life, rises to a glimpse of the source. He beholds the face of the father, understands, and the two are atoned. End quote. Luke and Revan, in confronting the Sith father figure, opened themselves to the sickening tragedies that the worst parts of humanity are within them as well, that life is long, and betrayal of the self is always a lurking possibility. The only things standing between Luke and Vader, Revan and Malik, are time and choice. They can fall into despair, lost, defeated by the ruthless cosmos, and the certainty that they are forever the jailers of their most horrifying thoughts and impulses, or they could let it clarify them, in the face of betrayal, fidelity, in the face of terror, the calm of a Jedi Knight. Step 4 is, as Campbell laid it down, an absolute mess of an idea. George Lucas took that mess, wiped away the odd and gooey bits, and then laid it back out as one of the most iconic movie moments of all time. Revan and Malik's confrontation has always been an echo of that scene in Empire Strikes Back. Its success, though, is that it's not even being directly imitative. They are each parallel expressions of the same requirement of the monomyth, and that is the bond that so successfully unites them. With the knowledge that you are Revan...
Okay.
I'm gonna be a little confused here because he said that was Echo's Empire Strikes Back. Is he did he mean A New Hope? Is he talking about when Obi-Wan sacrifices himself?
He's talking
he's referring to
I am your father.
Yeah, he's referring to I am your father. That as the sort of revelation to Luke that Luke has to confront in order to become who he is. Or, I mean, Luke is kind of presented there with a choice between join me and we will rule the galaxy as father and son, and continue along your heroic path as a Jedi. And I think that is where the parallel is. I think he's absolutely right about that parallelism.
So I'm going to say he had some bad video editing because as he's talking about this moment being iconic, he shows Bastila sacrificing herself. And I was like,
right, yeah.
Are you talking about, but I see you're talking about the reveal of the father. So I 100% agree that it gives you an interesting dichotomy of even a light side Jedi, a light side playthrough of Revan, at that point could conceivably go dark side.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's a valid argument, or you double down on the decision that you already made. Thereby doubly burying Revan.
Yeah,
absolutely agree with him there. I think he's right on the money.
That's the other thing too, is that the game in dialogue presents a third option, a third alternative that I took and that I think works better than either of them. Because the game presents you with three alternatives, realistically. Two light side and one dark. The dark side option is I am Revan, I am the Lord of the Sith, I am coming back to reclaim my title and my proper place, and I'm swiping Malak away. That is the one alternative of I've been presented with this dichotomy, this choice, this information about myself, and I'm going to embrace it. The alternative that he's talking about, that we were just talking about, is I reject what I was, and I now am what I am. In my case, Hain Char, randomly generated name number 5. So you, as he said, doubly bury Revan. You buried Revan in the beginning, and now that it's come back and he has reared his ugly head, you push him away again.
You reject him again.
Exactly.
Right.
The other alternative the game gives you, again, mostly in dialogue options, is to say, no, I still am Revan, but I have acknowledged my mistakes and I must move forward from them and do the right thing now.
Revan reborn.
Canonically, that's what happened, right? Revan never changed his name. He remained Revan. He just became a new Revan, right? Who was a hybrid of Revan of the Mandalorian Wars, who fell to the dark side, and Revan generated name 1138, right? And I think that's exactly it's a question of nature versus nurture, but you can't deny the nature side of it, right? Revan is as much of who he is. Right.
Yeah, no.
It's a kind of harmonization of the two dynamic opposites.
It's integration of the self.
Star Wars is all about
integration
balance.
Of the shadow. Very much integration of the shadow.
Well, yes, actually, that's exact. It's integration of the shadow self.
Star Wars is all about balance, right? That's what Star Wars has always been about, is balance.
If you want to zoom it out to the Jungian perspective,
the light
Star Wars is, and Luke's story in particular, and through Luke Anakin's, is a story of it's a quintessential Jungian journey of integrating the light, your conscious being and your unconscious being, and becoming stronger because of it.
Right.
It's acknowledging the darkness inside of you and saying, okay, I acknowledge that, I will not let it consume me, and then and letting it empower you anyway.
When we see both sides, both the light and the dark, in any Star Wars media, and somebody fervently clings to one side and fully denies the other, that's where problems occur, right?
Yeah. It's not just the denial.
It's like that in life too.
Well, careful, because I don't think it's we have to be careful what we mean by that. Because when we say the denial of the other, you can deny yourself to the other and remain in balance.
No, that's not. You're right. Let me rephrase that better.
Yeah, it's denying the existence of the other.
Yes.
Yeah, it's dismissing the other. That's
denying the importance of the other. Yeah, it's
you're right.
And that was the failing of the prequel. That was the failing of the prequel era Jedi. They
Exactly.
ignored the dark side, and it grew. It festered underneath the surface, and it wound up blinding them with too much light.
Right. They were incredulous at when they were first told that a Sith attacked, right? Their response was not, how did this happen? How do we stop it? Where is he? Their response
Sith
was to be
Lord?
incredulous, right?
The Sith
And
the
be
Sith
like, well,
haven't
they're
been seen in
A
1,000
Sith
years.
Lord?
right. So
Yeah.
it's you're right. It's not the denial of self against
Mhm.
either side. It is the denial of the existence, right?
Yeah.
It's the denial of
And
the
this is like, I mean, Jordan Peterson is very Jungian about this, and I think he gets this right. And this is actually something I teach my ethics students: is if you cannot envision yourself as a Holocaust concentration camp guard, then you probably would have
You
been.
need to have serious
Well,
soul
then you
searching.
probably it's worse, because you probably then would have been.
Yes.
If you can't think of how that would have happened, how it would be that you would be tempted and brought into doing things that you know to be heinously evil, then you probably would have gone along with those heinously evil things. And worse, you probably are going along with heinously evil things that you don't know and don't acknowledge, because you don't know
right.
what your temptations are.
So I think that hits the nail on the head, right? Is that the Jedi of the prequel series or the prequel era, right? They couldn't comprehend the evil, right?
Mhm.
They
Yeah.
refused to acknowledge its existence, and
Yeah,
they
they
hoped by
refused.
ignoring it would die. When in reality,
Right.
you have to face it to understand it, and that's why Anakin failed, right? He couldn't face the darkness within him, so it consumed him.
Yeah.
Well, I
And
think
that's why Luke
I think with
succeeded.
Anakin he
This is what the Tartakovsky Clone Wars did
yeah,
very
you're
well.
right. Yeah.
Yes.
Like the Tartakovsky Clone Wars, the last episode where he's on Nelvon?
Ice Planet 1138. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't remember the name.
Nelvon, I think. Where he has the vision of himself becoming Darth Vader because of the fumes in the cavern, and then he goes and he starts
I love
force
that
choking
scene.
out a bunch of Techno Union guys. That thing.
Genocides the Techno Union dudes, yeah.
Right, which is honestly really similar to his visions and stuff on Mortis in the CG Clone War series.
I think it's where it's
But
inspired from. I
yeah,
really do.
yeah, I think so. And it was much more condensed and much more compact and much more direct in the Tartakovsky ones. And you see in both instances, he refuses to acknowledge that failure.
Mhm.
Whereas Luke, remember Yoda, when Luke is leaving Dagobah in episode 5, remember your failure at the cave. Because Luke did refuse to acknowledge his dark side then, but then he confronts it with Vader and he turns back to the light.
Yes. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and he comes back, and and then in episode 6, when he's a fully blooded Jedi, he is reborn as a Jedi Knight for having done that. And then episode 6 too, I don't know if you guys noticed, but when he first notices that, when he first realizes that, oh my God, Darth Vader is my father, he rejects the notion outright. That's not true. That's impossible.
Yep.
But then at the end, during episode 6, when he goes and fucks off and goes back to Yoda, he is completely set on the notion of redeeming Vader. He
But once he
refuses
confirms it,
he refuses to reject it.
But
he
that's
still
the
needs to
thing,
confirm
right?
that Darth Vader is his father with Yoda.
Right.
He doesn't believe it
But
until
once
it's
he
confirmed,
does,
When we look
once he
at
does,
both Yoda and Obi-Wan in the prequels, as well as in the Obi-Wan show, right? Both of them are
which is
so
a thing that exists,
blinded
unfortunately.
by they're both so blinded by the, I don't want to say blinded by the light, that seems
Light.
ridiculous, but they were so set in their dogmas that the idea that he could be redeemed didn't even cross their minds.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's even something in the EU and some of the novels and stuff that Obi-Wan said was his greatest failing, that it never occurred to him to save Anakin because he didn't think it was possible.
That he had
And I
turned
think
too
that's
far.
right. So that's what's the important thing with Revan, right? Is Revan, he was able to embrace that, which is why he didn't fall to the dark side again, even when he went and fought the Infinite Empire and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Is going way into the weeds for people who haven't, read all the comics and books and stuff. Is that he embraced, I don't want to say he embraced who he was, because that sounds like he was okay with it. He understood that that's part of who he was.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do
And that
believe
he
did
moved
bury.
and evolved past it.
Right, but at the same
Yeah.
time, I think he's absolutely right that it is a double burial of Revan.
Mhm.
One is on every light side action you do, I think is more dirt on the grave. But then that final denial of the dark side Revan is what allows that. allows that to happen.
Mhm.
So I think he's on the money there on what he says. But it also
Yeah.
does, and he glazed over this. And honestly, the game kind of glazes over this too. Is how much of it is that you really did come back to the light, and how much of it is you were just indoctrinated
Right.
by the Jedi Order when they rebuilt your brain. Like
Yeah,
that's
like
such an invasion of who
yeah,
you
like
are.
is Revan back as Revan on the light side, or is this someone else that is maybe partially Revan or something like that? And that's never really addressed too much. Not as much as it could
No.
be.
No.
Which is
even the
okay.
books-
Honestly, I'm fine with it. I'm perfectly fine with that because it's a complex issue and it would need a lot of examination.
I'm fine with
And
it because I
game
played
handled
Force
a lot.
Unleashed 2, where
That's
that's
true.
the entire premise, and
Yeah.
it's trash. So I'd
Yeah.
rather not touch it than try to tackle
Yeah.
that again.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I feel like they kind of did that with like. Well, I mean, it works a little differently in Force Unleashed
So,
2 because it's a clone, flash memory clone or something like that.
Is he a
But
clone?
but
That's the whole question.
yeah.
Is are you
Okay,
the real?
yeah, true, fair. Yeah.
Are
I
you-
thought it was.
So you
I
know
thought
what
it was
game?
really heavily implied that you were a clone, but
Do you know
Yeah,
what game
yeah.
shockingly handled this question amazingly? And this is gonna blow your mind when I say this. You know what game handled this amazingly?
What?
Call of Duty Cold War.
Cold, not Black Ops.
No.
really,
What?
I've never
Cold
played
War.
Cold War.
So
What?
this is gonna blow your mind. This is gonna blow your mind.
Yeah,
What?
probably. Probably.
The entire plot twist of the game is you're hunting Perseus, who was a very real, not person but persons. It was a general name given to theoretically multiple Soviet spies over several years. Basically,
Mhm.
anytime there was a really massive leak and we couldn't figure out what spy it was set to Perseus. In
Right.
this universe, they created Perseus as a single entity. They're
Okay.
hunting Perseus, and you're the guy who's been brought back in to help the team out because you guys did a bunch of missions together, and they're asking
New
you to
recruit.
not so much a new recruit. You're being brought back in, right? You've worked with
Yeah.
these guys before, and each one of the missions is like a flashback to a mission that you've had before with them, and you're trying to
Okay.
remember new details.
Okay.
The plot twist is that you never actually did anything with them. You were actually one of Perseus's agents. You were grievously wounded. They recovered you and used MK
Oh.
Ultra to rewrite your memories to believe. So, like for example, you do a flashback
Cool.
where you were with the team in Vietnam, right? You find out what really happened is you were a Soviet that was in Vietnam, and you remember details from your point of view that they didn't know, but they blended the two realities together in your memory in the
Mhm.
flashback, right? So there becomes this whole question of these people have captured you and they've wiped your brain, but do you believe in the democracy? Do you believe in America, or
Do you believe in their cause?
right, or did they
Anyway.
wipe your brain and MK Ultra you, so you should go back to the Soviets and Perseus? And they actually really delve into that question of
You know another
who
game that
are
kind
you?
of
There's a
you know
little bit of
another
this
game
in
that
Assassin's
kind of
Creed.
touches on this. Oh,
Like the
this is a
first one
popular
mostly.
motif. But what I thought of when we started talking about this, if you guys ever played Dust and Elysian Tale, it's like this
Mhm.
side-scrolling RPG beat 'em up.
I'm familiar with it, but I haven't played it.
Yeah,
I've heard of it, but I've never played it.
it's just really cute. It's just really cute. Kind of not hack and slash because it's side to side. Not really like Dark Souls either, but I played it when I first got into Dark Souls, like in 2014. Anyway, the main premise of the game is that there's this war going on, and there's big bad, and your player character Dust is literally his name. He wakes up in the forest with no memory of who he is or what he was or whatever. So you're going through the game, right? Going through the game, you meet different characters, you help people with side quests. So you get to the final boss, or no, not the final boss. You get to like the time right before the boss. Like I guess it would be the grand reveal. And come to find out, you are the main bad. You were originally the main bad guy's like right hand man, but when you were on a raid, to a village, this kid challenged you, and like they fought each other, and I guess killed each other, but then their consciousnesses were resurrected and melded into one, and that's what you are. And you have a choice to tell the characters, like, am I Dust, or am I this kid? No, I am
Oh, so there's
the
multiple
Emperor's right hand man.
identities. There's multiple
Yeah,
identities in one
exactly.
that you have.
There's
you have
multiple
to choose
identities
between.
melded
Which I mean,
into one person.
that's very much Revan.
Yes.
It's very much Revan in this situation. Actually, hold on, let me see something here. Oh, I can't do that, can I? Can I? No, I can't just hover over to see how far the over 1 bit goes. I think it's about 45 minutes in is the change.
Yeah,
We
it's
got 10 minutes. Let's go. Let's see what we can do
okay.
before we gotta
tackle it.
go. I mean, we're a little late, but we started a little late, so that's okay. It's not too bad. If anybody does have to leave, feel free. But
No,
Stacked beneath the certainty, iconic movie moments of all time. Revan and Malik's confrontation has always been an echo of that scene in Empire Strikes Back. Its success, though, is that it's not even being directly. They are each parallel expressions of the same requirement of the monomyth, and that is the bond that so successfully unites them. With the knowledge that you are Revan stacked beneath the certainty that you will not be Revan again, we can move on to Step 5, Apotheosis, or the elevation to divinity. By the 4th planet, you're nearly level 20, and since Knights of the Old Republic is inexplicably based off of modified 3rd edition D&D rules, this means you are outrageously powerful in the Force. Mechanically speaking, you have transitioned beyond what the general population of mortals is capable of. Step 5 of the Monomyth's initiation requires you to do the same thing, but symbolically. Choosing Korriban for your 4th planet adds a fascinating twist into the mix because there's Sith Academy, where you will learn the dark mirror of the Jedi Code. The Sith are partly a rebellion against the puritanical monasticism of the Jedi, celebrating the body, celebrating the self, but they're also the bad guys, so they have to do it in a way that is unsustainably nefarious. The natures of the Empire and the Republic in Star Wars are posed in awkward ways and always have been. The Sith value the self to the highest degree, yet their society is nationalist, fascist. The Jedi abhor the ego and yet maintain a pluralistic, individualistic society. Why? Because of this thing that Campbell says on pages 133 to 134, quote, totem, tribal, racial, and aggressively missionizing cults represent only partial solutions of the psychological problem of subduing hate by love. They only partially initiate. Ego is not annihilated in them, rather, it is enlarged. Instead of thinking only of himself, the individual becomes dedicated to the whole of his society. The rest of the world, meanwhile, that is to say, by far the greater portion of mankind, is left outside the sphere of his sympathy and protection because they are outside the sphere of the protection of his God. And there takes place, then, that dramatic divorce of the two principles of love and hate, which the pages of history so bountifully illustrate. Instead of clearing his own heart, the zealot tries to clear the world. The laws of the city of God are applied only to his in-ground, while the fire of a perpetual holy war is hurled with good conscience and indeed a sense of pious service against whatever uncircumcised barbarian, heathen, native, or alien people happen to occupy the position of neighbor. End quote. This is part of why I'm trying to interact with Campbell's work in good faith, because for all his casual racism and extreme sexism, he is still kind of against the colonial mindset. It's just tricky for someone writing in 1949 to articulate their own contribution to colonial harm. The Empire in Star Wars.
Okay, so yes, he is thinking of casual racism in terms of the other being primitive. That's it.
That answers our question.
That answers our very early on question. The other thing is, it's incredibly ignorant of Noah here and of every modern who's ever written about the subject.
Right.
Sorry, postmodern, because Campbell was a modern. He actually kind of got this.
Yes.
But that societies which elevate the ego wind up elevating an ego, because that's how that has to work. Because they become innately
one ego
competitive.
Above all other ego.
Precisely. They become innately competitive. But yeah. They become innately competitive. So when it's late Rome.
It's the worst part of Rome.
2nd and 3rd century Rome.
Dune. It's Arrakis. It's Paul Atreides, God Emperor of the Universe. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah, it's almost like it's an archetypal story that applies universally across tons of different settings and contexts.
Like it's infinitely
and also
recurring
reality.
in the human psyche.
Like it's about reality or something. It's crazy. But yeah, no, it's like Plato got it. The Republic. Plato got this 100%. This very particular spot that's on the screen right now is where I paused and stopped for probably a solid 20 minutes and basically explained how Plato's Republic tells us about why the Sith are retarded and why that their society will always necessarily devolve into them all trying to murder each other forever.
Yeah.
Well, so if you angle ever so slightly to the right and walk towards that door, Junta Paul will tell you the exact same thing in no uncertain terms. Like it's almost like it was intentionally built like this.
Oh my
god! To show
you
that the ego is bad. Yeah. Because Junta Paul tells you this.
Oh yeah, that's right. That
exaltation of the ego above all else is bad. You got to remember the ego is the conscious self persona.
There's nothing wrong with it.
The ego is literally the conscious self. I'm just qualifying that because you need the ego to be so. But you're right. No, the exaltation of the ego always inevitably results in self-worship and a want to play God, which will always inevitably.
The weird part, or the part he finds weird about this, is that kind of self-worship can lead to emperor worship. Worship of another finite person, right? And it's because when you are egotistical, when you are self-centered, when you aggrandize yourself above others, What you are doing is you're admitting yourself into a paradigm where individuals are innately competitive with one another, and you're forced to acknowledge, simply on the face of like self-contradiction, you're forced to acknowledge the outcome of that contest. And so if you do find somebody who beats you, they are your superior by your own admission.
Right.
So you obey them. You have to. It's part of the structure of the reality that you're constructing.
The Sith
Until
and
you can beat them.
epitome.
So you can beat
Yeah,
them.
And for
the
the
Sith,
yeah.
the Sith and the epitome of might makes right.
Yes.
They are
Yeah.
that is the fundamental concept of the Sith is might makes right. They're
My cat is
very
trying to drink my
Machiavellian.
wine.
Oh, and that's exactly what Vince is saying too. Necessarily, if someone bests you, then they are your better, and also necessarily by the code of the Sith, you become their apprentice, and then you wait for an opportunity to strike them down, and then you are the master. You are the would-be god, and then the cycle
Well,
continues. It's the rule of two.
Yeah, the whole premise of
Or before the rule of
the
two.
Sith is if you're this is well before
Yeah,
the rule.
yeah, even before the
This
rule
is-
of two.
I mean,
But like,
this is why the
it's
rule of
perfectly
two was
personified
implemented.
in the world of two.
Well,
Yeah,
this is why the rule of two was
2000
implemented. A few thousand years later, but this is why it was
2000 years
implemented,
later.
and it was also why the rule of two was doomed to failure until Palpatine came
Yes.
along and happened to be politically connected.
So the
Not
rule
happened
of
to be,
two
but-
is dumb for a lot of reasons, but I've heard it argued, and I tend to agree that the extreme, I don't even know what the word is, dogmification, for lack of a better word, of the Jedi
Dogmatism?
Council.
Dogmatism. Yeah.
But like the extreme dogmatism.
Radical,
of
not
the-
radical, zealot. No. What
Zealotry
would
would
be
work,
the
yeah.
adjective for describing? Would it be radicalization? I suppose you could call it that.
Dogmatization. Let's go with
Dog-
dogmatization. That's probably not a
dog-
word, but
so-
let's make it
Yeah.
one.
So the dogmatization of the Jedi Council is perfectly mirrored in the de-evolution of the Sith because of the rule of two.
Yeah.
Both sides decayed because of the route that they chose to take, because
Yeah.
both sides ignored the other
Mhm.
side. Right? It was that failure of balance. And just in case somebody's watching this and they go, but Larry, there was balance during the Empire because there was two Jedi and two Sith.
Shut
The
up.
balance in
That's
the
wrong.
Force has always been, first of all, it's wrong. But second of all, the balance of the Force has always been the light side. And
Yeah.
the reason for that is it is a river that flows. The Sith
Right.
try to stop and divert that river. Right. So balance in the Force does not mean that there's an equal amount of light and dark. It means that flow and that intent can be
Isn't
I
disrupted
think this is
by
where
the dark.
I think this is kind of where Luke, it's just a quirk of the world building that we naturally, because of how we are, just how we're built as humans and how our stories have always been built. We naturally assume that there needs to be this innate balance of light and dark, and then integration. But in the
There
Star
is
Wars
light,
setting, it
there is also
literally isn't
dark.
true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no. It's why
And
you see
I don't.
it's the Manichaean
really
impulse. It's the
dislike
Manichaean
that.
impulse where even you find this a lot among usually former Christians, but even a lot of current Christians who say, well, if God exists, then the devil has to, right? No. Like, no, not at all. Like the almost opposite of that. Yeah, it doesn't fit properly, but it seems kind of intuitive.
Oh God, we went back.
Yeah. What?
I think I know what it is.
What'd you
It's
do?
because my talking button is bound to my forward going button.
Oh. We're at
Do we skip forward?
I'm at 3743. If I drag it around a
Same.
little bit, it should go there. Are you not there? Are you somewhere else? Okay, hold on. Let me move us back a little bit. There we go.
Against whatever uncircumcised,
Yeah, we
barbarian,
can go from
heathen,
here,
native,
yeah.
or alien people happen to occupy
keep
the
going.
position of neighbor, end quote. This is part of why I'm trying to interact with Campbell's work in good faith, because for all his casual racism and extreme sexism, he is still kind of against the colonial mindset. It's just tricky for someone writing in 1949 to articulate their own contribution to colonial harm. The Empire in Star Wars,
Also,
all-consuming,
chronological
relentlessly
snobbery.
xenophobic, is born from Campbell's sense that self-regard
Yeah,
and self-perfectionism inevitably extend outward to create in-groups and out-groups on massive scales. Narcissism and narcissism, such as practiced by the Sith, inevitably lead to the conviction that you can destroy entire planets worth of people out of nothing but domineering cruelty. Campbell goes on to say of the focus of the hero's worship, quote,
Correct.
if the god is a tribal, racial, national, or sectarian archetype, we are warriors of his cause. But if he is a lord of the universe itself, We then go forth as knowers, to whom all men are brothers. In either case, the childhood parent images and ideas of good and evil have been surpassed. We no longer desire and fear. We are what is desired and feared. All the gods, bodhisattvas, and Buddhas have been subsumed in us, as in the halo of the mighty holder of the lotus of the world." End quote. The Jedi, then, are the champions of the universe itself, and bear this message that mastery and unity are not
Speaking of
mutually
Egypt,
exclusive. At the Sith Academy on Korriban, we are shown never-ending cycles. The master teaches the student kills, until the Sith are so few that they have to retreat again into the shadows and grow strong on the fearful anticipation of their eventual resurgence. How do you know apotheosis has taken place, that you have transcended mortal concerns? When you're challenging the master of the Sith Academy and his apprentice to a fight to the death, with no real question about whether you can win. The Sith believe in power and strength above all things, that if you have the power, you must act on it. Killing your teachers was the inevitable end of this philosophy, light side or dark side. For the Sith, you learn the lesson well, too well, for some.
I'm going to bet you a cool 20 right now. He's not going to mention that you can save his apprentice. Bet you right now it's not going to come up, even though it's a very important plot point for.
So not only can you save his apprentice, but I think you can save all but one of your fellow apprentices too.
Yes, correct.
Which he doesn't mention.
One of them can jump you in the. One of them jumps you into Juntapal's tomb, and there's literally no way to. You either kill him there or you give him the wrong sword, and he
gets
brings
killed
back
later.
and it's killed.
Yeah.
By Uthar. But yeah,
that's
that's what it's like. He's like, well, how do you know you've had apotheosis? Because you roll into the most powerful guy in the room and just figure you can beat him down. Well, first of all, you can do that at any level. You can technically complete Korriban right out of Dantooine.
Yeah.
I don't recommend it, but you can. So I don't know that that's a fair indictment against the game because you're strong at this point. But also, yeah, the fact that you shouldn't be going into that fight prepared to fight both of them should tell you a lot about that. I'm sorry, I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I think he misinterprets that a little bit because of certain assumptions he's making, because he's doing a mostly dark side playthrough from what I can tell.
He also killed the robot.
Oh, yeah, that's true too. Yes, it is. Anyway, go on.
For the Jedi, your battle is a debate, your blade, and the only rebuttal that your opponents will accept. You have become powerful, knowledgeable, but have you gained any wisdom? The tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise. 'Tis not a story a Jedi would tell you, because according to the monomyth, eternal life is a rejection of change, of transformation, and the only thing that comes from that rejection is strife, sickness, and death. The Hero with a Thousand Faces includes a quote from the Tao Te Ching that seems incredibly influential on the Jedi outlook. It goes, quote, "All things are in process, rising and returning. Plants come to blossom, but only to return to the root. Returning to the root is like seeking tranquility. Seeking tranquility is like moving towards destiny. To move toward destiny is like eternity. To know eternity is enlightenment, and not to recognize eternity brings disorder and evil. Knowing eternity makes one comprehensive. Comprehension makes one broad-minded. Breadth of vision brings nobility. Nobility is like heaven. The heavenly is like Tao. Tao is the eternal. The decay of the body is not to be feared." End quote. Or, as Campbell puts it in the prologue, quote, "Only birth can conquer death. The birth not of the old thing again, but of something new." End quote. Which is how you wind up with Palpatine and Rey.
What about Jesus?
What about Jesus?
Well, Jesus doesn't get reborn; he's resurrected.
Right. Well, that's because the Christian story. That's
yeah, but
because the Christian story interrupts and disrupts the really fundamentally pagan hero's journey.
Yeah, I just think it's very kind of fascinating how
I have a little to say about the immortality thing, but I'm gonna wait till he finishes his thought and see what else I can react to in it. Because
go ahead, yeah.
I have a lot to say about the Jedi and the Sith and how they interact with immortality.
Which is how you wind up with Palpatine and Rey at the end of Episode 9. Because The Last Jedi had done its best to burn the ancient texts and reject the monomythic structure, then people yelled about it so loudly that the next movie not only explicitly showed Rey keeping the book as a negation of the previous film, it also went right back to its comfort zone, the zone towards the end of page 11.
The Last Jedi showed Rey keeping the texts, not just the Rise of Skywalker. That was not a reaction to people reacting to The Last Jedi. Anyway,
I've watched The Last Jedi exactly once. So I'm going to take your word for that.
He is somehow. I've watched it once. I've watched reviews of it a lot more than that. So,
I can't even watch reviews of it. I refuse. I can't do it.
But no,
alcohol.
That's fair. I don't blame you.
It could have been so good, and then it was not at all.
He is somehow overplaying the fight between the writing between those two movies. Anyway, let's keep going. Something I had to point out.
11 and Campbell's 11 in Campbell's 70-year-old analytic prophecy. Unnatural life and the insatiable hunger of the Empire are also the true villains of Knights of the Old Republic. Knights of the Old Republic figures you probably didn't play Neverwinter Nights 1, so it's safe to recycle the story beat that there's this ancient empire that secretly shaped the courses of today's galaxy suddenly disappeared under mysterious circumstances. See also Mass Effect. In any case, tens of thousands of years ago, an infinite
Or literally any sci-fi from the last, just off the top of my head, you have Battlestar Galactica, right?
Yep.
You have that whole rotation.
Oh, we
you
have
have
Stargate.
Stargate. You have
Yep.
Stargate. You have Star
Yeah.
Trek. They have the
Founders.
stuff. Before this, you had the Celestials in
Yep.
Star Wars, which were the ancient civilization.
Mhm.
Yeah, you have the Reapers. You have
the Wills.
Babylon. Who were they called in Babylon 5? The Shadow, not Reapers.
It's almost like this is
forget what it's
another
called.
recurrent archetype
Yeah.
in all stories.
Or
Interesting.
in sci-fi stories primarily. It's a cyclical view of time, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Which is
exactly.
very
So
unique
this
to sci-fi.
idea that, oh well, you've never played, yeah, but I mean, fantasy had it. Fantasy has it in spades.
in
as
usually
well.
in different ways,
It's another
but
archetype
it shows up
element, yeah.
differently there.
But
I would argue even in like any story in general, especially ones that deal with the fantastical, there's always the heroes of the before time whose
Yeah, that's
wisdom
true.
like look at the Grail Quest. The Grail Quest is the quest for the cup that held the blood of eternal life. Like
Right.
like it's still there. It's just not ancient civilization as much
Star
as
Wars
it is.
has even done it again differently recently in Fallen Order with the Zepho. They're just like
exactly.
piling in precursor races. It's like it's crazy.
So the idea that this is somehow bad writing because
Been done
is
before.
ridiculous. It is a standard trope in
Oh, yeah.
sci-fi to have.
Hello? Uh-oh. Lost you.
Larry, come back.
Yep.
Oh,
sorry,
no.
Lost you for
I
a second.
twisted
All
and
right.
I unplugged my headset
Larry Bear.
as
okay.
I shifted my
Gotcha.
chair. But yeah, it's a standard trope. So
Yeah.
I think that's disingenuous to imply that it's
actually kind of a cool twist in
recycling.
this one. It's kind of a cool twist in this one that they have a sort of devolved version of the Rakata that you meet on their homeworld. That's actually a cool little twist that doesn't show up very often. Like you don't meet the Leviathans until Mass Effect 3. You don't meet
Which
the
I have my own
Netherese
complaints with
in Neverwinter
the
Nights.
Leviathans.
Okay, well, yeah, fine, but there are
Like
reasons
Lord
for
of the
that
Rings
being a
has to do
problem.
with the Numenoid.
I guess, kind of.
My biggest complaint with the Leviathans is
There's more continuity of
because I have to
civilization with
complain about it.
Mandalorians.
Is the Reapers are scary because we don't get it. It's just
Yeah.
it's a force. They're essentially a force of nature, right? And all of a sudden, you just have this big crab who's like, "Oh yeah," or I guess this big lobster who's like, "Oh yeah, no, we made them, and here's
Cuttlefish?
why." And I guess cuttlefish is probably good. But yeah, they're just like, "Yeah, we made them. Here's why." They're just here's everything you want to know about them, and I'm like, "Yeah, like that still makes them kind of scary."
Mhm.
But they lose that ancient unknowing force about them.
Yeah, I think it works when it shows up.
Yes. Yeah.
It harms replay. It harms replays because now you know. But when it shows up near the end of Mass Effect 3, when you're already near the end of the war with them, okay, that's fine. I get it.
Yeah, that's true. I just like them as essentially just like almost like a force of nature. You know,
Yeah.
nobody asks why the hurricane came and wipes out, or why
Mhm.
the earthquake comes. It just does, right? You can't bargain with a force of nature. You can't understand it.
Unless you're Erica's homebrew game.
You just have
Okay.
to survive it, right? And that's I think what the terror of the Reapers come from. And then a big old cuttlefish being like, "Well, actually,
we made the same
it's just-
mistake that you keep doing."
exactly. It's just it
And
kind
then
of
we
takes away
kept
the wisdom
doing
of the
what
people.
doing. Yeah, there's some stupidity.
What about waifu for you, Joker?
But yeah, we can keep going.
Anyway,
we won't talk about the
yeah.
Reapers here.
Oh, but the death thing, the fear of death thing. I'll just say I have a video about it. It's on Force Ghosts in particular, and the cool trick that God played on Satan IRL. That fundamentally about how the difference between the Sith who desperately crave eternal life because they fear death and destruction of the self, versus the Jedi who let go of their attachments and so therefore gain eternal life, and the only way to get it is to give it up.
Life. Yeah. You win by losing all that jazz.
Yeah, all that cool, Christian symbolism.
How to make Satan mad in one easy trick. Satan would hate him.
All right. Anyway.
Tens of thousands of years ago, an escape that suddenly disappeared under mysterious circumstances. See also Mass Effect. In any case, tens of thousands of years ago, an infinite empire of masters and slaves spanned the galaxy. This race wove the Force into their technology, but the dark side is a hungry thing. Once there were no more worlds to conquer, a plague swept the civilization and severed their connection to the Force. Fell from the sky, and their servant civilizations were free. The most lengthy and compelling retelling of this history comes from, of all places, the Sand People on Tatooine. By using a reluctant translator droid and giving up a valuable lightsaber crystal for nothing but a story in return, the secretive and spiteful Sand People will relate how Tatooine, old-timers might put it, once nothing but orange groves, far as the eye could see. The distant ancestors of the Sand People provoked a war for independence that turned the surface of the planet to glass. They hid in caves for generations and emerged to a
he's
desert
California.
wasteland. They wandered, they warred, they survived.
He's Cali
and that's
through
not a
and
story a Jedi would tell you either. Even old Ben Kenobi gave the Sand People a complete brush-off. An episode of The Mandalorian resurrected elements of this side quest, including their language being coherent and the whole thing with the Krayt Dragon. Even at the time in 2003 with KOTOR, it seemed like a big ask to make it canonical that angry aliens with bulbous eyes created Tatooine as we know it, so it's understandable that the new show left that out. Yet, this story left a strong impression on me, the way the game went out of its way to give a complex and dignified history to the Sand People.
While I was playing this part, Kenobi had not quite come out yet. And the whole time, I was saying, you know what would be really, really cool? Is if Kenobi spends a lot of time on Tatooine, gets to know the Sand People, because he seems to know how they work, and this kind of stuff starts to get revealed. And there's some dark side something on Tatooine, and he has to deal with that. And then he goes on a big old adventure with baby Leia instead. But anyway.
So I always said my headcanon, and this is totally, there's no I want to emphasize this is totally headcanon, not recognized anywhere in the EU, is that we know from the EU that the reason that Yoda picked Dagobah specifically next to the Dark Force Cave was the Dark Force Cave and his light side basically cancel each other out, so he could hide there. I always like to pretend that Ben hid where he did because he was close enough to the star map that the dark side energy from the star map canceled out his light sideness.
Yeah, because it is relatively near
I heard something about how Tatooine's a bit more of a dark side planet in general anyway.
It didn't used to be. Like ancient Rakata times, it wasn't. It was just thriving with life.
Yeah. Well, they established that the
then there was a bunch of
artifacts
really
of
nasty
bullshit happened.
A bunch of nasty Rakata stuff. They
negative energy.
Because there was the star map, and then there was exactly. They did rain fire from the skies. That counts.
I know. Evil bullshit came and corrupted
there was
the world.
The star map, but then there was also a bunch of stuff in the Old Republic in the game, like the both sides. The non-class planetary quests are about dealing with ancient Rakata tech that Zerka Corporation is messing with and about to unleash by accident.
That sounds like Zerka.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, apparently Tatooine is just littered with old Rakata nonsense. So that actually makes a lot of sense. I like that theory.
Yeah.
Anyway, I wish they had done that instead of what they did. But of course they didn't.
That's history to the Sand People. That's supposed to be the Jedi way, after all, that life is a force that all things share, that everything deserves a little respect. If you expect violent answers, your questions will only return, and in greater numbers. It's also a major part of the real joy of Knights of the Old Republic as an uncritical piece of Star Wars media. It teaches you in detail the ways of the Jedi, meaningful ways to articulate those paths in their binary dichotomy, even if it means handing over your prized pearl for a dumb old story. This is Step 6, the ultimate boon. Apotheosis is becoming one with your knowledge and transcending yourself through it. The boon is, in this case, mastery of the Force, mastery of the ability to act as an envoy for the essence of life itself and use that to create change. A Jedi creates change to move towards tranquility, a willing tool of destiny. A Sith seeks to impose themselves upon the world, to make the world bend to their power and kneel. Revan holds the possibilities of each in crackling tension, and that's what makes her so fascinating within the monomyth's familiar framework. With the star map complete, you know how to find the Star Forge, a kind of factory sucking out the heart of its system sun, the very artifact that Revan and Malak discovered which allowed the new Sith Empire to rise and challenge the Republic on the heels of the Mandalorian Wars. It must be destroyed, but not before completing the third phase of the hero's journey, the return. Return of the Jedi. This final phase sees the hero using the full force of their new skills to bring the change that transformed them to the broader world. In Revan's case, to use the power of the Force to either save the The climactic chapter of Knights of the Old Republic isn't as long as Terrace, but it is still damn long, on account of needing to move through so many steps in a full adaptation of the hero's journey. It begins with an interesting disagreement between Campbell and the medium of video games. Like Refusal of the Call, Part 3, Step 1, Refusal of the Return, is meant to represent a failure of the hero to move through the full course of their narrative destiny. In a static narrative, it certainly would cause problems, but in video games, Refusal of the Return often occupies a pretty huge chunk of game time. This would be any time you know that the climax missions are coming and you put them off to keep crushing out the side content. It's something people who are dismissive about the storytelling potential of video games have often been quick to point out, that a sense of urgency in the main plot is undermined constantly by secondary content and concerns, or simple mechanical completions like collectible hunting. Remember how Fallout 1 actually gave you a countdown timer to solve the water chip issue? That was narratively valuable and contributed a lot to the atmosphere, but it was also stressful from a player standpoint. What if you really need the money from one more optional caravan run? Come on, man. Fallout 2 would have visions interrupt you if you weren't putting the gas pedal down hard enough on the main plot, but the visions didn't actually mean anything or have consequences. They were illusory concessions to the narrative, while giving the player total mechanical discretion on the down low. Across a wide variety of role-playing games, Refusal of the Return can be some of the most fun, where you're seeing things you might not have seen in other playthroughs, where you're fighting side bosses with exotic equipment to get more exotic equipment. Refusal of the Return is such a slight interval for Campbell, he only devotes 3 pages to it, but applied to the medium of video games, and to the hero's journey-driven RPGs especially, I think any fan of the subgenre will say that this is one of their favorite phases of the game, that it has tremendous mechanical value to linger on the threshold. Game after game, after dozens of hours, you'll eventually see a message box telling you that you will be unable to complete quests or return to the game world once this sequence begins. This, are you sure, climactic with the magic flight. The basic goal of the hero throughout the return phase is to hold on to the boon they've won long enough to return to the society that sent them off. Quote, if the trophy has been attained against the opposition of its guardian, or if the hero's wish to return to the world has been resented by the gods or demons, then the last stage of the mythological round becomes a lively, often comical pursuit. This flight may be complicated by marvels of magical obstruction and evasion. End quote. In Knights of the Old Republic, this takes the form of one final bonus planet, Rakata Prime, as an interruption of your quest to destroy the Starforge. It's actually a very interesting chapter in the game, but one I've often in the past kind of skimmed through because I'm impatient to get closer to the actual climax, and it feels, to be honest, like one multi-faction quest too many. You crash land on a tropical paradise, where the remnants of the infinite empire of old have devolved into warring tribes, one who remembers the past and regrets, who wish to help you destroy the Storeforge out of a remembered shame for what it was used for, and another tribe whose history begins after such things, and who are just as hungry for power and new empire as they were 20,000 years in the past. Each has a storyteller, and each will tell you their contrasting myths. The stories are really what dictates the outlook of each tribe, doomed to repeat it. It's how the past is remembered and related, dictating what footing you're on facing the future. Without the memory of empire, it seems like a great idea. With the memory, there is regret, shame, an obligation to atone. To be honest, the whole Phase 3...
So all that's really cool, but I don't see what it has to do with the return. Like, at all.
So, the idea that, and I thought what he was going
just
for...
talking about Star Wars The Old Republic 2, don't remember. Don't forget that. He's talking about it in general in the context of Joseph Campbell. So,
Right.
I mean...
Well, yeah,
So
but
what
he's
I
saying
thought-
that it slavishly follows Joseph Campbell. And this is not the return to the familiar. This doesn't look familiar to me.
What I thought he was saying originally was that Revan came here before, so it's your return as either your full embracement of as Revan, so you're returning back to finish the job, or you're returning as new Revan and changed,
Right.
which is incredibly tenuous, but I could see where he's going for.
Mhm.
That's not what he's saying. He's almost saying that because Terrace was like a mandatory locked in very long step, and because Rakata Prime is a mandatory locked in very long step, it's a return, but that's a
real hell of a stretch.
that's a weird stretch.
You gotta hydrate for that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's what he's implying, and it doesn't
Or
make sense.
it's the last planet, so it has to track on to the second to last step. And it's simple as that.
That's kind of what it feels like.
It kind of might be that.
When he first started, and because Revan had been here before, and
Yeah.
because you had the tribe of the one, and then the tribe of the elders, and I thought that's kind of what he's going for. I was like, all right, that'd
be kind of a
bold
good
claim,
point.
but
It could be a good point.
I can see, but that's not. I don't think that's what he's saying.
No, no, it's definitely not. That would almost be a good point, though. I mean, in this part of the game, some of the most fascinating exchanges and interactions with the NPCs are based on the fact that you were here before, but your mission was okay. Your claimed mission was the same, but your motives were starkly different.
Yes.
And so turning that around and coming back in this sort of different way makes this all the interactions with both sides really, really interesting. But that isn't where he's going with this. Not really at all.
No, he's not.
Any other thoughts?
No.
All right, let's keep going.
All
All right, let's keep going for now.
part of the hero's... To be honest, the whole Phase 3 part of the hero's journey is kind of slight compared to what came before, just by what Campbell wrote. It's a tiny section compared to the others, and the first 3 steps are actually options. It doesn't matter so much which of the first 3 steps of Phase 3 that the story actually adheres to. We have time to make diversions, to fill in some gaps and attend to while we're on our way through it. This is where Bastila's fall to the Sith takes place in KOTOR 1. She is the boss of the Rakata sequence. All game long, Bastila has been trying her best to conform to the Jedi standards of morality and right action, and by any reasonable person standards, she's doing fine. She doesn't have to live up to a reasonable person standards, however. She has to live up to Campbell's. Towards the end of the prologue, Campbell writes, quote, "Virtue quells the self-centered ego and makes the transpersonal centeredness possible. But when that has been achieved, what then of pain or pleasure, vice or virtue, either of our own ego or of any other? Through all, the transcendent force is then perceived, which lives in all is wonderful, and is worthy, in all, of our profound obeisance." End quote. The truly virtuous hero is one who is capable of not just selflessness in a casual everyday sense, but one who can annihilate the ego in a way that's spiritual, transcendent, above the human. The pressures on her from this are, frankly, absurd. The hero is a man of self-achieved submission, Campbell writes, and so goes the whole teachings of the Jedi along with him, but Star Wars is especially flawed in how deep the consequences run for failure to adequately conform as a hero archetype to this deceptively specific demanding requirement. For these crimes of self-regard and egocentrism, you fall to the dark side. Bastila is a subtler character than she appears to be because of the dimensions of her struggle with light and dark, what it says about her. Bastila, when you meet her, is officious and egotistical, and it's that egotism that's your first clue to her inevitable fall. She was taken from her parents, instructed not to even care about that, although it does her sorrow still in present tense. The Jedi insistence on annihilation of the ego meant that Bastila was meant to forgive wounds that the Jedi Order itself created in her. It positioned her as this...
Remember when I was talking about Anakin
What?
being with his mom being really important? Yeah, you were right.
Hold on, you're a little robot-y.
Oh, sorry, Blanket. Hey, Larry, remember how 2 hours ago I was railing on you about how Anakin being taken from his mom couldn't have happened? Yeah, maybe you were right a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe
there
a
you
little
go.
bit.
Well, there you go.
I still think for Anakin's character in particular, it's very important.
But-
But
so-
there are
Bastila,
parallels here.
if I recall, she was taken as an infant, right? Or at least a small child.
She was
was a little girl.
She was old enough to remember
Oh.
her father
no.
and her stepmother.
Oh yeah, no, that's right.
So if she was old enough to remember, then my point still stands.
I mean,
So,
honestly,
but-
I would guess she was probably about Anakin's age.
But he's
Like, yeah.
he's purposely misconstruing her emotions. She doesn't regret that she was taken away. She
Mhm.
regrets that she was the sole. She feel like she should have been the sole protector for her for her father, and she wasn't. Her dad always
Bastila,
meant well, but
Sorry about that.
he would go off on these flights of fancy, right?
Yeah.
And her stepmother would just kind of indulge it, and she always felt that even as a child, she was the voice of reason that protected her father
Mhm.
and protected him from losing all his money to her stepmother. And she regrets that she was no longer there to protect. So it's actually pretty close to Anakin. I wouldn't say that she regretted being taken away. It's the regret that there was nobody there to protect anymore.
Right.
If that makes
It-
sense.
The relationship is really, really common, I think, of the daughter to the wandering father.
Yes,
'Cause I'm reminded
she very
of-
much wanted to be a caretaker.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Vala Maldoran from SG-1 and her father, who is the wandering con man. I'm reminded of from Psych of Jules and her father, William Shatner. Who's, I mean, that's not his character name, but he just plays William Shatner.
Yeah, I
because
know
William
what you
Shatner.
mean, yeah.
But like, yeah, same thing. He's basically a wandering thief, and she becomes a cop. And Bastila here is trying to protect her father, who she eventually finds out is really that, like,
Bad person.
not bad person, but irresponsible.
Well, dead.
Well, by this point, yes, also dead, but irresponsible first and foremost. Like that's the thing is, and then so she then becomes, or tries very hard to become, the orderly Jedi, the paragon of order and
Right.
law and the light side. And so I think it's a kind of reaction. I think you're right. I think he is kind of missing some of that. And that would actually be a good thing to bring up too, like as a reason for her being the way that she is. But, yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
When you meet her, towering strength and influence. Bastila
haven't been on a
articulates
good
a
10
lot of
minutes, I
great
just checked.
criticisms of the Jedi
Yeah.
Order and her fall to the dark side, but the unspoken second half of her critiques are all, and that's why I'm now helping the mass murderer commit galactic genocide. Bastila has not achieved self-submission. She's calling bullshit. I say let her, but virtue in Star Wars is inextricably linked to the Jedi Order, just as vice is always the domain of the Sith. To bring Bastila back to the light side is to necessarily defend the Jedi Order as well. What's fascinating is how Knights of the Old Republic
No, it's not. You can basically admit that she's right about the Jedi, but say that you're doing the wrong thing, like over and over and over again. That is definitely a dialogue option that he completely missed.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yep, you can say that. Hey, yeah, no, the
I will
Jedi did terrible
concede
things to
that
me, but
her
the light side is where it's
her
at.
flip to the dark side is hokey. I've always felt like her arguments are just like, maybe it was time for me to turn dark side. Like
I mean,
it's
it's
not
a
a well written
You
play.
want
it's
a
a
big fake
Stockholm
Ozzy F? Come on.
syndrome-esque. I mean, it's a Stockholm syndrome-esque coping mechanism, basically, because she was tortured for like 3 weeks on end or something. So
I'll do it.
yeah, that'll kind of do it. I mean, she
Well, yeah, that and
grasped
that and
onto
some slight, yeah, that
she
and
grasped
whatever
onto
baggage she
any
did have.
right, and that was exploited so that she
Yeah,
would be able to
right.
grasp onto any measure of control that she could possibly find, which was the dark side. In a
Dark side,
situation where
yeah.
she'd completely lost all control of everything while being horrifyingly
Yeah,
tortured
it's
by Malak.
understandable on a psychological part.
Right,
Yeah, it's understandable from that perspective.
right. But her
But when you
reasons given are
look at
dumb.
her actual justifications are bad. Yeah,
Her,
exactly. And
her
that's
post
I bet you
hoc justifications.
that's partially why it's possible to bring her back, because
Yes.
deep down she knows it's not really what she wants.
Yeah, because all of her justifications are
reaction to
definitely
trauma.
are like very obviously post hoc justifications that she comes up with in response to having no other alternative. I think
Yeah.
very clearly. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think that's something that he really, really misses out on when he's trying so hard to say Jedi equals light side equals good, and that's the only message of the game, and it's really not. Like the game points out that
The
the
message of Star Wars.
the dark side is bad, regardless of what the light side does, which might also be bad, or what the not the light side, followers of the
The
light side.
Jedi. Yes. The purported followers. It's like the church. Every
Yeah.
stupid thing the church has ever done. It's still God's church. It'll still become. It'll still
I
find
don't
its
know
way
if
to
the
be
Jedi
triumphant in the end.
necessarily has that kind of level of divine protection, but
I think it's implied that they do, or
maybe.
I've always kind of felt that was the analogy.
For them to last 20,000 years through like 3 separate purges, yeah, kind of. I guess you may be right. Erica made a good point in the chat. The flip to the dark side reminds me of Jedi characters from our LARP who thought the Jedi side was stupid, so they said, "I'm evil now," and then turned their lightsabers red. Yeah. Whereas Erica and I did basically the opposite. We were playing Sith characters, and we were like, "Wow, these guys are literally retarded." So we're just going to become
a good guy now.
No, not even. We just decided to become neutral third-party wanderers who just messed things up for the Sith and didn't really help the Jedi because they didn't like us because we used to be Sith. So we and a few others were just neutral third-party guys, just
Accurate
having
depiction.
a good time. We basically rejected the mechanics of the game because the factions were both stupid.
So
the factions were both stupid, and then also there were game mechanical problems and management problems, but that's a whole separate thing.
It frustrates me as well that he harps so hard. It's ironic that we've paused on the frame that we have. He harps so hard on, well, to be light side is to defend the Jedi Order, when one of the strongest Jedi light side members you have is Jolie Bindo, who's like, nah,
I'm not a Jedi
Order
anymore.
sucks.
Right.
The Jedi left me.
But he will literally only go into the temple with you for the fight that he's referring to if you're light side.
Yep. Which I'll also note, if you actually look at his game stats, he's not light side. He's barely on the light side. He just leans a hair to the light. But what he says and how he acts, he is 100% light side. It's just he's not a Jedi. He doesn't follow the Jedi.
Exactly. So it's funny that he literally has a character with him who this entire game, this character has been going, look, yeah, the light, like it's good to be good to other people and the light's right, but that doesn't mean you have to follow the Jedi Order.
Right.
The Jedi are kind of dumb.
Which
and his companion quest is a shining example of what's right and what's just aren't necessarily the same thing.
Yeah. And I will say as well, though, too, about Jolie. I despise when people refer to him as a gray Jedi. Because he's not.
No,
He is
he's
a
not.
light side Force user who rejects the organization of the Jedi.
Yes.
That's a very different thing. And people are
Yes.
like, oh, there have
Rare
been gray
thing,
Jedi
too.
all over. There have been great gray Jedi. Think about Jolie Bindo. Think about Qui-Gon Jinn. I'm just like, I will kill you. I
My
would
What
very much
do
like
you
to.
think Qui-Gon's not a gray Jedi then?
No, he
What
is
what in
light
your
side. He's
mind defines a
100%
gray
light side.
Jedi?
There can be no such thing.
yeah, the
Okay,
gray
but, like,
Jedi is something
Okay, but
that
like,
some
say there
edgelord
is.
made
What
up
what
with.
what would you say
It's
would
Sith
You
have to
can't.
propaganda.
qualify?
It's Sith
So-
propaganda.
Sith
It's literally
propaganda.
it is literally in universe Sith propaganda to get Jedi to question their commitment to the light side and decide, hey, I can use the dark side of the Force and not fall to the dark side. And then guess what happens? They fall to the dark side and join the Sith, and then the Sith laugh at them. That's what happens every time.
Yeah.
It's literally
Star
in
Wars
universe
has one of the
propaganda.
most fundamental dichotomies of good and bad ever. You
It's
don't
really
get a
well done.
blend.
It's so
You
it's so
don't get a
weird.
blend.
I don't
Yep. Yep.
So
No,
how
you
do you
can-
feel about the Academy games where you can, like, Kyle Katarn has a lightning problem, but he's still a good guy?
There are
so
ways
I
to
don't-
hand wave that and say you can use lightning as a light sider. Keldor
I
do
mean,
it.
there's literally. I was gonna say.
The thing.
Oh my gosh,
But it's
he's my favorite
electric
Jedi.
Electric
And
power.
justice.
Hey, yeah,
Plo
I know
Koon.
there's like a light side. There's like a
Plo Koon?
light side equivalent of the lightning.
Yeah,
That's
Plo
bullshit.
Koon
Plo Koon?
literally. No,
Like,
it's not.
I think that's it's
I mean,
it's
there's
a
two different light side
reverse
versions.
engineered justification.
There's Plo Koon's version, Electric Justice,
Yeah.
which is just a cool name for Force Lightning, and then there's Luke's version, much later in Dark Nest. I think is when he really
was Dark
develops
Nest.
it.
Yeah, it was Dark Nest.
When he does, when he calls it Emerald Lightning because it's green.
So
Because it's green.
you have to understand the difference. So Force,
Uh-huh.
both Force Lightnings come from a place of passion,
Yes.
right? It is a question of what that passion is wrapped around.
Right, whether
Fundamentally
it's
changed it.
hatred or what would Plo Koon's be then? Justice,
It's
maybe? Well,
justice.
It's
It's
justice.
Yeah,
literally
literally
justice.
Yep.
righteous justice.
It's a righteous. It's
the
literally
example
righteous fury
from-
that he's shooting out of his hands.
Yeah, the example from one of the, I think it's a source book, is when he was dealing with a hostage situation.
Mhm.
That would have been basically there was a hostage at gunpoint or a blaster point. He had a lightsaber. He couldn't close the distance in time, and even if he had a blaster, the precision required would have been excessively dangerous. And so, thinking of justice and the need to protect that hostage, he used electric justice and arced force lightning around the hostage and knocked out the hostage taker.
What's important
God.
to
Yeah.
remember, though, Eddie, is when he did it, he immediately reported to the Jedi Council that he did it,
Mhm.
and the Council basically ruled that it wasn't Force Lightning, so it wasn't Dark Side.
Yep.
But like, let's maybe not tell stories about doing that because we don't want other people to try it and
Yeah.
then
Whatever.
use Force
So
Lightning
dumb.
essentially.
Mhm. This is
dumb.
they
this is
basically,
also where Jason
sealed it away.
This is where Jason learned Force Lightning in New Jedi Order.
Yep.
Because he learned it from the Keldor. Because Keldor, they live in a helium atmosphere, but also it's a helium atmosphere with a lot of cloud activity, and so therefore a lot of lightning. So it's very fundamental to their Force tradition that they're able to manipulate, generate, and redirect lightning. Because it's a helium atmosphere, you can't light a fire on their homeworld. So they developed technology without fire. So they used it by manipulating bioelectricity and like static electricity.
Yeah, so it's
yeah.
it's very much a thing that exists in Star Wars, but it's also not just something that everybody
So
can
incredibly niche
do.
Yeah.
It's very rare and it's very hidden amongst the Jedi because
and
it's very easy to use wrong.
on a
and go to the-
metatextual sense.
Yeah, it's very
And
easy to use wrong.
From the perspective of a lowly Star Wars enjoyer, it just seems like a justification so that the good guys can have lightning too.
You're right.
Is what it reads as. Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of right. To be honest, but yeah.
So it started. Meta universe. It started the whole concept of like Force justice or electric justice was because there were light side Jedi in video games that were using lightning, and they were like,
Yeah.
well, how do we explain this? And it evolved into its own
Right.
Yeah. Well, the only reason I asked that is because in the beginning of Jedi Academy, Kyle Katarn tells you point blank, like, okay, you can use light side and dark side powers, but like it depends how you use them in the context. But it's okay. We're not the old Jedi will kick you out. So I'm just saying, like the games kind of throw that
Kyle
at you
has some
various
issues.
times.
Kyle has some dark side issues.
I don't see. It goes back to the nature of, like he's saying, the nature of morality in Star Wars and the light side and.
So keep in mind.
Well, it comes down to the fact that the dark side isn't just the equal and opposite member of. It isn't the dark side of the Tao. It is the negation of goodness, which is a much
corruption.
more Christian idea.
Mm-hmm.
It is the
It
dark
just throws
side.
a wrench in the whole in all of it.
The dark side is fundamentally attempting to harness and redirect the Force to your will, as opposed to following the will of the Force. So anything that's going to so anything that's going to supersede the will of the Force for your own goals is going to be dark side, fundamentally, flat out. So that's why dark side powers are dangerous, is because they're addictive, right? A Jedi can
any
use
kind of
Force
power.
crush, right? A Jedi can use Force choke, but that power
Luke
is
does it.
seductive to harness it exactly. But the power is seductive to harness it to your own will more and more and more,
Like Anakin.
Right. So it's not like using, like, if a Jedi just were to like force choke someone real fast,
like a Gamorrean guard or two.
Right. It doesn't mean they're dark side. But for the same time, very interesting is the dark side abilities that, and this is very important, dark side abilities that are used for good are still dark side. That's something I don't know. So there was a comic where there was a Jedi Knight who was wounded, who basically their heart stopped, like they were injured in a bomb. They're in the hospital. Their heart stopped, and the other Jedi who in like the Med Star were like, "All right, well, it's his time." And Anakin's like, "No, I refuse to accept that," and actually basically started using essentially force choke on his heart to like manipulate it to try to get it beating again, right? And it was wrong. Like they told him, like that was a deviation, even though it had good intention. You were trying to save a life. You were deviating from the will of the Force, and you just caused more suffering, and she still died.
Yeah.
So it's not. You can still have good intentions.
Yeah, and it's because it's trying to wrest control of the world for yourself. And that's also why the dark side and darksiders so fundamentally fear death. Because death is that fundamental loss of power.
Yes.
Whereas the light side, Jedi and other lightsiders don't care about that, because that's their whole philosophy, is giving up power and control, allowing oneself to merge with the will of the Force. One's own will is only following the will of the Force. And so when you die, you retain your identity in the Force, because your will is aligned perfectly with what the Force wills. And so your identity remains intact, which is what Force ghosts are. And this is why fundamentally dark side Force ghosts are impossible. And
that's why you're able to save a John to Paul, is because the very fact that he appeared to you as a ghost means that he still had some connection to the light.
Right.
Side note, one of my favorite dialogue options from any video game ever of all time is when Jolie Bindo tells you the story about his friend who was wrapped in destiny. It ends up getting thrown down the reactor shaft, and it turns out his destiny did involve him surviving and everything. You can answer that with just the sentence, "I hate you, old man," and I love that so much. That's one of the "I hate you, old man." Oh my gosh, I love Jolie Bindo.
My favorite response to that is probably still, "Let me guess, that's supposed to be me?" Like, and he's just like, "No, of course not. It was my old friend who died down a reactor shaft. Why do you think I'm always talking about you, huh?"
I love Jolie Bindo.
Yeah, okay. I might have to correct my my earlier statement and say he might be the second best written character in this game. He might beat out Canderous.
Jolie's he's an amazing character, I think, all around.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Let's finish this up. We only have a few minutes left. I think we can do it before we fall asleep.
Also uses another. Stella has not achieved self-submission. She's calling bullshit. I say let her, but virtue in Star Wars is inextricably linked to the Jedi Order, just as vice is always the domain of the Sith. To bring Bastila back to the light side is to necessarily defend the Jedi Order as well. What's fascinating of the Old Republic also uses another Jedi story to present some disagreements with the way right thought and right action are portrayed in the Star Wars universe in the form of Jolee Bindo.
Here we go.
Bindo left the Jedi because he wanted to love,
Here
to
we
be
go
married,
again.
to just be the human he is without transcending shit. What's tragic in his history is that his wife wound up on the wrong side of the Jedi Civil War, following Revan and Malak in the formation of the new Sith Empire. His wife hated the Jedi for what they denied her and Jolee as a couple, as living beings who just want to spend her. Jolee recognized that the rising empire was just, bad all the way around, and so their love disintegrated, and they fought, unwillingly, without true personal cause, because the ramifications of what it means to be Jedi and what it means to be Sith in this world that they live in. Jolee is neither Jedi nor Sith.
That's actually incorrect. It was Exar Kun's rise, not the Jedi Civil War.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was XRK.
Minor note. Who cares? I actually
Exactly.
messed that up in my recollections of it too until this last playthrough. So I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, I remember we talked about it.
Yeah. I don't blame him for mixing that up. Because again, these are two very similar conflicts that are only 30 years apart, which is like nothing in Star Wars terms. So
Right.
Anyway, let's keep going.
Sith. He walks the middle path, and I love him for it.
No, he doesn't.
Or take
Shut up.
Cander's Ordo. Once you've heard his stories of fighting the Mandalorian Wars as a proud Mandalorian, he cares nothing for the Force, only for the fight, and he articulates huge portions of the Sith mindset in kind of a proud, honest way. He only respects power. But if you continue on the Jedi path and accept his presence anyway, you will come to respect not only your character, but your character's beliefs. The Jedi won the Mandalorian Wars, and Canderous follows instead of leading. Leaving the Force out of it in of vice and virtue don't radically change for the Star Wars setting. Knights of the Old Republic 1 is a true believer in the monomyth, but ironically, what makes its supporting cast of companion characters so stellar and memorable is that they often challenge some core assumption or function of the setting at large. Never do they attempt to break the morality of Star Wars like in the following game. Here, their criticisms of the Force and its fairness, like with Bastila and Jolee, or their outlooks and defined opposition to the Jedi Code, like with the assassin droid HK-47 and Canderous, serve to better define what it means to be a Jedi or what it means to be a Sith through the probing questions of their subplots. The goal is to leave the central concepts intact. Step 3, Rescue from Without, is met in a straightforwardly basic way when you're able to leave Rakata. The Republic fleet, in all its chattering glory, is here to save the day and destroy the Star Forge. This is one of those ways to tell when a work is based on the monomythic template. Even Campbell says you don't need all 3 of the first steps. Quote, "This brings us to the final crisis of the round, to which the whole miraculous excursion has been but a prelude. That, namely, of the paradoxical, supremely difficult threshold crossing of the hero's return from the mystical realm into the land of the common day. Whether rescued from without, driven from within, or gently carried along by the guiding divinities, he has yet to re-enter with his boon the long-forgotten atmosphere where men who are fractions imagine confront society with his ego-shattering, life-redeeming elixir, and to take the return blow of reasonable queries, hard resentment, and good people at a loss to comprehend." End quote. Even in the mythological examples that Campbell uses to support his thesis, rarely, if ever, do they exactly correspond with the steps and the unifying generalizations that he's making. Including all 3 steps in the correct order is a telltale sign that a work is deliberately interfacing with a monomyth, that it's checklisting the hero's journey in some way. Reaching the Starforge is the final climax of the game, the hardest of battles, the most operatic confrontations, the final showdown for mastery of the cosmos. So, we must be at step 4, the crossing of the return threshold.
Okay, so I mean, yes, I think he's kind of right about that, but I also don't see.
Yeah, I think he's kind of right about that.
But I also don't see
But
that this does map on that well as he's saying.
No,
it does.
I don't. I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I don't think it negates the importance of the monolith either.
Yeah,
Like
right,
I think,
right. Of
like
course
he's
not.
trying to do. No, yeah.
Honestly, it's he's almost proving his point better than he wants to. It seems to me, at least, because it seems like no, KOTOR does not map on perfectly well, but it clearly follows the general contours of the monomyth,
Right, and that's I think
like
that's
most
kind of
stories
the,
do.
that's
So
always been the entire purpose of. That's why he
Yeah,
articulated it
that's
to
the
begin with,
monomyth.
was to say these are the steps that lots of stories take. Some of them have more than others, but these are the general. This is the general
Some of them
layout.
skip
We'll have
them,
fun.
some of them move them in different directions.
So
and
it's funny
yeah.
is when
Always there.
this started, I was adamant that it didn't follow the monomyth at all.
Mhm.
I will now concede that it clearly matches it, but not to the level that he's trying to.
Yeah, it's not taking the monomyth as a template. It's just telling a hero's journey.
Yeah,
Because of course
absolutely.
it is.
And it lines up better than I originally realized. But yeah, no, it's definitely not a checkbox like he's trying to imply.
I still think you're probably right that, at least structurally, KOTOR 2 probably lines up better.
Oh, it absolutely does.
I will definitely keep that in mind as I'm actually playing the thing.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind because I hadn't really thought that through on previous playthroughs. I was too distracted by yelling at Kreia. Understandably.
It is really fun.
But yelling at Kreia? Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
You fight a continually responding of the return threshold. You fight a continually responding army as you fight through the sickly green corridors, an army of combat droids and dark Jedi. The Starforge is a machine presented as a living thing, a manifestation of the dark side of the Force. This is 100% and absolutely an effort to further meet the requirements of the monomyth. This final phase of the return requires straddling the line between the domestic and the divine, which is what the Starforge explicitly is, a fusion of the two into an imperial furnace. Before Malak is your final confrontation with the fallen Bastila. Turning her back to the light here in this moment is the true climax of Revan's moral transformation, because of the long history that you two share. She was the boon giver, the first mentor, and then you quickly outgrew her. Yet she needs you, here more than ever, to fight with her and slowly whittle her hate down to exhaustion and then to meet exhaustion with forgiveness. This is a Revan that hasn't been seen since she went off to fight the Mandalorian Wars in the first place. Revan as the villain has been go to face Malak as the newest, truest, greatest version of yourself. The personal and the political, the divine and the domestic, they are all the same question, and whether Bastila should be redeemed, and if you're willing. Campbell writes, quote, freedom to pass back and forth across the world division, from the perspective of the apparitions of time of that causal deep, and back again, not contaminating the principles of the one with those of the other, yet permitting the mind to know the one by virtue of the other, is the talent of the master. The cosmic dancer, declares Nietzsche, does not rest heavily in a single spot, but gaily, lightly turns and leaps from one position to another, end quote. For all the disagreements I have with Star Wars, Campbell, and the Jedi, there's not a lot of getting around the fact that all three were correct to trust in the dramatic power of symbols, in the operatic universalism of the mythic mode of storytelling. The last phase of the hero's heroism, Step 5, Mastery of the Two Worlds, is basically the height of the Jedi ideal. This is the stage that Lucas achieved with calm wisdom that characterized him so strongly in his post-return appearances in the old Legends timeline material. Quote, the meaning is very clear. It is the meaning of all religious practice. The individual, through prolonged psychological disciplines, gives up completely all attachment to his personal limitations, idiosyncrasies, hopes, and fears, no longer resists the self-annihilation that is prerequisite to rebirth and the realization of truth, and so becomes ripe.
Can I just real fast say how hilarious it is? The physical and the mystical while he's injecting himself with chemicals on screen.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like he's jacking himself up with steroids and
I'm
being
gonna take
like,
a bunch of
"It's all
roids and
mystical."
I'm gonna go swing my sabers at this guy.
He has
But
lost
it's
all
all-
his. He has lost all his inhibition to their
But
negative
it's
effects.
all
Ludonarrative
That is
dissonance.
prerequisite to rebirth and the realization of truth, and so
yes.
becomes ripe, at last, for the great at-one-ment. His personal ambitions being totally dissolved, he no longer tries to live, but willingly relaxes to whatever may come to pass in him. He becomes, that is to say, in anonymity. The law lives in him with his unreserved consent. That is Luke Skywalker down to his little black slippers. Yes, he's famous, but he's also a living embodiment of the Jedi Code, which gives him anonymity. Next, the Old Republic doesn't dial out the consequences far enough to see if that would be Revan's ultimate fate, but the vibe is certainly meant to be the same. The Starforge even gives you a set of robes in recognition of your newfound mastery of the two worlds. Having achieved this, your battle with Malak at the end is the battle for Step 6, the freedom to live. Campbell writes, the battlefield is symbolic of the field of life, where every creature lives on the death of another. A realization of the inevitable guilt of life may so sicken the heart that, like Hamlet or like Arjuna, one may refuse to go on with it. On the other hand, like most of the rest of us, one may invent a false, finally unjustified image of oneself as an exceptional phenomenon in the world, not guilty as others are, but justified in one's inevitable sinning because one represents the good. Such self-righteousness leads to a misunderstanding, not only of oneself, but of the nature of both man and the cosmos. The goal of the myth is to dispel the need for such life ignorance by effecting a reconciliation of the individual consciousness with the universal will. End quote. But more simply, through myth, we come to appreciate that Revan is not good or virtuous simply because of what they are, but through the struggle and story of what they have done. For the monomyth, some truths are imperishable. Once learned, will fade and have to be relearned. For all stories to truly be the same, for the monomyth to be true, then it must also be true that we always forget these things, and must be told the stories over and over again. Knights of the Old Republic takes place 4,000 years before Star Wars, and yet not much is truly different in the universe itself. Or, quoting Campbell, the boon brought from the transcendent deep becomes quickly rationalized into a non-entity, and the need becomes great for another hero to refresh the world. End quote.
Okay, that's true. There is this kind of cycle of heroes, but I think that it's important both for Campbell and in Star Wars. I mean, I guess I could say that Star Wars typifies this really well, that the need for the hero is different each time. Right? There's something different going on that needs a hero.
Right.
Even though, yeah, sure, fine, it's the Sith that keep popping up, and that's a problem, right?
But
yeah,
it's
but also...
their goal is different. First
Right.
it's Starforge, then it's
well, it's not first
Galactic
even.
Civil War, then
First,
it's Fascist Dystopia. I know,
it's a philosophical disagreement between factions within the Jedi on Tython.
Original Jedi.
Right?
Yeah.
And then it's the Sith come back and led by Exar Kun, who wants revenge against the Jedi thousands of years later. Then it's the Mandalorian Wars. That's not even involving the Sith. Then it's the Jedi Civil War here. Then it's the Jedi Purge in KOTOR 2. Then it's the Great Galactic War, which there's again a resurgent Sith Empire with pitched wars and stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Then even within SOTOR, there's like I don't know, 4 or 5 or 6 different major antagonists. Even if you would just include all of the various instantiations of the Sith Emperor as one, because my God, he's an end boss like 4 times.
Oh God,
it's ridiculous.
is it
This
the
is
same
why I
one?
thought he was. Yes, this is why I thought he
Oh
was
my
Snoke.
God.
This is why I thought he was Snoke, by the way, after The Last Jedi, because every time he dies like a bitch, but then comes back as the big bad
rising
guy.
and returning.
Uh-oh, what happened there?
The organic cell often lightly
Oh,
turns and leaps
where
from
were
one
we?
position to another. End quote.
We are at 1 hour.
For all the disagreements
exactly,
I have with
just
Star
about,
Wars, Campbell, and
like
the Jedi,
153.
whatever may come to pass in
Scooch
him,
up a
he
little bit.
becomes mastery of the two worlds.
There we go.
Having achieved this, your battle with Malak at the end is the battle for Step 6, the freedom to live. Campbell writes, the battlefield is symbolic of the field of life, where every creature lives on the death of another.
Yeah, this is right
the
where we
realization of the inevitable guilt of life may so sicken the heart that, like Hamlet or like Arjuna, one may refuse to go on with it. On the other hand, like most of the rest of us, one may invent a false, finally unjustified image of oneself, a phenomenon in the world, not guilty as others are, but justified in one's inevitable sinning because one represents the good. Such self-righteousness leads to a misunderstanding, not only of oneself, but of the nature of both man and the cosmos. The goal of the myth is to dispel the need for such life ignorance by effecting a reconciliation of the individual consciousness with the universal will. End quote. But more simply, through myth, we come to appreciate that Revan is not good or virtuous simply because of what they are, but through the struggle and story of what some truths are imperishable, some conflicts are unending, the lessons once learned will fade and have to be relearned. For all stories to truly be the same, for the monomyth to be true, then it must also be true that we always forget these things, and must be told the stories over and over again. Knights of the Old Republic takes place 4,000 years before Star Wars, and yet not much is truly different.
See, I think what he's really trying to do is he's really trying to say that all stories are the same, and that's why he's trying to shoehorn that it is completely one-to-one a retelling of the hero's journey.
I think maybe you're right, but that also doesn't seem to jive well with his argument that Campbell's monomyth doesn't actually properly describe ancient mythology. Because he does argue that. He argues, mostly earlier, that the monomyth is prescriptive, not descriptive.
I think he argues that later too.
He comes back to it. He does come back.
I remember I got really annoyed in the Knights of the Republic 2 portion of the video.
Yeah.
But it's been like a year since I watched.
Yeah, and man, because he does have these contradictions throughout, here and there, and I think this is one of them. Because I think you're right. I think that he's kind of arguing here that all stories are fundamentally the same, or at least are made up of the same aspects. But then he also goes. No, I think that's what
he's arguing.
Noah
that they
arguing.
Are exactly the same. Yeah.
Oh yeah, true. I guess. Yeah. I guess I'm being a little more gentle with his point than he is, but yeah, I think you're right. I think he's arguing that all stories are fundamentally the same.
Yeah, that is what he is saying that Campbell is saying, and that's what he's trying to disprove, but also kind of prove. It's really weird.
Yeah,
because it's this weird contradiction.
I do think that you're right.
Actually, it has all these different stories, but at the same time, it's all supposed to be the same story. So what the hell, Joseph Campbell?
Yeah, I think that his point here is a little bit meandering and a little bit self-contradictory. And I think it's because he's being overly uncharitable with Campbell in this instance, especially. All right, let's keep going. Not too much left of this part.
4,000 years before. Knights of the Old Republic takes place 4,000 years before Star Wars, and yet not much is truly different in the universe itself. Or, quoting Campbell, the boon brought from the transcendent deep becomes quickly rationalized into a non-entity, and the need becomes great for another hero to refresh the world. End quote. The structure of the monomyth is what allows Knights of the Old Republic to feel so uncannily close in spirit and intent to the original Star Wars trilogy, any story that uses it to achieve gravitas through sheer narrative suggestion. The monomyth is also what traps the denizens of the Star Wars universe in infinite recursive cycles of light and dark, freedom and tyranny. The Force is a concept that both unites the Star Wars setting and creatively strangles it. The Force and the monomythic structure are often woven together as one. To kill one is to kill the other. For Knights of the Old Republic 2, the intent is to murder both and break the chains that have bound the franchise for decades.
Okay, so that's wrapping up 1, and actually a really good segue into 2. Yeah. But I also think that he, just like Kreia, because I think he's kind of taking Kreia's side here, I think he's really fundamentally wrong.
He's absolutely taking Kreia's side.
He's fundamentally wrong because I think he sees the Force in the same way that I think, unfortunately, a lot of like modern actual writers of Star Wars see it, which is a kind of balance between light and dark.
Yeah, well, it's
which,
what
like we've discussed, is way
it's
off.
what we default to. Yeah, and I think it's such a weird choice for George Lucas to decree that, because like everything in, at least for me.
Wait, decree what?
And
Clarify.
I think for most people, that
George Lucas to decree what? Clarify.
George Lucas to decree that, like Larry was saying earlier, the Force is a river and the dark side is pollution, as opposed to the Force is two rivers that meander around and within each other and influence each other, and that there is homeostasis between the two.
Because
It's
if you
so
say that
it's
there's
so
balance of homeostasis between the two, that means that you have to justify evil, right?
right, yeah,
All of
and
the evil that's
that's
done.
the weird part, because us as finite, fickle, original sin imbued mortals, we can't comprehend the world otherwise.
Yeah.
That's what makes Christianity so jaw-droppingly powerful. Is because it says exactly that.
Yeah, and I
It's
will say though,
just such a weird
there have been
way
hints
of
of that.
decision.
There have been hints of this in other places, where evil is seen as decay, as destruction, as non-being. Notably in Socrates. Socrates is the one I'm most familiar with, who just basically just outright says it, because he holds to basically the convertibility of the transcendentals. Just a shallow, or kind of a shadowy version of it. And because of that, because that is our high philosophical culture, right? Our most sophisticated way of thinking about the world as a culture is the Christian way of understanding the good as primary and evil as parasitical or
I'm sorry to
predatory.
cut in. I got to bow out here, folks, but
All
I
right, we're
will.
basically done pretty soon, so
Yeah,
not
We're
missing
done.
too
I'm
much.
excited.
Not
I'm
missing too
looking
much.
forward to coming back for
Oh
two.
yeah,
Fun.
My
absolutely.
thoughts on that.
I look forward to it. It'll be a little while
Yeah,
because I got to play KOTOR
distracted
2
by-
first. But I will be
hopefully
playing
won't
KOTOR 2 on
distracted by
Monday
Call of
nights
Duty
as
the entire
usual.
time.
Yeah, I'll be playing KOTOR 2 on Monday nights as usual. Not this late, hopefully. but yeah, the usual 9 to midnight my time, 8 to 11 your time, and
Yeah.
whatever other time anybody else is.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me on. Y'all have a good night.
Absolutely. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I will finish up the thought I was having there that we were just going over, and then I think I will wrap it up because it's like 1.
Yeah, well, I have
So-
to do an exam tomorrow.
Oh
today,
my,
so-
yeah. All right,
yes,
understandable.
yeah.
So yeah, my point though is that because this sort of Christian framework of the good as primary is the sort of most high-minded and sophisticated way we have culturally of thinking philosophically, that usually winds up being the most fundamental way that our best stories are told. And then typically you have lesser minds who misinterpret beneath that.
Yeah.
Whether that's fans sorry.
Usually
Whether
it's
that's fans
fans.
misinterpreting it, or in the
Or
case
the
of Star
writers.
Wars, or in the case of like anything that has been written in media in the last, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, basically anything in there, it gets reinterpreted by people who pick up the stories in the next generation. So, after Lucas sold Star Wars, etc.
I think the balance thing. Well, I'm a lot less, I guess, critical of it than you guys, because I understand why. Like, it's perfectly natural to assume that, but it's still like it's a fundamentally pagan idea, and it's a
Right.
fundamentally it characterizes a culture and a world and a society that is still bound to death completely, and so the cycles of rebirth and of death and rebirth are still in place.
Yeah, and I mean, even then, the whole dark and or evil being an equal and opposite force of good is not even universal in paganism. It's probably the majority historically among non-pre-Christian paganism or whatever, but it's not exclusive. There were a lot of pagan systems that had a kind of at least a convertibility of being in good, if not all of the transcendentals.
Yeah.
Even sort of Hellenistic period Greek.
Yeah, it's a
Roman, for
perfectly
that matter.
natural,
Mhm.
I think, impulse in humanity, and I think that might be due to original sin, or it might be due to just human nature is that, but still, you know what I mean.
What
you
has
know what
come
I'm
to be called the
say.
Manichaean impulse, because after the Manichaean heresy in the like 2nd, 3rd centuries into 4th, I guess.
Or are they trying to say that God was evil?
No, that was Marcionism. Manichaeism was the idea that there is a good God that creates good spiritual things out of corrupt matter. It's a kind of Gnosticism, but that things of this world are corrupt and are evil fundamentally, but there is
the
a separate
the
substance
material
of
world
good.
is fundamentally bad.
Yeah, and Manny, the person
yeah, that does
who
sound
first
very
wrote it,
Gnostic.
who actually wrote this idea, some of his followers went a little bit like in the direction I'm saying. The more fundamental, the first instantiation of Manichaeism was that there were two gods, two fundamentally opposed forces, one of good, one of evil.
Oh,
Yeah. So it's a fundamental opposition between good and evil. And the good is the one we ought to follow. And that means that the good is the transcendent, the immaterial, that which is beyond the mere corruption of matter. That
yes,
kind of thing.
this does sound very, very Gnostic.
It's incredibly Gnostic. It's one of the first
Holy
Gnostic.
shit.
It's one of the first Gnostic heresies, and one of the most prominent. It was the one that St. Augustine spent basically his whole early career writing against. The first half of his writing career. The second half of his writing career, he spent writing against the Pelagians, and that's when he went a little senile. But that's my and Bonaventure's view, which is universally shared.
Okay, I'd love to talk more about St. Augustine going senile, but I really do got it.
Thursday. We'll talk about it on
later.
the stream Thursday. Don't let me forget. Anyway, thank you for joining me. It's been a good time. I look forward to doing this again later. I love
It'll
doing
be
this sort of
fun.
thing,
Yeah,
so
I'm looking forward to it too. I'll try to make it more to the KOTOR 2 ones.
Yeah, definitely. Just spam the chat, get thoughts out, so we can work through some of this by the time we actually get to the second half down here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna track down. I'm gonna try and get most of it read by the time we do this again. It's just last for like 3 weeks. It's been nonstop for me. But anyway, all right. Good night.
All right. See you next time. Bye bye.